And welcome to day 3, County Championship Cricket, Sussex against Northamptonshire. I will introduce my colleague. In fact, let's do it now. Let's say a very good morning to Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton.
Good morning, Adrian, and it's lovely that we've got the weather today that we should have had yesterday, which is sunny and breezy, but beautiful morning, barely a cloud in the sky, and let's hope we're going to get a full day.
Let's hope so. The players are making their way out of the pavilion. That is the Sussex players being led out by John Simpson. If anyone is listening on the headset, let's do the normal headset. Yes, we are. No, Julian is here. I don't know how Julian gets away with it, you know. So he was here on Friday. He was at the Amex yesterday. He's here today. If there's racing at Plumpton tomorrow, he'll be there tomorrow. So Julian must have a very understanding wife. Anyway, he's here and he's in his seat. So good to see you, Julian. Thank you, everybody, for waving. And we get underway. We've lost effectively a day, Andrew, haven't we? I mean, 102 overs bowled in the match. But you spoke to John Sadler last night, Northamptonshire coach. Suggestion there's a little bit of spin out there.
Yeah, he did. I mean, we were asking the question as to whether, I mean, obviously, if you were a betting man or woman, you would say that the draw is the most likely outcome. But, you know, we were sort of trying to think, is there a way of possibly getting something close to a result if we get 2 full days? And John Sadler was making the point that, yeah, I mean, Northamptonshire obviously I think are looking for 350. They want to try and get 3 batting points if possible. But he said also it is turning a little bit, and with a couple of decent spinners in the side, he says that may well, if there is going to be a route to a result, that might be it.
Well, James Coles is going to continue his over. That's when we went off the field yesterday. He almost ran off because it began to rain, but in comes Coles. Comes in and bowls to McManus, who's forward. Plays a short extra cover, and there is no run. I spoke to James Coles at the close of play yesterday. You can see that on our social media feeds. More of that in a moment. Left arm around the wicket. Bowls, and McManus plays this into the slip corner, where it's footed by Tom Clark, and there is no run. Great thing about having spinners on, we rattle through the overs. We've already had 2 balls this morning. There's a slip, I don't know, first slip, third slip. Not quite close enough to be first and second. In comes Coles again. McManus defends down the track. So that's 3 balls gone that we should have had yesterday, and no addition to the score. So interesting talking to James Coles last night. I thought, Andrew, outside of Robinson and Seals, Coles looked the most dangerous of the bowlers. He was getting more bounce than anybody else, and he picked up a couple of wickets as well. And talking to him last night, he was talking about his trip to India with the England Lions, how much he enjoyed it, what he got out of it, and I thought he bowled well yesterday.
Yeah, no, he was very impressive, and I thought he spoke very well. Yeah, also, listening to the interview later last night, because obviously while you were doing James Coles, I was doing John Sadler, and so we got a chance to catch up a little bit later with what everybody else is saying. And yeah, I thought it was an interesting interview. And well, you've got working with Graham Swan, so well known in our part of the world. Then well, you've got one of the very best to learn from. Here's Jaden Seals. So we're going to have pace from this C end, first ball of the morning from this end, and that's turned away onto the onside by Michael Finan, and there's no run. Finan playing his first match for Northamptonshire, came through the Lancashire age group ranks and then signed a couple of years contract with Leicestershire, but I think obviously Josh Hull, the advent of Josh Hull is perhaps going to limit his opportunities as a left-arm seamer at Grace Road. John Sadler, I know, is a fan of his, so played him in a match at warm-up match at Trent Bridge last week, and he got some wickets and short-term deal, and he's here, and he's driven that, and he's caught at extra cover, full-length ball, and he just drove it straight to extra cover. It's most straightforward of catches for Ollie Carter, and so Seals picks up another wicket. Finan goes for 1. And Northamptonshire, who were, as I say, targeting 3 batting points, they've got what, 7 and a bit overs to go to try and get another 58 runs, which is a fairly big ask. At the moment, they've got to try and make sure they get the 2nd batting point, because they're 292 for 8. And that's not the start to the morning that Northamptonshire would have wanted.
No, and at one stage they were 222 for 3. So
yeah, they've just fallen. They had that little wobble yesterday, didn't they, in the middle order, and then Lewis McManus, I thought, and Saif Zaid played well. Zaid got out again in the 30s, which was frustrating. But a lot now depending on Lewis McManus. Interesting to see whether it's Ben Sanderson or Chris Tremaine coming out at number 10. They may well have been sort of jostling each other at the door to try and get in. Ben Sanderson would view it, I think, as a huge affront if he was finished at batting at number 11. But Chris Tremaine, as we were discussing yesterday, could point to the fact that he does have a first-class 100. But Ben Sanderson has made useful runs for Northamptonshire down the years, and yes, there he is. He's pulled rank.
Yes, he has.
So he's got in at number 10, 35 years old. Interesting to see how he bowls on this surface and with the Kookaburra ball. He didn't, I think, hugely relish the experience last season and the matches that they used that particular ball, but his record against Sussex, and doubtless we shall discuss that later, is exceptional.
Yes, particularly here, I think.
He's enjoyed, I think, home and away, he's enjoyed bowling against Sussex, but anyway, that's in the future. 4 slips in place, in fact, for Seals. Picked up 4 wickets now, and he runs in and bowls to Sanderson, who's beaten outside the off stump. Good pace already from Jayden Seals, who was very impressive yesterday, particularly in that second spell. And he's in his 21st over, 4 for 64 so far. Can I just say, while Jayden Seals is walking back, because I'm sure he'll be listening, a very happy Ruby wedding anniversary to 2 of Northamptonshires' greatest supporters, John and Erica Whiting. I'm sure in other circumstances they might be here today, but I'm sure they'll be listening, so very happy anniversary to you two, and
well done.
See you at the county ground next week. Sanderson jabs down on that ball from Seals as it honed in on off stump, and he just ran it down into the slip cord and fielded at 4th slip, but again a quick delivery from Seals. John and Erica are, I think, what you call ground hoppers, and I'm sure they'll message me if they are listening and let me know what the present tally is for first-class cricket grounds around the world. It's certainly in excess of 300, but
wow,
all over the world. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another ELO song.
Here's Seals in, bowls to Sanderson, who looks to drive, does get hold of it, but not with any great power or timing. Goes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
We are going to have a guest at 12 o'clock today. John Philby, the Sussex chair, is going to come and join us for half an hour or so. So we'll slightly disrupt our rota here, but I hope you guys don't mind. But I think it'd be good to hear from the Sussex chair. And if you've got any questions for John, please send them through sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And that's not just Sussex questions. If you're a cricket fan, a Northampton fan, and you want to hear from a county chair, please ask your questions.
Here's Seals in again, bowls to Sanderson, edged and dropped at 4th slip.
Carson.
Jack Carson straight into the midriff. It was travelling, but that should have been a 5-foot for Jayden Seals. It isn't. The chance has gone down. Sanderson survives. Sympathetic applause around the ground for Jayden Seals. 21 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 64. Northamptonshire 292 for 8. Sanderson still there, but should have started his batting for the season with a duck. I have to ask you also, how was the ELO concert last night?
Yes, it was very good. They're an ELO tribute band, but they played at the G Live in Guildford, which is quite a big venue. So you get a good 1,000 or so in there, and they were very. And I forgot the amount of hits that ELO had.
Oh yes. Yeah.
But the lead singer was a Scouser who pretended to talk like a Brummie, and he had a false wig on and a false beard, which he said was very hot. But they were great fun.
Channeling his inner Jeff Lynne.
Yeah, totally. Who's apparently they're making a fair. I mean, everyone seems to have farewell tours all the time. But
I saw a sign for it at the traffic lights in Brighton last night when I was driving back to the hotel. I think they're here in May.
Well, there you go. James Coles comes in and bowls to McManus, who picks up the first run of the morning. Actually, plays it into mid-wicket area. And there is one fielded there by Tom Alsop. So, and I forgot actually. So often with these bands, you think, oh, I forgot that one. I forgot because my wife was saying, well, what else they've got left to play? And I was thinking, well, oh, crumbs, there's this one, and then there's this one. So, yeah, it was good fun. We had a very nice evening, thank you. And the rain sort of came at the right time, so I literally got in my seat. But sometimes with these concerts, they say starts at 7:30 and actually come on stage at 9 o'clock, which is really, really annoying when you've rushed to get there. In comes Coles, and Sanderson defends. a little uncomfortably down the onside of the track. There is no run. They said they were coming on at half seven on the dot, on they walked. So that was a big tick from me. A slip, a gully, and a short leg as Coles is in bowls and Sanderson is on his way. He clips that nicely through mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 runs, I think. The ball is racing out towards the boundary. Oh, Tom Haynes does get there. That's a good shot. Shot, stop. And picks up 2, though, does Ben Sanderson.
I think surely Northamptonshire have now slightly amended their target. I think it's fair enough looking for 350 first thing, but having lost that early wicket, they just want to make sure that they get the second point. Still 5 runs away from that.
Coles around the wicket bowl. Sanderson is forward, plays into the offside. I need to think of a better way of describing James Coles bowling, because I'm aware it's probably very boring saying Coles bowls, and I can't say that for the next 6 months. But he is, I can't deny that. He's in around the wicket and played by Sanderson to short leg on the bounce. Carter can't fill cleanly, but there is no run. 295 for 8. The Brighton Marathon is on today, so people will be pounding the streets of Brighton. That reminds me, as Coles comes in for the last ball of the over, bowls, and Sanderson, I think that may have come off the pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. The ball has run down towards fine leg, and indeed it is a leg ball. End of the over. 296 for 8. McManus is on 23. Sanderson is on 2. The numbers aren't quite as clear today. Yeah, they were talking on the radio this morning about this guy from Worthing. I think his name is Russell Cook, and he has run the length of Africa.
Has he really?
And he's finishing today in Tunisia. It's taken him a year. He's finishing on a beach in Tunisia, and apparently as a warm-up for the race, he ran from Istanbul to London.
As you do.
Can you believe that?
As you do.
So Russell Cook is from, I don't know if anyone listening knows Russell Cook. What an extraordinary achievement that is. He's run the length of Africa, which I think is something like 10,000 kilometres or miles even.
Amazing stuff.
It's a long way.
Here's Seals in from the CN. Bowls to Sanderson, who tries to get inside the line, turn it down towards fine leg, just hits him on the pad, and there's no run. Yes, I did see 1 or 2 little bits of Brighton this morning that I hadn't seen before because of the diversions, but managed to. I was saying to Liam earlier that one of the great things about, because the roads around here is very much sort of grid system, so you can just about work out that if you go 2 streets up, you can come 1 back or whatever if you can't turn right. But no, all good. A lot of runners and supporters in the hotel this morning. Here's Seals in bowls to Sanderson, pushes it out into the covers, but there's no run there. So yes, they were all having their healthy fruit and stuff, and I warmed up for my fueled up for my walk around the corner to where the car was parked with a full English.
Well done.
So it has to be done. But yeah, good luck to all those who are running today.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, I know nothing about running apart from occasionally for a bus, but I would have thought at least there's a bit of breeze today, but it's quite warm. Not sure if that's, I suppose it depends if you're running into the breeze or at your back, but it's not something I've any great plans to get involved with, I think. Now the forward short leg gone in under the helmet. Ollie Carter as Seals is in, bowls to Sanderson. That's a beauty again. It just bounces a little bit, leaves Sanderson, and umpire Baldwin is now going to move across because I think his view is just being slightly obscured by the man in there at forward short leg. So he's going across to the offside. He'll be standing at point. 296 for 8. Northamptonshire in the 106th over. Seals looking for his 5th wicket. Should have had it in the previous over. Dropped chance at 4th slip by Jack Carson. Here's Seals. And again, bowls and Sanderson pushes up through mid-on. There's certainly a run. In fact, there's 2 runs. Timed that slightly better than I thought he had, and Ollie Robinson had to trot after it, and Sanderson comes through for a second. 6 to Ben Sanderson, and Northamptonshire up to 298 for 8. Morning also to Derek Whiteside, who was been on to us all, I think yesterday in fact, and I'm sorry I didn't pick this up earlier. No, it was this morning. picking up on the comment made yesterday about me being comforting on air, and we decided that could be my sort of darts nickname. Here's Seals in, bowls to Sanderson, who swaps that straight back past Seals. It wasn't a thing of great beauty, but he's going to get a couple of runs for it. Indeed he has. It's 2 runs to Ben Sanderson. It brings up the 300 for Northamptonshire. Well, there you go. Northamptonshire last season in Division 1, yes. Managed 1 batting point in their first 9 games. They've doubled that tally in the first match, so that'll make everybody feel a little bit better. John Sadler very much making the point that, you know, they're not looking back, they're looking forward, but these things don't go unnoticed, and that's the 2nd batting bonus point secured. Sussex already have a couple in the bank, of course. They need 1 more wicket for the 3rd bowling point. And here's Seals in, bowls to Sanderson, quick ball, and actually Sanderson did well because it bounced just up in the rib cage. There is a forward short leg there, but he managed to get on top of it and played it down to forward short leg on the bounce. Good stuff from Sanderson. He's 6. McManus is 23, and Northamptonshire are 300 for 8.
So just to reiterate, John Philby, the Sussex chair, will be joining us at 12 o'clock. So it's not an exclusive Sussex chat by any means. Obviously, we've got a few questions you want to ask about Sussex, but you know, if you want to get your questions into a chair of a county cricket club, he's a very amenable chat with John. So there's no sort of, nothing is off limits. Well, as far as I know, anyway.
No, I know he's had some interesting views about structure and scheduling and all the rest of it. I have to say, most of which I've agreed with.
Yes.
So be interesting, very interesting to hear what he has to say.
And this is interesting as well because Sussex are clearly trying to give Ben Sanderson the strike here. Because McManus is on strike and they've got the field really well set back as in comes Coles. McManus turns this onto the onside. He's clearly not worried about Ben Sanderson having the strike.
Total faith in his partner. Can I just quickly finish as well? I started off saying about Derek Whiteside, who's a regular listener of ours, and he said, beautiful ground. He was talking about Hove. He said the last time he was here, benefit match for George Cox.
Wow.
Who was playing. He said it was a little while ago, but glad you're enjoying the commentary, Derek. He'll be with us all season, I'm sure. Coles
in. Sanderson plays defensively down the track, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. A slip. I reckon it's a gully and a short leg.
Yeah, agreed.
Coles around the wicket, bowls, and Sanderson just stands up and thumps that away. He's a dangerous customer, you know, Ben Sanderson. I mean, he's a tall man, and when the ball gets hit, it stays hit. And these, you know, Sussex have already put him down, and you know, at the time maybe it doesn't seem that significant, but all of a sudden, you know, Sanderson is on 10. He was dropped before he'd scored. And that'll be irritating for John Simpson.
First class average of 9.37 ahead of this innings,
which he's already surpassed. Coles around the wicket, in and bowls, and again that's played firmly through the covers. More runs here. I don't think this is going to go for 4, but he's going to certainly pick up a couple of runs, maybe even 3. Good stop by Carson, chasing back. Indeed, they do come back for 3. So this is one of these situations where sort of every run is almost a bonus, Andrew.
Absolutely. It reminds me very much of when Ben Sanderson got some runs. Got 42, I think, against Kent a year or 2 back at Wantage Road on the day that Ben Curran took his first-class wicket. Zach Crawley, when the game was fizzling out to a draw. I'll finish that in a second.
A change in the field, actually, and Sussex have now bought in the field to keep Sanderson on strike. So we've got 5 men saving one. Coles in bowls. McManus belts that down the ground. That could well have gone all the way for 6. It hasn't. It's gone 4. I didn't see where the ball bounced. But clearly, I reckon, having got to that 300, the Northamptonshire lads have thought, well, I'll tell you what, anything is a bonus now. And McManus just thumped that straight back down the ground for a boundary.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, so he had runs for Sanderson, a wicket for Curran, and I wasn't quite sure about who to do at the end of the day. And I think I went up to one of the coaches and said, any chance of talking to one of them? He said they're just boring each other to death in the dressing room.
Coles in. McManus plays firmly 2 mid off. They take a single. It's a slightly risky single. The throw comes in from mid-off from Jaden Sills, but McManus has got through for a single. And Northamptonshire progressed to 313 for 8. Lewis McManus, who's batted very well actually since he came in yesterday, he's on 29. Ben Sanderson very quickly onto 13 of just 18 deliveries.
Because if there's one thing batters love, it's talking about their bowling, and if there's one thing bowlers love, it's talking about their batting. Yeah, these are useful runs for Northamptonshire, and as I say, Ben Sanderson will be loving it, and the dressing room will of course hear nothing else for the next few days. No matter what he does with the ball, he will be thoroughly enjoying himself out there at the moment, believe me. Interesting, Lewis McManus, you're saying how well he's played, and I agree entirely, Adrian. And talking to John Sadler last night, I was saying it was nice to see Lewis McManus looking something like, I say his old self. He's a young man and a young cricketer, but he had a really good year 2 years ago, his first season with Northamptonshire, and at one of those years last year when not a lot went right for him, had a broken thumb and just never quite got going, particularly with the bat. As Seals comes in and bowls to him, short, and he ducks underneath. It goes through to Simpson. And John Sadler made the point. He said he thought that the story of Lewis McManus was almost one of the best stories of the winter, in that so determined was he to get his game sorted out and back in the shape that he thought it ought to be. He took himself off to India for some coaching, and at his own expense. It wasn't something that the club did. He did it off his own bat.
Wow.
To go and
really good.
Get his game back where he thought it ought to be. So you think that sort of dedication deserves reward. Here's Seals in, bowls to McManus, who's nicely in behind that, just drops it down at his feet. Seals in his follow through picks it up, and there's no run.
I suspect we're going to see a bit of Ollie Robinson here.
He's limbering up,
yeah,
isn't he?
I think the James Coles experiment has finished, and I suspect that John Simpson, and I think wisely, has probably decided that, because Ben Sanderson hits the ball a long way, and Sussex will be keen to wrap this innings up.
Well, he's closing in. I say closing in. He's still quite a long way away from it, from 1,000 first-class runs, and the next match will be his 100th first-class game. Not his 100th for Northamptonshire, but his 100th in first-class cricket. Here's Seals in, bowls to McManus, who plays that defensively back down the pitch again. Seals fields off his own bowling. I don't think it's very likely that he'll achieve that mathematically neat and tidy feat of getting 1,000 first-class runs in his 100th game. He probably needs a few too many, but you never know. So the next match, assuming Karen Nair and Ben Sanderson play, for each of them will be their 100th first-class match. Though I think, as I say, probably a bit more will be made. Ben Sanderson a little bit later in the season. This is his 96th game for Northamptonshire, and I think that's probably what the club will want to do, a little bit more celebration of. What a great servant he's been for Northamptonshire over the last few years.
Totally.
Good bit of business about 8 years ago. Here's Seals in, bowls to McManus, who drives pleasantly off the back foot. They go through for a single, shy at the stumps, but Sanderson was home. Well judged single. Takes McManus up to 30. And Northamptonshire to 314 for 8. Just reminding you, we have extra time again today to make up some of the time that we've lost over the first 2 days. So lunch, if you're working out when to put the Yorkshires in, will be about 1:10 today, thereabouts. And it is a beautiful morning here in Hove, and again, you can only feel great sympathy for our friends and colleagues elsewhere. Just the news broke a little while ago that for the 3rd day running, there will be no play today at Chesterley Street between Durham and Hampshire. 3 blank days. Here's Seals in, bowls to Sanderson, very full, good Yorker, dug out by Sanderson, squeezes it out to Carter under the lid at forward short leg, and there's no run. Also a delay again at Old Trafford, where Lancashire bowled out yesterday for 202 by Surrey, 11 for no wicket, but they haven't started there as yet. At Canterbury, Kent 284 all out against Somerset, who are 8 for no wicket. At Trent Bridge, Essex batting a second time, 82 for 2 against Nottinghamshire, so they're 42 runs ahead. Seals in, bowls to Sanderson, nicely forced off the back foot, and they're quite happy to give him the single, and he's quite happy to take it. Man back there sweeping in front of the members' pavilion, so a single to Sanderson to finish the over. He's 14, McManus is 30, and Northamptonshire 315 for 8 at the end of the 108th over of the innings. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 316 for 7, replying to Worcestershire's 360 all out. Ed Barnard made 89. It's their new vice-captain, isn't he, I think, in red ball cricket. Still no play at Derby, no play before lunch. And just to say, you're absolutely right, it is going to be Ollie Robinson back in the attack from the Cromwell Road end. No, still they haven't bowled a ball at Derby. At Lords, the run fest continues. Glamorgan 620 for 3 declared, featuring that record-breaking innings from Sam North East, but Middlesex 162 for 1 in reply. Mark Stoneman 75 not out. Sam Robson has missed out, he only made 43.
That sounds like it's heading for a draw. There's Ollie Robinson into the attack for the first time this morning, down from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Ben Sanders, the ball balloons in the air, and it doesn't quite reach Finn Hudson, Jack Carson, I'm sorry, who comes running in from point. But Sanderson looked like he was trying to take evasive action there, and the ball ballooned up in the air, but he escaped. And there is no run. Just a shout out for the Sussex Cricket Museum. I can see some of the volunteers sitting over there. Looks like they're sitting at a trestle table or something. Often they have a book sale. I don't know whether it's too windy to have books out today. We'll have to see. In comes Robinson. Over the wicket bowls, and Sun short pulls it away, 4 runs. Well, he just stood up and delivered there, Ben Sanderson, and it was short from Ollie Robinson, and Sun just belted the ball through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Uncomplicated, I think you call that, Adrian.
Yeah, totally. But
good contact.
Yeah, absolutely, but very effective. Ollie Robinson will not have enjoyed that, and I suspect the next one, well, maybe a little short, we'll see. But that was short, and Sanderson said, thanks very much, I'm going to hit that for 4. Robinson on his way in, bowls, and Sanderson is forward, plays straight back down the track. Robinson fields no run, and as I always say, if you're new to the ground, or listening on the headset or whatever, or even if you're listening online and you think next time you come to Hove, please go and have a look around the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is underneath the Spenkama Pavilion. That's a free entrance. 3 slips, a short leg, backward point, cover. Actually, that's wrong. Backward point, extra cover, I would say, almost erring towards mid-off. There's a mid-on, and now John Simpson has decided to put a man back on that deep square leg boundary to try and cut out that shot from Ben Sanderson. In comes Robinson and bowls, and Sanderson goes the other way, and I thought that was a very good catch for a moment, but a good bit of fielding by Jack Carson at backward point prevents what would have been a certain boundary, because there's no third man. Liam O'Brien, if you were listening yesterday, England disability cricketer, Sussex boy, is sitting in the back of the... He looks very dapper, Liam, today. He's got some white trainers on,
doesn't he?
A very nice white jumper. Andrew and I are perhaps more traditionally dressed. Andrew was saying he feels he's dressed more like sort of for a round for Alice. In comes Robinson, bowls, and played by Sonny. He's going to get more runs here, possibly 4 of them, down towards third man. Jack Carson comes careering round the boundary, stops the 4, but 2 more to Sanderson, who irritatingly for Sussex has moved on to 20. There's a little 328 for 1. Yeah, Andrew's got a short sleeve jumper on.
So I feel a bit like sort of 1970s pro celebrity golf,
yeah,
isn't it? But like sort of Tarby and Brucey.
Yeah. Yes, pro celebrity. Was that different from Around with Alice?
Yes, I think yes. It was. They used to play for used to have like celebrities, didn't they? With and usually a couple of top pros. It's good stuff. I used to enjoy it.
Robinson in bowls. Short pulled away by Sanderson. He's going to get more runs. In fact, he's going to get 4 more. It was too short from Ollie Robinson. And Sanderson just decided to belt the ball through mid-wicket for 4 runs. An expensive over from Ollie Robinson. Went for 10 runs. And Northamptonshire, these are now irritation runs for Sussex. 320, welcome runs for Northants, of course. 325 for 8. McManus is on 30. Sanderson is on 24. And bear in mind, he was dropped before he'd scored when the score was 292 for 8. So these are 33 runs have been added in this little partnership, which is always very frustrating for the bowling side.
Yeah, and you probably picked up on our effects bite, the reaction from the Northamptonshire dressing room.
Yes.
They absolutely love it when Ben Sanderson gets some runs. I mean, they know that they're going to hear every stroke replayed in great detail a bit later on, but it's good stuff from Sanderson. This very handy little shift of momentum after Northamptonshire had lost an early wicket this morning. 325 for 8. Lewis McManus, who's had very little to do in the last 2 or 3 overs apart from stand and admire.
Yes.
But he's on strike now, and he's facing Jaden Seals running in from the C end, and that's a nice stroke. Pushes it up to mid-off. McManus comes through for the single. He's going to leave it to Ben, isn't he? He's just really let Ben Sanderson carry on doing what he's doing. So one more run to Lewis McManus, who goes to 31, 326 for 8.
Well, why wouldn't you? Because Sanderson is chancing his arm, but he's charged his arm very well. We will have an update to our listeners in Sussex and Surrey in a few moments' time. But keep going, Andrew.
Okay, I was going to say.
I think it might be a little way off.
Shut me up when you need to.
See, Joey Everson making runs for Kent yesterday.
Ooh,
good player.
Cricketer. Yeah, good cricketer.
He didn't. I saw him play a very good knock down here for Notts a couple of years ago, and thought I was a little surprised when Notts let him go, actually. But I guess they've got a.
Yeah, he was known, certainly in my club, playing the Rutland League on a Sunday, and he was involved, I think it was with Bourne. Somebody I'm sure will correct me if I'm wrong, for years, one of the clubs up that way before he came into county cricket. But yeah, I agree with you, smashing cricketer. Here's Seals in bowls to Sanderson, who thumps it over mid-on. It's running out towards the boundary. It's not going to go all the way. It's just sort of plugged a little bit, like one of his gap wedges, but he's got 3 runs for it. As Jack Carson has to chase up towards our commentary position. 27 to Sanderson, 329 for 8. We are in the 110th over, but this is, well, really very, very handy for Northamptonshire. And
it is,
as I say, both in material terms and in the fact that, as I say, after losing that early wicket, are we going to get a second bonus point, they would have been wondering. He's Seals in, bowls to McManus, who plays that crisply back down the pitch up to mid-off, and there's no run. So this is the last over in which bonus points can be secured. So Northamptonshire aren't going to get, well, unless something very strange happens, aren't going to get to 350. Sussex have got 3 balls in which to get another wicket for their 3rd bowling point. 329 for 8. Seals in, bowls short, and McManus ducks underneath it.
That's a great point, actually, Andrew, because in a game which you would think, but well, who knows? You've still got 2 days to go, but you would have thought the odds probably favour a draw in this match, in which case bonus points become really important. And Sussex, it's going to be tight, this second division. And Sussex, I think, will feel they've missed out on it. If they'd got Sanderson out, they'd have been home and dry. Oh, fantastic!
Thanks to Rodney Marshall, who's just sent some choice photographs of pro celebrity golf from the 1970s.
Looks like you,
and
Andrew.
it does see what I mean.
Yeah.
Here's Seals running in again, bowls, and another attractive forcing stroke from McManus. Up the pitch to the bowler. Seals fields off his own bowling. But McManus has played a good hand here. I think you need probably to update in a second. We've got 1 ball to go in the over, so let's see if we can get this in.
I think you can get that in, because I think they're in the middle of a travel bulletin.
All right, the field is changing in that they're bringing in the man from the cover boundary into the ring, saving 1. McManus on strike. Here's Seals, bowls to him, and he drives through extra cover. Nice shot, more runs for him here. Going out towards the boundary. Is it going to reach? Yes, it is. Good effort at a sliding stop, but can't quite get there. It's another boundary for Northamptonshire, this time for Lewis McManus. He's 35, Ben Sanderson is 27. At the end of the 110th over, Northamptonshire 333 for 8. So in terms of bonus points, honours even, 2 each.
Yeah, some lovely shot, wasn't it, from Lewis McManus. And as I say, these are now becoming very irritating runs. These two have added 33 plus 8. What's that, 41 for this 9th wicket in very quick time as well. Now, we're going to get Ollie Robinson. Again, we are. We just get this update done for the listeners on BBC Kent, Sussex and Surrey. And when we'll be back with Andrew and Liam O'Brien will be joining the commentary. As Robinson prepares to set his field. He's got a slip and a third man. Here we go. Yes, and it's the most glorious day here, if a little windy, and we're seeing some lower order resistance from the Northamptonshire batsmen. In fact, we're just going to get a wicket because Ben Sanderson has just been caught live on air. There we go. By the Sussex wicketkeeper John Simpson. Ends an innings of 27 for Ben Sanderson, a second wicket of the innings for Ollie Robinson. Northamptonshire now 333 for 9. Lewis McManus going along very nicely. He's 35 not out. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Kent all out yesterday for 284. Joey Everson making 84. Somerset in reply are 16 without loss. But sadly, the rain has returned at Old Trafford. Surrey are 11 without loss in their first innings in reply to Lancashire's 202 all out yesterday. But it's raining and no play so far today. Thank you. So Sanderson is on his way, and that gives me an opportunity to hand over the microphone to the very well dressed. I need to take a leaf out of Liam's book. I think I need to trendy myself up a bit, I think. And Liam O'Brien is going to join Andrew Rad.
Well, I think trying to trendy yourself up would be a bit like me trying to trendy myself up, Adrian. I'm not sure it'll work. It would with you. I mean, you're going to all these popular music concerts. I mean, for me, popular music finished at Matt Monro and Pet Clark, so I don't know. Anyway, Chris Tremaine is coming out at number 11. First class 100 to his credit. I don't think he's going to hang around one way or another. I think whatever happens, I don't think there'll be a huge amount of blocking going on in the next few moments. Very good morning to Liam. You all right? Yep, very good to hear you again. And here is Ollie Robinson running in to bowl to Tremaine. 2 slips and a gulling. Tremaine's in behind that, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Right, okay. So I feel bad for Jayden Seales just watching the back of the commentary box, and he could have had Sanderson early there, couldn't he? And that's one of those that changed the momentum of the game, and he snuck in a cheeky knock there.
Well, more tangibly, it cost Sussex a point as well, of course, potentially. But anyway, I'm sure they'll be just looking to finish off the innings as quickly as possible. Robinson's pushing square leg back onto the boundary, so they've got square leg on the boundary, a long leg on the boundary, deep third man, 2 slips and a gully. And here's Robinson in, bowls to Tremaine, who drives a little edgily down towards deep backward point. Carson fields, but there's an easy single to be had. Tremaine is off the mark. 334 for 9, Northamptonshire. I don't know if you heard earlier on, Liam, I was talking about John and Erica Whiting, 2 great Northamptonshire supporters who are celebrating their Ruby wedding anniversary today, 40 years. And we're saying about them being ground hoppers, and they go around and over the years have been to so many grounds around the world. And I did think they would be listening and they would give me the total, which I will share with you after this ball. Here's Robinson in and bowls to McManus, who checks the drive and is dropped at extra cover. It was a good bit of bowling from Robinson. I think he just held that one back a little bit. McManus missed time, played a bit too early. It looped tantalisingly towards cover, and the fielder, Danny Lamb, has gone down. He didn't quite manage to hang on to it, and I'm not sure if he's not done himself a wee bit of mischief here. He's still on the floor. No, he's up. Okay, that's good news. Couldn't quite hang on to it. And Robinson just a tad frustrated. But McManus survives on 35. 334 for 9. Here's Robinson in again. Bowls to McManus. Good Yorker. And McManus just manages to dig it out. Picks up the ball, hands it on to John Simpson. 334 for 9 it stays. The grand total of grounds, first-class grounds around the world that they've done is now 319.
Oh my goodness! I was expecting like 50 or something.
No, they have over a number of years they've absolutely just travelled the world, and they collect grounds and they go to grounds that they haven't been to before. I have to say, they also love even going to not necessarily first-class grounds that they haven't been to before. John turned up at my club ground a few years ago because it's one he hadn't been to before. So, very happy anniversary again to them both. Here's Robinson in bowl short and ducked underneath it, so it means McManus having ducked underneath that delivery. It means that Tremaine will be on strike for the start of the following over. End of that one, 334 for 9. McManus is 35, Tremaine is 1. And Ollie Robinson has picked up the wicket of Sanderson this morning to add to the wicket of Rob Keogh yesterday, so he's got a couple. And Jaden Seals, who's going to continue the attack, as Liam will describe, is still looking for his 5th wicket.
Absolutely, and he's been bowling with some good pace today, hasn't he? And he did a sharp bouncer earlier to Sanderson, I think it was, nearly went to short leg, but he's been in really good rhythm. I think he struggled in his first spell yesterday, and then once he got into his work, he's been really impressive. And you can always just tell the difference, can't you? A little bit of extra zip, hits the pitch a little bit harder, and it looks like a really good signing for Sussex. So he's going to be coming in up the hill from the C end here. Injured Tremaine into bowl, and that is prodded into the leg side for a single. You've got deep square and fine leg out, so I think they're going to tempt him with a couple of short balls and see if they take him on. And I think we spoke yesterday, it took Adrian quite a few hours, till 2:30 I think it was, to get to the biscuits, and as soon as he's off the stint today, you heard the rustling and he's straight into them.
Adrian's biscuit consumption is a bit like Northamptonshire with the batting bonus points, isn't it? Saying last season it took them, they managed 1 in 9 games, they got 2 in this innings, the first match of the season. It's a bit like Adrian, he's resisted for a long time and then suddenly the floodgates have opened and the Viennese worlds have taken their hammering.
So Garcia's going to be up the hill here, into bowl, and that's blocked away nicely. Good length ball, and it's going to be picked up easily from Carson, so another dot ball. It's one of those things, though, do you know, like at home as well, when you have something open, it's then just so tempting to keep going back. So I think he rustled, opened up the biscuits. I don't think they're going to last long today.
I fear probably not. But well, you've got the interval between innings as well, so that'll be another excuse. Assuming this innings wraps up at some point in the not too distant future, there'll be another excuse to have another hammering at them. But,
absolutely, and I reckon McManus is going to start taking on some of the shots here. Be the time to, as a senior player, take advantage. So Seals up the hill here, a full length delivery, and that's driven straight to extra cover. Timed nicely, but there's Ollie Carter there to pick it up, and that's going to be a dot ball.
But I thought it was very impressive. I think you were sitting at the bat when I was saying to Adrian what John Sadler was saying last night about the efforts that Lewis McManus has made during the winter, during the off-season, at his own expense, to take himself off and abroad and get his game back in order after a disappointing year last year by his high standards. It's very impressive, isn't it?
Absolutely. It just shows commitment, doesn't it? Yeah. And some people can kind of hide away and hope it gets better, but he's gone out and worked hard. So Seals into bowl here, up the hill, and that is cut straight to extra cover again. Feels like Ollie Carter's been placed perfectly. It's one of those as a captain, do you know, when you try and move him around, you say, you stay there, I think it's going to go there. And then you feel a little bit satisfied with yourself because it goes to the exact spot you put him in twice. But they're going to bring in deep point now, so I didn't actually realise they had a deep point. So they're going to have a standard field here, 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off and mid-on quite tight, and then a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So maybe we'll see some short stuff coming in here from Seals, try and tempt him to take on the long boundary. So Seals going to be up the hill, into bowl, and that's a bouncer. I love calling it. But that was sharp. That was very sharp, and Manus did well to get underneath that. And it was taken quite high from John Simpson, and that's when you can tell a bowler's bowling with some serious pace. Is with me, if I bowl a bouncer, it's always on the way down by the time it hits the keeper, rather than that one was still travelling.
If I ever tried to bowl a bouncer, it would be so slow I had a chance to run down the other end and fetch it back.
I did one of them in winter last year. Came out and they're like, "Why don't you try a bouncer, Liam?" And I think I fell over trying to put so much effort into it, and it landed by the batter's toes. So yeah, I learned not to bowl bouncers in April again. So Seals in for his last ball of the over, into bowl up the hill, and that's a slower ball, flicked away down to fine leg. They're pushing hard for 2, and he's going to get called back by the batter. Don't want to risk it. And that's going to be McManus on strike, quick single there, and Northamptonshire 336 for 9. McManus batting nicely on 36, and Tremaine on 2.
It's an interesting story with Lewis McManus, Liam, because he was obviously with Hampshire, and then Ben Cox signed at Hampshire, and Northamptonshire. Adam Rossington, having been relieved of the captaincy at the beginning of 2023, decided to 2022 rather, decided to move on and went down to sign for Essex. And Lewis McManus had a really good. He came initially on loan and then was made sort of substantive. And last year was appointed vice captain, because I know the club rates him very highly as an individual as well as a cricketer. And I say it was a real struggle for him last year, so I think all Northamptonshire supporters will be hoping it's a much better year for him this year. Here's Robinson in bowling to him, and he drives pleasantly enough without particularly timing it. Goes on the bounce to allow in the covers, and there's no run. 36 he is at the moment, 335 for 9. The one game I didn't mention when I was going through the scores a moment or two back was at Headingley, where I'm afraid they're not playing at the moment. Once again, the weather has done its damnedest. I think there's some rain overnight in Leeds. I'm listening to Jonathan Doidge first thing this morning. So Yorkshire 72 for 2, replying to Leicestershire's 354. Here's Robinson in bowls to McManus, wide outside the off stump, and McManus just leans into that and creams it through extra cover for 4. McManus into the 40s, 40 to him, 340 for 9. Northamptonshire batters confer. Long chase back towards the sort of little tented village down there, isn't it? What's that used for, Liam?
I think it's hospitality.
Right.
It's a really nice little spot. They used to have, in the 2020s, they have big stands and everything up.
Is that where I think Adrian was saying that they may be looking to do a women's pavilion over there? That's right, yeah. A sort of dedicated changing rooms for women's matches here. Here's Robinson in again, bowls, and McManus rather firm-footed, trying to cut that away through point. Doesn't make contact, cross with himself that he doesn't, chastises himself.
What I would say with Ollie Robinson's spell here is this is how you kind of prove it to England selectors that you can take wickets and clean up innings, because obviously England have been well known for getting down to the tail, and then every team we play against, it seems to have a last man standing kind of thing where they take advantage. This is a good chance for Ollie Robinson to show he can clean up the tail nice and easily for England, and obviously got a little bit unlucky with Lamb dropping that catch off his slower ball. But
change in the field. James Coles is coming into backward point, and they're pushing Jack Carson back onto the backward point boundary as Robinson is in bowls, and he's immediately in action on the backward point boundary. Carson, because McManus cuts it away down there. It's another run to Lewis McManus, 41 to him, 341 for 9. Northamptonshire, it means Chris Tremaine is on strike. The Aussies had a fantastic season in domestic cricket back in Australia. 50 wickets he took in the Sheffield Shield. Had a pretty healthy average, 15.9 in fact, so settle for that, wouldn't you? 50 at 16s.
That sounds like my batting average.
But yeah, he's Northamptonshire very pleased to have him back for the first 4 games. He played 3 last year and made a very, very good impression. Bowled beautifully down at Canterbury last season in particular. Here's Robinson in, bowls to him, and he's cut that away. It was a short ball, and he's cut it away over where point would have been, and even Jack Carson back on the boundary couldn't get to it, so it's a boundary to Tremaine. He goes to 6, and Northamptonshire to 345 for 9. Well, John Sadler said last night that they were looking at 350. Obviously, I think in an ideal world it'd been 350 inside 110 overs for the extra point, but it looks as though they ought to get to 350 or somewhere very close to it. Here's Robinson in, and Tremaine has a swat at that. It comes off glove, possibly. I'm just waiting to see if there's a signal. It loops out into the onside. He must have got a bit of glove on it, possibly the handle. It just bobbles out into the onside, and they come through for a single. So Tremaine keeps the bowling. He's 7. McManus is 41, and Northamptonshire 3, 46 for 9. At the end of the over, Robinson now 22 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 67. And this one, I think it was in fact during the game at Canterbury last year when Tremaine was bowling really well, and he got something wrong with his foot. You can see him sort of hobbling a bit, and apparently in the dressing room he just yanked the nail off. That's all right, I'll go out again, and they thought he'll do.
That's what you want for an overseas player, isn't it?
Absolutely. Sorry if you were having your 11s then, but that's a not particularly pleasant image. But yeah, he's a tough one.
Absolutely.
The great thing about him, when I spoke to him after that game, was he was saying he'd always wanted to play county championship cricket, which is also lovely to hear as well. He said from the age of 16, his coach said to him back in Australia, "You're not a fully developed cricketer unless you've played county cricket in England," which was super to hear.
Well, Seals is going to continue up the hill now. Into bowl, and that's a bouncer, and nicely managed to get nurdled down to fine leg. Didn't look completely comfortable, but doesn't have to when someone's bowling that quickly, and that's going to be a single. And the main thing is getting McManus back on strike, because he's looked very comfortable in good form. And I didn't know about him going away in the winter. Whereabouts did he go to?
Went to India.
Oh wow.
Went out to India, I think, but saying at his own expense. And I just think he was earmarked, I think, fairly early on in his time with Northamptonshire as a sort of one who had leadership qualities, and he was appointed Red Bull vice captain last year. But I think that probably tells you why.
Yeah, absolutely. So Seals to continue up the hill here into bowl, and that's a sharp bouncer taken nicely from Simpson, and McManus ducks underneath that, and that's going to be the 1 for the over. Absolutely, though, if a player commits to his craft like that, then it shows he really cares, and it's a good example as well to maybe some young listeners listening, or even parents if they have young kids coming through, is sometimes it doesn't always have to get handed to you. You can go out and try and search for improvements yourself. So yeah, good on him for searching to get better, practicing, and he looks in fine form at the moment, so it's definitely paying off. So Seals into bowl here, 4-length delivery, and that has driven very nicely over through the offside, going through mid-off, and yeah, that's gone for 4 runs. A bit of a lofted shot, I couldn't quite see it at the start, but a full flow of the bat, and that's going to be a 4 runs. Yeah,
he didn't hit it, I think, quite as well as he would have hoped. It may be a little bit high up on the bat, as you say. It didn't exactly streak to the boundary, but it had just enough on it to beat the man out there. So, yeah, it would be very satisfying for Lewis McManus and for Northamptonshire if he could get to a half century. 45 now.
And it's one of those weird psychological things where as soon as you see 350, you feel like they've been on top. And so as Sussex, I feel like that drop early on in the innings has really changed the momentum of the game. So Seals, how can he reply? Into bowl here, 4-length delivery, and that's driven unbelievably well through the offside, but mid-off is out, so it's only going to be a single. But with Seals bowling as quick as he is, he's just punched that, and it's absolutely flown through the offside. I don't know if he signalled a no ball there as well.
No, I think he was just... It was calling to his partner that there's 2 left in the over, which the umpires do. But it was a bit of an extravagant gesture from Surrey.
Absolutely.
Lovely to see him out there. And Surrey McGann, in first-class cricket, as I say, he was well known in Northamptonshire. He was a lot of games in the Northamptonshire League when he was on his way up through the umpiring ranks, and very popular, very good official, I think.
Perfect. So Seals to continue from the C end. Into bowl here, and that's a bouncer ducked underneath by Tremaine, taken nicely by Simpson.
Loves the game, which is always a step in the right direction for an umpire if you're going to be standing out there for X number of hours a day. Absolutely. It probably helps.
See, one thing about umpires that I've always loved is it's the ones that don't fall for the appeals, if that makes sense. Do you know, like sometimes an umpire, if they hear a loud appeal, feel like they can get away with giving a decision, but the best umpires, teams know not to go overboard because they'll just go the other way. So Yeah, always get on board with the umpires is my advice for any listeners listening. So Seals to continue up the hill, and that's blocked away very nicely from Tremaine, who looks like a very solid option at number 11.
As I say, I think Ben Sanderson might have had to elbow him out the way to get in at number 10. He's pulled a bit of senior pro rank, to make sure that he was going in at number 10. But no, he can certainly hold a bat, Liam, no doubt about that. It's interesting what you say about that. One of the few pieces of advice that I ever tried to give my son as a cricketer, he's far better than I ever was, but was always get on the right side of the umpire, have a little chat with them, ask if the bad back's playing them up, or I tell you, when you earn your money out in this sort of weather, don't you? It's so cold, crikey, you can't even run around. You just get on the right side. Now, change of bowling. Ollie Robinson is coming off, and we're going to see James Coles back into the attack. Been very impressive so far. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35. Picked up the wickets yesterday of Luke Proctor, which was a big wicket for 92, and Saif Zabe for 35. He's going to be bowling to Lewis McManus. Just reminding you that the Sussex chair, John Philby, will be up here shortly, so I shall get out of the way and let Adrian and John chew the fat about matters Sussex, but matters cricketing generally. Here's Coles around the wicket, bowls, and that's a big attempted swing by McManus. Doesn't make contact, goes through to Simpson.
I'm actually looking forward to listening to that as well, because there's been a lot of questions online that people wanted to speak to John about, and he's quite an open book as well, isn't he? So it'd be great to hear from him.
Coles round the wicket, bowls to McManus, who drives pleasantly up to long off, and back on the boundary, and they come through for the single. Takes McManus up to 47, and Northamptonshire to 353 for 9. We've been very, very lucky this morning. I was saying, you look at what's happening elsewhere around the country, and I must admit it was raining on the way back to the hotel last night, and I thought, are we just going to have another frustrating day's play? But no, it's the weather's played ball with us today. It's very pleasant. So it must be, if you get out of the breeze today, I should think it would be very nice outside watching. Here's Coles in, bowls to Tremaine down the leg side, and Simpson just doesn't take it cleanly as Tremaine slightly overbalances, trying to work it down towards fine leg, which wouldn't be a bad option because there's nobody down there. There's a deep backward square. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Coles in, bowls to Tremaine, who plays it back down the pitch. Coles fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Approaching parity at Edgbaston in the Division 1 match. I'll tell you about that in a second. His Coles in, flights that one up, and Tremaine is forward, plays it out to extra cover. No run. Warwickshire 330 for 8, applying to Worcestershire's 360 all out. Here's Coles again from the Cromwell Road end, bowls wide outside the off stump, very wide, called a wide. First one of the match. 354 for 9. Quite sure, Liam, what James Coles was trying to do there, but it was called wide. Here's Coles in again, bowls to Tremaine, who takes a step down the pitch and clubs it away over mid-off. Again, it just plugs a little bit. He doesn't get a huge amount of forward momentum on it. It comes through for a couple. We've been all right at the Masters, that, wouldn't it, coming up next week?
That'd have been beautiful. Just
stopped nicely on the green. Anyway, 2 to Tremaine. He goes into double figures, 10 to him. This is useful runs down the order from Northamptonshire here, marshalled by Lewis McManus. That's the end of the over, and it's 356 for 9, with McManus on 47, Tremaine is 10.
And that's going to be Seals' spell as well. A really, really good spell. He's going to feel hard done by not getting this fifer with that drop catch at 4th slip, but great figures at the moment. 26 overs, 6 maidens, 4 wickets for 86 runs. Impressive stint as well for your first job as first innings. Here you go, lad. Here's 26 overs. Enjoy. But it's going to be a change of bowling, Carson coming into the attack, so clearly they think spin's going to be the way, and it's probably going to tempt the batters to take it on a little bit more as well. So I think with the right-handed McManus, we could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, well, we're relying on Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's down just immediately below us on the boundary, so might need him to save our bacon.
Absolutely.
Or save our biscuits, more like.
Absolutely, and it's quite deceiving, that shot by Tremaine. It's actually a long way up to the boundary. I remember playing here as a youngster, and I hit this shot in a 2020, and I absolutely smoked it and held the pose and everything, and I thought it was going to go for 6, and it landed just past the 30-yard circle, because it's so far uphill. You think, oh, I've absolutely smoked that, and then it went for a 4 in the end, thankfully, but it's so deceivingly far. So I'm not surprised it keeps plugging that side of the ground. So casting in for his first ball of the over, and that's a sweep shot by McManus, hit behind square, and deep square is going to come round and stop them coming back for 2. I was a little bit sheepish there talking because I was trying to watch if McManus was going to set off or not, but it looks like Tremaine's going to be the one trusted to try and let his levers go and hit it down to this mid-on area here.
Yes, they're bringing mid-off up, but not mid-on.
This will be a little tempter, I reckon. See if he takes him on.
Well, he's got long off. He's got long on back, deep mid wicket back.
So casting into bowl, and he takes on the deep square leg man, and it's going to bounce just for a single. And yeah, it was definitely one of those. Just like, go and take me on if you can. And the thing with the Sussex ground here is it looks like a small ground because of the capacity, but the size of the pitch is huge. So if you're looking in these pockets here at deep mid wicket, and extra cover's a little bit shorter, but deep mid wicket and square leg is a long way, so it's going to be a good hit if they're going to try and clear the boundary today. So Carson into bowl here, and it's flighted nicely and hit short mid wicket for a dot ball, landed just before his feet. Could have nearly been in the game there if that carried a little bit further. But it's going to be an interesting battle here, because if I was McManus, I'd want to just try and sneak to my 50 and then maybe let myself go. So we'll see if he takes on any risk here or takes a single. So casting into bowl, sweep shot, big appeal, but it's just gone down to 45 for a single. I think there's a bit of bat on that, a bit of a hopeful appeal. And there's going to be 2 left in the over, so will Tremaine try and extend his arms and clear the boundary over here on the leg side, or just play out the over and let McManus have a go on James Coles' over? We shall see. But he's going to make a little fielding change and bring deep square just a little bit straighter, so he's more in line with the square leg umpire. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is flighted up, trying to tempt the batter. So Carson's into bowl here, and it's going to be a reverse sweep from Tremaine, and that is hit the top of the pad and just rolled to his offside, where the keeper's going to pick that up. But clearly showing a bit of intent there, and it's one of those funny ones where it looks amazing if it comes off, but if not, you definitely look like a number 11. So there's going to be 1 ball left in the over. Let's see if he takes on Carson in his final ball. It's floated up there, and it's going to be a big swipe of the bat, and that is absolutely massive over the pavilion, over the sight screen, and that is going to be 6 runs. And Carson gave him the bait, and Tremaine absolutely took it and smokes it over the stand for 6 runs. What a shot.
It was an enormous blow. I lost sight of it, but you're absolutely right. It's just been thrown back by an obliging gentleman about 5 rows from the very back of that stand. I think it just hit the back of the stand and bounced back into the seats. That's a huge hit from Chris Tremaine.
That's absolutely massive. And it's one of those as a batter where you know what's coming, so you just go hell for leather. hope it pays off.
Big hit. So 365 for 9. John Philby's in the box. I will just describe this over, and then I will get out of the way and let John and Adrian take over. Lewis McManus on 49. His highest first-class score last season was 27, so gives you an idea of his travails last year, averaging 12, just over 12 in Championship cricket last season, which for a player of his ability was nonsense really, but he just had one of those years. But it's really, really good to see him back in the runs. Here's Coles bowling to him. There is his 50. Well played, Lewis McManus. And all the players out on the balcony applauding. They understand the significance of that and what he's been prepared to do during the winter to get his game back in shape. And he's gone through to 50, and that, I'm sure, will delight everybody of the Northamptonshire persuasion. 50 off 81 balls with 8 fours for Lewis McManus. 366 for 9. Coles in round the wicket, bowls to Tremaine, who, flushed with success in the previous over, has smashed that back over the bowler's head for 4. And again, the Northamptonshire dressing room thoroughly enjoying this, or the balcony, I should say. 370 for 9. It's the sort of day where you won't want to be hiding inside the dressing room and just coming out to the door and applauding if you feel you have to, because it's so outside. It's lovely sunny lunchtime, just past midday here in Hove, and here's Coles in bowls, and Tremaine is pushing forward back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler. So 370 for 9. Tremaine on 21 off just 16 balls. Here's Coles in, bowls to him short, tries to cut and just gets a bottom edge into the ground. Simpson round from behind the stumps to tidy up. Couple of balls left in the over, and Coles just checking on his field. They're bringing Long on up into the ring, or the hypothetical ring anyway. And here's Coles in again, bowls to Tremaine, who's gone for a big swing on the leg side, just lands in front of the man at deep square. So they're going to go through for a single. Tremaine is 22, Northamptonshire 371 for 9. McManus back on strike for the last ball of the over. And fielders just getting themselves sorted out. Jaden Seals going down on the 45 at backward square leg. As Coles is in, bowls to McManus, who's gone for the hit. It's skewed up in the air. He's going to be caught. He is caught. Coming in at backward point. Good catch there by Tom Alsop. And so, well, nice, neat and tidy. That's the end of the innings. Northamptonshire all out for 371. McManus last out. Caught Alsop. Bowled Coles for 50, leaving Chris Tremaine unbeaten on 22. Northamptonshire 371 all out. And Coles finishing with 13 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 45. I'll just quickly canter through the other bowling figures for you. Ollie Robinson 22 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 67. Jaden Seals 26 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 86. Finn Hudson-Prentice 15 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket, 38. Danny Lamb 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 47. Jack Carson 24 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 80. Just the 1 over for Tom Haynes on the first day for 1 run. And James Coles 13 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 45. There were 18 extras, 10 no balls, 1 wide, 7 leg byes. Northamptonshire all out for 371 in 117 overs dead. McManus 50 off 82 balls with 8 fours. Chris Tremaine not out, 22 off 19. 371 all out, and I'll hand you back to Adrian Harms with the Sussex Cricket Chair John Philby alongside me.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Andrew, helps if you turn your microphone up, Adrian. Let's just get John sorted out so we can get his headset in place. So, actually thinking about it, Northants really got a move on this morning. Those 79 runs they scored came in a little over the hour. So good response from Northamptonshire this morning. But as you say, Andrew, very good to welcome the Sussex Cricket Chair, John Philby, to the commentary box. Hello, John.
Hello, Adrian.
Let me just get your microphone a little closer to you, and then I think we can hear you okay. Good to see you.
Thank you.
And this is not just a forum for people to talk about Sussex cricket. John is I don't know how many other cricket chair come and talk to the spectators, or talk to our listeners, I should say. But you know, if you're a Northamptonshire fan, if you're a cricket fan, it's your opportunity to get some questions into someone who's really at the sharp end of cricket in this country. That's John Philby, who is the Sussex Cricket chair. Now, before we start, John, there's a vicious rumour going around Hove this morning that you did a bit of a rain dance about 4 o'clock yesterday, so you could slide off to the Amex and watch the football. Is really truth in that rumour, or is that nonsense?
There's no truth in the rain dance rumour, but I did go to the Amex. I had always been planning to go, and I left the ground at about 10 to 4, and I think play stopped at a ball or two after I left.
Yeah, it did.
So I'm sorry about that, but I don't think it's connected with the fact that I headed off to watch the Albion play against Arsenal.
Well, we'll forgive you that. You're a season ticket holder.
Thank you, I am.
So I think you're allowed to go watch.
I'm a season ticket holder of Hove as well, so.
Wonderful. Just a couple of things to mention, because I've got a lot of questions have come in for you. The Brighton Marathon today, and I saw
Yes.
that Abby Sakandi, formerly of this parish, is running as well, John. So good to see.
Abby's running, and Holly Colvin is also running.
Right.
Holly is a vice president of Sussex Cricket, famously made her debut for England as a 15-year-old in an Ashes Test here in 2005 against the Australians, and she's running for a combination of the Cricket Without Boundaries charity and a cancer charity that she's supporting.
Yeah, and Abby was telling me that he's running in a toilet costume, he was telling me, and it's fundraising strategy, raising awareness for public health work in his mother's memory.
His mother was a very eminent figure in public health, and sadly she died 3 or 4 years ago, and it's wonderful that Abby's able to keep her memory alive in that way, and yeah, she was a great woman.
Yeah, she was, and well done, Abby, for running.
Absolutely. Well done, Abby and Holly.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we are, people pounding the streets of Brighton today. So good to see you, John. We've got a few questions for you, which I'll get to in a moment. But if I could just ask you one, first of all, which has caused quite a lot of correspondence over the first 2 days, is the decision by Sussex not to use floodlights this season. Could you just clarify why that is? And also, a few people have said, does that mean, as we haven't used them in this game, that that's it for the season now?
It is it for the season. The decision, we are required by the ECB to make a decision each year about the use of floodlights, and for the last several seasons we have used floodlights. Whilst other counties haven't all done, I don't think Glamorgan have used them for a few years. They're not using them this year. Worcestershire don't have any floodlights. It's a multifaceted issue, this one, Adrian. It's not a straightforward, simple, oh, shall we put the floodlights on and pay the money and see what extra cricket we can get. There's a whole raft of different factors. The first thing is, cricket is designed to be played, first-class cricket is designed to be played with a red ball in the sunshine, and red ball cricket under floodlights is rubbish. The advantage to bowlers is significant, and it's not really the way for the game to be played. So that's the first factor in the decision. The second factor in the decision is that the rules for when you can and can't play with the lights on mean that there's only certain conditions in which the floodlights make a difference, and we don't think that those conditions prevail very often. So we have to turn the floodlights on half an hour before the umpires want them to be used. So the umpires have to make a guess as to when the floodlights are going to be needed. They give us half an hour's notice, we turn them on, and at that point it costs £150 an hour for the floodlights to be on. There's a brief...
Sorry, £150 an hour?
That's the cost.
Wow.
of the floodlights. And once you've turned them on, you can't turn them off. We don't have LED lights here, which many of the big test match grounds do have. And the cost of LED lights, to change our floodlights to LED, would be roughly £1 million. I just asked Ian Waring that question a few minutes before I came on air. It would cost us about £1 million, and then you could have some floodlights that you could just turn on and off and they would work perfectly. Once you've used the floodlights during a day, they have to stay on for the whole day, which means if you turn them on at 12 o'clock in the morning because the umpires have seen a cloud coming over, you have to keep them on all day, and that's 6 or 7 hours at £150 an hour, and it gives you a couple of hours, a couple of overs extra cricket. So we think the issue is far, far bigger than just turning on the floodlights and turning them off. This game this morning should have started at 10:30. It was beautiful sunshine. There's time to be made up, and those are the types of things that we'll be campaigning for. The other thing about the lights and the use of the lights is once the floodlight takes over from the natural light, then the umpires take you off anyway. So Paul Farbrace and the players think that the average day where the floodlights are turned on, you get 3 to 5 extra overs. That's all. And that's it's 3 to 5 overs of not great cricket. It's costing up to £1,000 a day to do it. We think that the benefits are very, very small, and we would rather work on other issues like making sure that you start earlier in April. We start at 10:30 in September. We should be starting at 10:30 in April. The first 2 evenings of this game have both finished early because of light. Admittedly, on the first day it was raining at 10:30, and we wouldn't have been able to start. But so those are the issues really. The benefits of the floodlights being on are incredibly marginal, and the cost and the quality of the cricket that you get in return, we don't think. We are trying really hard. You can tell from our ground, we're doing absolutely everything we can to make this the best professional elite cricket environment that we can, and a bit of floodlit cricket under with the red ball isn't something that helps with that. So the other thing to say is it's a decision for this year. Your initial question was, is it going to be, is the decision made for this year? Yes, it is. We're required to tell the ECB. Next year we'll make the decision again, and we will have reviewed this season. We'll see what the impact is. We'll see whether the people who say, oh, you're going to lose loads and loads of cricket. We don't believe that we do lose lots of cricket. And we will consider the £1 million investment to switch to LED lighting. But at the moment, there's a lot of other ways that we can spend £1 million better than doing that.
Just coming back.
I hope that explains it. I hope people understand. Please, it's not a purely financial decision at all. It's much more nuanced than that.
Right. There was a member who stopped me yesterday around the ground, and he said, well, I think there's a gentleman who scores over in the Spain Karma Pavilion. He said,
Randy Baldwin,
right,
I should
okay.
think, yeah.
Well, they reckon there was 129 overs last season. So they reckon it's more than a few overs, John.
That's 129 overs that were played under lights. That's not 129 overs where the lights were making a difference. So, as I said before, the umpires have to guess when they want us to turn the lights on. The fact that the lights are on doesn't mean that they were needed to be on. It means that the umpires think, and once they're on, they stay on. So it also doesn't mean that that whole 129 overs, some of those would have been before the lights were needed, and some of them would have been after the lights were needed. So we don't really know the exact number of overs, but it might be as many as 40 or 50 in the whole season.
What I'm going to do actually, John, I'm just as the Northants players make their way out onto the field, Sussex about to resume the rings, I'm just going to turn your headset round. So I'm going to put it on a different way. Oh, that's better. Let's put it around that way. There we go.
Thank you.
Ah, that's better. I could hear it brushing against your clothing.
Oh, right.
But now we can't, which is good news. So the Sussex openers are making their way out to the middle. I guess we have to say the new opening partnership. They did open together last year. Tom Clark and Tom Haynes. Ali Orr played a little bit towards the season. He's now moved down the coast to Hampshire, and it will be Clark and Haynes who are going to open their batting on the most lovely afternoon as it is now here at Hove. Northamptonshire out for 371, 4 wickets for Jayden Seals. You must be very pleased with your overseas coming in, and I thought he looked very good, John.
Yeah, I mean, he's a proper international bowler, isn't he? He's a young man. He's also fitting really, really well into the group. They really enjoy having him in the team, and yeah, he had a very impressive debut, didn't he?
Can I just ask, in terms, because someone else asked a question, John Simpson got his cap here on Friday morning. It's going to be Ben Sanderson who's going to open the bowling, so we will natter in between deliveries. John, you know the way we operate, and Sanderson is on his way, coming into bowl to Tom Clark. He's in a bowls, and Clark lets that go outside the off. There's an ooh and an ah taken by McManus, and there is no run. So John Simpson was capped because he's the club captain, I guess. Or is that sort of disgrace? Because Jayden Seals didn't get a cap, but I always thought when overseas players arrived they were capped, or am I completely talking nonsense?
No, you're talking. That's exactly right. There was a time where players like Fahim Ashraf, are capped by Sussex.
Sanderson in bowls. Clark plays down the onside of the
Mohammed
over.
Sami's capped by Sussex. James Taylor, who played one match against the Australians, is capped by Sussex. And when we were reviewing how caps are awarded, we thought that we needed to be a bit more careful about it, how we issued caps. So Jayden will be capped at the point at which he's made a significant contribution to Sussex cricket.
Oh, I think that's right. I like that.
Yeah.
In comes Sanderson. In bright sunshine, bowls to Clark, and Clark plays nicely through the offside, and there's his first runs of the season to Tom Clark. Pushes that one through the covers, and Sussex go to 1 without loss. We'll come to some of the questions in a moment. Just a couple of other questions I would like to ask you, John. And one we have discussed here in the box this week is this decision that's imminent about the women's game.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm right in calling it a women's franchise, but 8 are up for grabs. I know Northamptonshire have bid. I know that Sussex have bid. When can we expect a decision on that, and how important is that decision in terms of who gets those franchises, if you get my drift, John? Sanderson is on his way. He's got 3 slips go down, and he's in and bowls, and Tom Haynes defends back down the track. There is no run.
Well, it's very important to us, and it's very important to Northamptonshire and to the other counties. So people will know that women's cricket has been regional for a few years. Professional women's cricket has been introduced into this country for the first time, and there have been 8 regional teams. And what they've found is they've found it quite tricky to create identities.
Sanderson again. The clear blue skies here at home. Bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is forward, plays it to backward point. There is no run.
They haven't really been able to create identities, and they have to double up overheads such as marketing support and the use of grounds and all sorts of other things. And therefore the decision's taken that they'll create 8 professional women's teams. You're right, they're not franchises, they are professional women's teams. And the 18 first-class counties and the MCC were invited to make a bid for those, and some criteria were set, and Sussex submitted a 27-page document to the ECB backing up our bid, and about 3 weeks ago we went to Lords to give a presentation.
In comes Sanderson bowls to Haynes, who's beaten outside the offside. Good delivery by Ben Sanderson. End of the opening over. Sussex 1 without loss. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex and Northampton. Adrian Harms here in conversation with the Sussex Cricket Chair, John Philby. So you made your presentation.
So we made the presentation, and it was very well received, and we were very pleased with what we said. We thought we'd represented ourselves extremely well. There are a number of reasons why we strongly believe that Sussex is the ideal venue for one of the women's teams. Not least the fact that if you look over towards deep extra cover, there's a building that's going to become the only women's pavilion on any first-class cricket ground in the UK. We think that's a thing of real strength. Women here who play at Hove will not have to cope with smelly urinals and other bits of men's things that are around the place. They will have their own purpose-built change rooms. There'll be a home and away dressing room in there. There'll be a medical room, and there'll be team meeting rooms. We think it's just about the best venue on the ground for a pavilion. We're really pleased with that. So we think we have a very good case for that. The bids are being evaluated at the moment.
Michael Finnan is opening the bowling from the C end of the ground. Bowls to Clark, who nudges that one. It's fielded by Gully, a slight misfield. Never run on a misfield, but the ball had run far enough away from the Gully fieldsman for Tom Haynes, who was at the non-strikers end, to call Clark through, and Clark gets his second run. Sussex go to 2 without loss. So a decision is expected when, John?
I think it's Thursday, April the 18th. So you will probably read about it first in the Daily Telegraph. You probably won't hear about it first from us.
Why are we here in the Telegraph?
Well, because that's how these things work. It'll be leaked by somebody, and that's how we'll find out.
Finnan bowls to Haynes. Once inside the off stump, no run. Sorry, John.
Yeah. So, and once that's happened, we're very hopeful that the ECB and the bid panel will support our bid and our application, and we'll be talking about that, whatever the outcome, in the week after. I look forward perhaps coming back during the Gloucestershire game, Adrian, and talking to you about that.
In terms of geographically where Sussex are based, you've got Hampshire just along the coast with the Aegeus Bowl, you've got the Oval up in South London, you've got Lords. I guess there's a lot of competition as in comes Finnan and Bowles to Haynes. Short pulled away by Tom Haynes, his first boundary of the season. In fact, has that gone all the way for 6? No, he's gone for 4. I didn't see it bounce. Nice shot by Haynes, too short from Finnan, and Haynes pulling it away over mid-wicket for 4 runs. And what I mean by that is, John, that obviously you've got the bigger counties, in inverted commas. They've got the 100, they've got the test grounds. How important do you think it is that the ECB has seemed to be supporting other counties in this as well? I mean, I'm not advocating a county who doesn't deserve it gets one of these teams, but I just wonder if that it would almost send the wrong signal if Sussex or Northamptonshire don't get one of these teams. In comes Finnan, Bowles, and Haynes is forward plays into the
Well, I'm
covers
delighted that you're making that point, Adrian. I don't think I need to amplify it any further. It's clear, isn't it, that the grounds such as Southampton and the Oval have already got plenty of cricket. They have test matches, they have one-day internationals, they have the T20 Blast, they have the 100, they have women's internationals. Good old Northamptonshire and Sussex have the county championship and the Blast. And we have the capacity at our grounds to treat the women, to provide the women professional cricketers.
In comes Finnan Bowles. Haynes smashes that one over. That's going to be a second boundary of the over. One of Tom Haynes' favourite shot, backward of square on the offside. The ball races away for 4 runs. Haynes very quickly onto 8. Sussex 10 without loss.
This ground and the ground at Northampton have the capacity to provide extra cricket, not only for our members and supporters, but also for other people in Sussex. The women's 100 will continue to be at Hampshire, and in my view, the women's professional cricket should be played at Hove. That will enable people in Hampshire to watch women's elite cricket and people in Sussex to watch elite women's cricket. It's pretty straightforward, really.
Finnan is on his way. Bowles to Haynes, and Haynes is going to pick up his 3rd boundary of the over. That's a lovely shot. He's been waiting all winter to play a shot like that, Tom Haynes. Over pitched, he drills the ball through the covers. Michael Finnan's conceded 3 boundaries.
Adrian, you make a very good point about him waiting all winter. He's not only been waiting all winter, but he's been working incredibly hard all winter, and he's very focused. And that over, you saw 3 completely different shots, didn't you? He's determined to have a good year.
We'll come back to the women's game. Just a couple of emails that have come in. Greetings from Sydney in Australia. We've had people literally, I'm not kidding, all over the world listening to our commentary this week. And this is from Mark Tremaine, who is Chris's uncle. And he says, greetings from Sydney, Australia. Looking forward to following the fortunes of Northamptonshire in general, and Chris Tremaine in particular, over the next few games via the live stream. That's Mark Tremaine, who is Chris's uncle. So lovely to hear from you. Thanks very much for getting in touch. And it's Ben DeSantis who comes running in down the hill, but aborts his run-up. And just finally coming back to that women's decision, John, I mean, how important as well is it in terms of English cricket as well, just the perception that this decision might give if a Sussex or Northamptonshire don't get this?
It's crucial as far as I'm concerned. I don't really need to say any more about that, Adrian. You've made the point extremely well. And the idea that you create 8 superpowers that have all the top cricket, that is not how the player pathway in English cricket is best served.
Sanderson in Bowles to Clark, who plays it out into the covers, and there is no run. So thank you for that. Let's get through to some of the questions because people have sent in. Now, some of the questions are about team selection and players who have come in. I think that's a little unfair to put those to John.
I don't mind. I'll give them all a go, Adrian.
Because a lot of those are really, Paul Farbrace's, and they are a bit Sussexy. So I'll keep them.
It's up to you. I'll answer anything.
Thank you. I said you would. Sanson in Bowles to Clark, who's struck on the thigh, but the ball bounces in front of him, and there is no run. So Stephen Worthing says, enjoying the commentary from you and Radders. Can I ask John, after Chris Wright decided not to join, why wasn't another seam bowler signed? If any injuries happen, he's questioning whether some of the backup bowling is up to the mark. He mentions particularly Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt.
Well, Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt and Ari Carvelis are not playing in this game, and all 3 of them are bowling better than they've ever bowled in their lives, and they're raring to go, and the opportunities will come.
In comes Sanderson, Bowles to Clark, who plays that nicely off the hip down to fine leg fielded in front of us by Michael Finnan. One more to the total. Sussex go to 15 without loss. So thank you for that. Teddy's been in touch. We saw on Friday that Matt Pryor was on the ground. He presented John Simpson with his county cap. So a question, has Pryor come back into the Sussex family? Because Matt's been quite outspoken about some of the issues around Sussex over the last, I don't know, year, 18 months or so, as in comes Sanderson around the wicket and bowls, and Haynes plays to short extra, there is no run.
Matt's always been part of the Sussex cricket family. What he chooses to say about Sussex cricket is his business, but we are absolutely delighted that he came back to the ground on Friday. He didn't only come on Friday, he came again yesterday as well. So we're hoping to see him more here. He'll no doubt catch up with our new Chief Executive, Pete Fitzboyden, and there'll be various chats and conversations, I'm sure, but Matt is a very important part of Sussex cricket's history, and we were really pleased to see him.
Sanderson in bowls to Haynes, who plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. We'll talk about Pete Fitzboyden in a moment's time. Teddy also says he's still not received his membership pack. Is that something that's been general, or...?
I'm very surprised to hear that. I got mine about 2 weeks ago, and I thought that everybody had received them. If he wants to drop me an email, then I'll chase that up for him.
That's very kind. What's your email address, John?
john.philby@sussexcricket.co.uk.
So thank you for that. There we are. Get all the information out here as in comes Sanderson in bright sunshine around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who's forward and punches it through the covers. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here. Is Tom Haynes. He goes to 14 and Sussex to 17 without loss, in response to the Northamptonshire total this morning of 371. A very fine half century by Lewis McManus, who made exactly 50, and Ben Sanderson with a hard hit little cameo at the end of 27. It is the end of the third over, and Sussex are 17 without loss. Elliot's been in touch. He says, question for John Philby, please. Has there ever been any thoughts about introducing the student ticket? I'm 20 and attended day one of a match with 5 mates as entry was free. We all had a great afternoon, sat on the deck chairs watching cricket with numerous bottles of wine flowing. However, if we wanted to attend another day's play, it will cost us £20 each, which we can't cough up. A student discount would be a 5 or 10 for a day's play would massively increase incentive to go. I don't think I can get away with an under-18s membership for a third year in a row, says Elliot. In comes Finnan bowls to Clark, who nudges that one down to fine leg. He's picked up one, he'll look for 2, but it isn't there. Throw comes in, I think that's Ben Sanderson all the way down there. It's a single to Clark, he goes to 4, and Sussex to 18 without loss.
Well, it's good to hear that Elliot had a good day on Friday with his mates here. Pete Fitzboyden will be looking at all sorts of different ways to enable more people to come to watch Sussex, and student memberships or student tickets may well be one of them. But thanks for the feedback, that's really helpful.
In comes Finnan again, bowls and clipped away by Clark to mid-wicket. We'll have an update to do to our listeners in Kent and Sussex in a moment. Any of these emails, John, actually, I just wonder that one in particular there, would it be helpful to forward that on to you? Just in terms of
by all means.
And perhaps you could get in touch and let me know whether you're happy. I mean, we have to be so careful about sending emails on Elliot, but could you just drop me a line and let me know if you're happy to send that email on to John, because that might be useful for John, rather than trying to remember what you said and sending it on to the new chief exec, who we'll talk about in a few moments time. I'll just natter away, John, because I've got this update to do to our listeners in Kent, Surrey and Sussex. In comes Finnan bowls and driven by Tom Haynes slightly across the line. He was looking to play that through extra cover, but he was rather squared up. And in fact, that was a no ball, I think. I just wait for the... Here we are. Yeah, it was a no ball. And Sussex go to 20 without loss on a lovely sunny day. If you're just joining us, I'm Adrian Harms. The rest of our commentary team, Andrew Radd and Liam O'Brien, here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Northampton. And I'm talking to the Sussex Cricket Chair, John Philby. If you'd like to join our conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Finnan bowls to Haynes, who's struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal, which is turned down, and Finnan wanders back to his mark ruefully with his hand on his chin. Or you could tweet us at Old Man Rad. I know that's a Twitter feed that Northamptonshire supporters are fairly, well, totally know. RADD, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport. Yes, indeed they are. It's the most glorious day. There's not a cloud in the sky here at home, or very few, that is. It is a bit blowy here, but Sussex have made a good start in response to the Northamptonshire total of 371 all out. They're currently 24 without loss. Tom Haynes is on 18. Tom Clark is on 4. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Kent have taken an early wicket. Kent making 284 yesterday in reply. Somerset are 67 for 1 in reply. And up at Old Trafford, looks like they may well be on now at Old Trafford. They had an early delay because of poor weather. Surrey 11 without loss in reply to the Lancashire total of 202 all out. Finnan is in bowls and beats Ames outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So let's go back to the questions for. And as I say, this isn't a Sussex fest. You know, if you're a cricket supporter, you want to get your views to John, please do so. This one is from Bob Pook, who's in Hastings, who says, enjoying the commentary once again, things are looking promising for Sussex this year. Could you please clarify the position with regard to the various overseas players for this season, or perhaps ask John Philby to do so later? If Seals bowls too well, he may get selected for the West Indies Test squad this summer. Well, he certainly bowled well here today. In comes Finnan, bowled short, clubbed away by Haynes. There's already a man set back on the deep backward point boundary, and Haynes goes to 1925 without loss. So just run through who's coming and when they come, John, if you can.
Overseas players?
Yes.
So Pujara's Cheteshwar has arrived and will be available to play next Friday in the match at Leicestershire, and then the following 5 matches after that, so 6 in total. There are 7 rounds of county championship cricket in the early part of the season, and during those rounds it'll be Pujara and Jayden Seals will be our overseas bowlers. Jayden is going to stay and be available for 2 or 3 of the initial T20 games. Pujara will go home at the end of the first round of county championship.
In comes Ben Sanderson, bowls to Haynes. Just to clip that through, wicket struck on the pad. There is no run.
And they will then be replaced by Nathan McAndrew, who was hugely successful last year and will be available from the start of the T20, and Daniel Hughes, who is hugely experienced Australian, plays for New South Wales. He's had a very good year in all forms of cricket. We're really looking forward to having him here. And he will be available then for the rest of the season, T20 and Championship.
Comes Sanderson, beats Haynes outside the off-stump. That was a good delivery by Sanderson through to keeper McManus, and there is no run. Julian has been in touch.
Can I just finish that off, Adrian? So McAndrew will then be available until the final round of 5 county championship matches, when he will be replaced by Jaydev Unadkat. So McAndrew will be going back to prepare for the Australian season. Unadkat will arrive. He was very successful at the end of last year with us. And what we're trying to do with our overseas players is create a core of Sussex overseas cricketers.
Sanderson in bowls to Haynes, who's forward, placed to mid-off, and there is no run.
That we can call on at different times of the year. Most overseas players are not available for the whole year because they can't play cricket the whole year round, and so we feel that's a really good way to work. And particularly, you know, McAndrew and Pujara are really good examples of how we've done that. Seals was due to come last year, and rather than find a different overseas bowler, we've gone for him this year, and we hope we can have a long-term relationship with him too.
Sanderson in bowls to Haynes again, who was looking to play the well on the offside. He got rather squared up, and the ball ended up going through square leg for a single. So a moral victory for the bowler. Haynes goes to 20, and the total to 26 without loss. Thank you for clarifying that, John. Julian has been in touch. He says, does having county cricket matches on a Saturday and Sunday have a detrimental effect on corporate hospitality bookings? Companies would prefer to have a work day at the cricket rather than a weekend, which eats into their own time. He also mentions the floodlights, which I think we've covered off, Julian, but good question there. Corporate hospitality.
It's a good question.
Break off as Sanderson is in and bowls, and Clark defends to mid-on. There is no run.
It is a good question. We hope that the fact the games starting on Fridays mean that there is a day when organisations can bring along customers. I think that the truth about the corporate hospitality market is, though, that in this modern, in the new era, corporate hospitality of that type is much less freely
what a shame as well.
Advantaged. Yeah, it is a shame.
In comes Sanderson and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays it down the offside of the track, no run. I'm not advocating people turning up and having a load of beer or wine, but it does seem a bit of a shame, doesn't it?
Yes, but it nonetheless is
the reality.
That is the reality of it. So we're having to find different ways to do that. There's also the point about it has a bit of an impact on recreational cricketers who love coming to Hove, but on a Saturday and sometimes a Sunday as well, they're playing recreational cricket. So this again is another one where there's no perfect answer. But actually, the idea that we all know what the format for the first 7 weeks of this season are, that you can come on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday and enjoy county cricket, I think it's good that there's at least a clear pattern to it.
New over. Michael Finnan comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays a lovely looking shot, but they've got that sweeper now on the cover boundary, saves Zabe all the way down there. One more to Haynes, he goes to 21, the total 27 without loss. So thank you for your question, Julian. Mark has been back in touch from Australia, and he says, it was interesting to hear John Philby talk about starting early as an option for making up lost time from previous days' play. Coming from Australia, this is the most common option for first-class cricket games here, and as John said, it would seem to be more productive time to play, getting away from losing time for bad light. In comes Finnan bowls to Clark, who plays down the offside of the track, no run. Finnan fields. I mean, I totally agree with what you said. I mean, I think this is about starting at 11 o'clock. I mean, half the day's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, is there something I've got visions of you, being at Lord's and all sitting around a big long table and the county chairs there, you sort of banging your fist saying, come on, let's change some of these rules, because they do seem slightly antiquated.
I'm not really a fist banger,
Aren't you?
but you are right. You are right. There are meetings where we do sit around a big table at Lord's, and I will be talking about that at some point. Yes.
Finnan in bowls.
Definitely.
Plays to the offside now. Is it sort of like a big mahogany table, or are you in the long room, or are you in a committee room?
No, the ECB have their headquarters at Lord's, just behind the nursery end, and there's a fairly modern office block there.
Oh right, that's a shame.
Meetings are held there, not in the pavilion.
No, I thought they'd be in the
From
pavilion.
time to time, there are meetings held in the Warner stand. It's quite
right.
Generally, they're at the ECB headquarters. Also, we do go around the country, so the next meeting is in Cardiff.
Right. In comes Finnan's bowled a much better line now after seeing those 3 boundaries, and there is no run. And just when you're in those meetings, John, because I've people listening are saying, what a great idea to start at 10:30. Does that sort of thing get discussed around the chairman, and they say, yeah, they're the chairs, and they say, yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
I mean,
yes.
I think that's a really good idea. Is that anywhere near?
Yes, that's how it works. There's actually a representative group of 6 chairs who represent the views of the chairman, and I'm one of those 6, and we feed ideas and thoughts in to the ECB through that group.
In comes Finnan bowl wide, clubbed away. Having said he bowled a better over, that's clubbed away by Tom Haynes through cover for 4 runs. He's looking a little expensive here. Tom Clark, I'm sorry, rather more expensive. Clark goes to 8 and the total to 31 without loss. Who are the other 5 members of that board? Are you able to say?
It changes quite frequently, but currently Phil Collins, who's the vice chair of Durham, Richard Sykes, who's the chair of Middlesex, Andy Anson, who's the chair of Lancashire, Ollie Slipper, who's the chair of Surrey, and Gavin Warren, who's well known to the Northamptonshire members, and actually also Mark McCafferty, the chair of Warwickshire. So we've got 7 of us at the moment.
Finnan is in bowls to Clark, who defends down the offside of the track. There is no run, end of an expensive over, and Finnan is, well, actually 5 off this over, but 3 overs 0 for 26 for Michael Finnan. Sussex are 31 without loss. If you just joined us, very good afternoon. Welcome to Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation with John Philby, the Sussex chair of the Northamptonshire supporter, saying, "Where is Radders?" Well, he's here, but he'll be talking to us after well, probably after lunch, I'd imagine. We've got John with us, so we want to utilise our time with John. But Andrew Radd is with us. Liam O'Brien, disability cricketer for England, is with us as well, and we'll talk about that in a few moments' time as well. But we've got John with us. If you want to join our conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, tweet @oldmanrad or at BBC Sussex. In comes Sanderson, bowls to Haynes, who defends on the offside, and there is no run. Joe Hurst has been in touch. We did cover this on the press day on Tuesday. Paul Farbrace spoke about Jofra Archer. The question is, what's happening with Jofra this season? Well, Paul made it very clear he won't be playing any red ball cricket before the T20 World Cup, which is in the Caribbean starting in June. I watched Jofra bowl here actually on Tuesday. There was a warm-up practice and he looked to be in fine fettle, and Paul did say, together with James Kirtley, that Jofra's bowling with good pace, but I know he's now gone back to the Caribbean, John, as in comes Sanderson and bowls, and Haynes plays on the onside, and there is no run. I mean, that's a fair summary, and I guess they just have to see how Jofra's fitness works out.
It's fair. Rob Key actually did an interview about Jofra this week, and I think he's made it clear that Jofra's not going to play in any red ball cricket for Sussex or England this season. That this year is all about white ball cricket, that they believe that they can get 5 or 6 more great years out of Jofra as a top flight international bowler, and that he's best served by going gently this year with white ball.
Sanderson in and bowls. Haynes plays into the offside, and there is no run. And just very briefly on Jofra as well. And I was sitting around the group. Paul Farbrace said what a terrific influence he was on the players out on the Indian tour as well. And Jofra always looks very happy when he's here at home. I don't know if Jofra's got a happy place, but I don't know. I get the feeling it is here. You know.
I completely agree. Jofra's very much part of our Sussex cricket family. He lives just across the road from the ground. He's always here whenever he's in Sussex, and we're really proud of him and giving him every support.
Sanderson in bowls to Haynes. I don't think that was a drop. I think that was a bump ball fielded in the covers, and there is no run. Sussex 31 without loss. Aryan has been in touch. We have talked about this, Aryan. It was the first question to John. Aryan says, I must admit I was very disappointed at the decision last night not to use the floodlights during the final session. Could John outline some of the sums involved in the decision not to use them in the championship? Well, I think John has said £150 an hour when the lights go on. They have to stay on for the day.
Can I just clarify that having to stay on? The reason they have to stay on is not a rule.
In comes Sanderson bowls. Haynes drives. Oh, that's a glorious shot. Beautiful shot. Over pitched. Haynes drills that away through extra cover for 4 runs. He goes to 25 and Sussex to 35.
The reason they have to stay on is because of the type of lights that we have, and you can't turn them off and turn them back on again easily. So that's why they have to stay on.
Jonathan has been in touch. Jonathan up in Horsham, thank you for getting in touch. Hi guys, great day on Friday, but so disappointed that the museum was closed. I brought a friend to the county ground and would have been perfect to spend an hour there in the ground. Was made ready for the 3 o'clock start. An own goal on day 1, he says. Why was this? Well, I could probably answer that in some way.
I can definitely answer it.
Jonathan, as in comes Sanderson and bowls. Haynes drives back to Sanderson, no run. You go first. End of the over, let me give you the score. That's why we're here. 35 without loss. Haynes 25. Clark is on 8. Ben Sanderson 4 very tidy overs. 4 overs, 0 for 9.
Every year we open the museum using important former players. This year we invited the Lennon family. They were available on Saturday, and we gave our museum volunteers an extra day to prepare the exhibition. I'm sorry that it wasn't open on Friday, but we had a wonderful opening ceremony yesterday. There were 90 people in the museum when the museum was opened, and Jonathan, whenever you come back, I'll be very pleased to give you a personal guided tour of the museum, so get in contact and let me know. We'll do that.
There we go. How about that? So if you want to drop John an email, remind us of your email address again. As in comes a change of bowl again. It is going to be Tremaine, who beats Clark outside the off stump with his first delivery. Does Chris Tremaine. Just remind us of your email address, John.
john.philby@sussexcricket.co.uk.
There we are, Jonathan. So drop John a line. Teddy's been back in touch. He says, hi, John. I haven't received my membership pack, and he's dropped us his address. So
I'll follow that up.
I'll pass it on to John. Also, just to say to John, good luck for the season to the team. If we get promotion after the final game, I'm happy to give a free celebration DJ set to the county for a couple of hours. Wow, have you heard of Teddy the DJ?
Yeah, I know Teddy the DJ.
Do you? In comes.
He did the
Tremaine
DJ.
Bowles.
He was the DJ at my 50th birthday party.
Oh, was he? There we go then. So we might have a bit of dancing if Sussex get promoted.
Be great, wouldn't it?
We've got Norman Cook, we've got Teddy Wormsley,
Yeah.
got it all down in Sussex. So there we go. And Jonathan has just given his details, so that's great. In comes, sorry, I'm getting slightly distracted. Chris Tremaine running in from the C end of the ground, Ingham Bowls, and defended by Clark, and there is no run. Jack says, great to hear you all on the stream. How long will it be until we see Bertie Foreman, especially after the impressive winter he had in Australia for Manly? I think someone said on the press day that Bertie's on his way back.
Yeah,
or back.
I think he's back. He'll definitely be playing for the second 11 in the game at Horsham next week, and we're looking forward to seeing him competing for places in the white ball and red ball teams.
In comes Tremaine running away from us. In and bowls to Clark, who drives down the ground. Tremaine fills off his own bowling, and there is no. What a place to play cricket that is, Manly.
Fantastic.
How did Bertie manage that?
Well, I don't know exactly how he got that. I think probably some help from Paul Farbrace in making connections and so on. But Bertie's had a really outstanding winter in Manly. He became, I think, only the 6th ever Englishman to win the Bill O'Reilly medal. We're really proud of Bertie. We're proud of Bertie as well as James Coles and Jack Carson and Archie Lenham.
In comes Tremaine Bowles, and we sit on the pad, and he's down on one knee, is Chris Tremaine, imploring the umpire to give him out, but Clark survives. That looked close.
Probably pitched outside leg stump, didn't it? But I can't see that from here. So, but we're really proud of our 4 young spinners. We're really looking forward to working with them. I think one very important thing to say about our approach to overseas players this year is we haven't recruited an overseas spinner. We haven't recruited an overseas spinner for the T20 competition in particular, and therefore you can expect to see at least 2 of those 4, probably 3 of the 4, including Coles, playing in our T20 side.
Tremaine running in. Impressive opening over. In comes and bowls to Tom Clark, who turns it off the hip through square leg. They've picked up one, they'll think about 2. I'm not sure there's a second there. Need to get a bit of a move on Will Tom Clark, but in the end it's a comfortable 2. He goes to 10, Sussex to 37 without lot. An impressive opening over from Chris Tremaine. Xavier has been in touch regarding the floodlights. You're not going to get away with this, John.
No,
He says, all fair points read the cost of lights and the obscure technicalities around the rules, but these have been exactly the same for years and are the inherent costs of playing professional sport. What's changed now? He also says in brackets, how much was the new scoreboard?
the new scoreboard was £80,000, and it was paid for out of our maintenance fund, so we reserve capital money each year to spend on grounds, on projects in the ground, and this year we spent £80,000 on the new scoreboard. Nothing's really changed, but it was the...
In comes Sanderson around the wicket bowls. Haynes defends 2 mid on, and there is no run. In fact, fielded off his own bowling by Sanderson.
Nothing's really changed. I guess it's got a bit more expensive to put the lights on, but we just think that red ball cricket and floodlights don't really go very well together, and that's why we've made this decision.
Oliver has been in touch. He says, good afternoon, Adrian and Radders. I'm enjoying John's observations and was just wondering what John enjoys most about his role and what he finds challenging. More of that in a moment. In comes Sanderson bowls to Haynes. Haynes defends down the track. There is no run. What John enjoys most about his role and what he finds most challenging, and does he anticipate what he enjoys / finds challenging changing over the next 5 years? Cracking match. Cheers, says Ollie. Ollie, thanks very much for getting in touch. So what do you enjoy about your role? What don't you enjoy about your role?
I most enjoy, Adrian, coming to talk to you.
Flattery will get you everywhere. No, come on, seriously. In comes Sanderson and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays down the onside of the track.
I enjoy the whole thing. I love English cricket. I love cricket and English cricket. I think that county cricket is a fantastic force for good in the game, and I think that the amount of time that I spend on cricket is very well rewarded by being able to make a contribution to the ongoing development of county cricket.
And just to confirm, John, this is voluntary. You don't get paid a penny for this, is that right?
No, that's true, yeah.
Wow. In comes Sanderson, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is struck round about the thigh pad. The ball just dribbles in front of him, and there is no run. So, you completely do this in your own time. And this is voluntary. You do it because you love doing it.
I'm also very lucky. I have a wonderful wife, Alison. She works for the Great Western Railway, and she works her socks off as well. And she provides the income into our house that I don't.
Right, okay. Well, and you get an Albion season ticket as well. You're a lucky man. You're like Julian, who goes to the cricket, the football and Plumpton races 3 days in a row. Wow. In comes Sanderson, bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays the ball down the onside of the track. And there is no run. And in terms of your role going forward, because there's a lot of talk around English cricket, John. There's, we're talking about franchise cricket around the world. There's a lot of talk about the future of the championship. Yeah. You've already mentioned the women's teams that are going to be announced shortly. The other bigger teams are going to get bigger at the expense of the smaller teams. Is that something that worries you? Is that something you see as a challenge? Sanderson, give you time to think about that. He's on his way around the wicket and bowls, and Haynes has a little fiddle with one outside the off stump. Through into the gloves of McManus, there is no run. Maiden over from Ben Sanderson, he's bowled very nicely. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 419. Sussex 37 without loss in response to the Northamptonshire score of 371. And if you've just joined us, you're listening to John Philby, the Sussex Cricket Chair, taking all sorts of questions.
No, it doesn't worry me, Adrian. I believe passionately in the player pathway. I really think that the player pathway has probably never been stronger than it currently is. If you look around, the second division used to have some less than good teams in it.
In comes Tremaine running in and bowls, and clipped away by Clark down to fine leg, picks up a single.
And now they're all packed with really exciting young cricketers wanting to make their way in the game. The opportunities for young cricketers has never been better. The Test match game is flourishing in this country, and you've got franchise cricket around the world. These young men and their equivalents in the female game have got fantastic opportunities. It's incumbent upon us in county cricket to continue to provide those opportunities for development of young cricketers, to provide fantastic facilities such as you're looking out on here at Hove, and for that reason Sussex will always be relevant to English cricket.
Tremaine in bowls to Haynes, plays out into the offside, is no run. When does your tenure finish? Not that I want it to finish, I'm not trying to get rid of you.
Next March.
Oh, so you've got another year to go.
So I've got this season, and then there's a possibility of another year after that, but we'll see.
Is it a bit like the company, you get 5 years or 4 years in the States? Oh, I missed something there. Someone cheered. Is it a fixed tenure?
No, there's a fixed tenure of the amount of time you're allowed to be on the board of the county cricket club, and so my 9 years is up next year, and so then I have to leave the board, and therefore I can't be chairman.
Squirted onto the onside by Tom Haynes. He picks up a couple of runs. Sorry, I missed that delivery. Haynes goes to 25, the total to 38 for no wicket. Can they not make an addenda to the Constitution?
There is. It's in the Constitution. They can provide for 1 extra year.
Right.
And goodness knows whether that will happen or not.
Okay. John Malone has been in touch from Bedhill. Bedhill? What's the matter with me? Bexhill, even. He says, isn't it great to have a chairman like John honestly answering questions to the best of his knowledge? Yeah, we are lucky, because there's not too many county chairs will do it. So I know we have a bit of a laugh and a joke, but I do, really appreciate that we have this opportunity. As in comes Chris Tremaine running away from us, bowls to Tom Haynes, who is going to get runs, not quite where he intended. The ball's running down towards the third man boundary, and in fact it's gone all the way to 4. So I think we can call that a streaky 4 to Tom Haynes.
Definitely, he's bowled well, Tremaine, hasn't he, early on? Yeah.
Tom Haynes goes
2 threatening overs.
He goes to 30, 43 without loss. John goes on to say, any chance of asking Tony Bloom, the Albion owner, for a spare £1 million to get the lights here upgraded? You must know Tony, don't you?
Well,
he might even be listening, I don't know.
What I can tell you is that Pete Fitzboyden, who we mentioned a couple of times, has got a meeting with Paul Barber to introduce himself on a week on Monday. And
right.
So our relationship with the Albion, our partnership with the Albion is something that's really important.
In comes Tremaine bowls and played by Clark down the... Come on, Adrian. Haynes down the onside of the track, no run.
And so one of the things about our women's bid is that we believe there's an opportunity for Brighton and Hove to become a centre of sporting excellence for women's sport. We believe that the type of audience that wants to go and watch Brighton and Hove Albion women is very similar to an audience that would want to come and watch Brighton and Sussex women's cricket, and we think there's opportunity to work together with the Albion on the development of women's professional sports in the city, and that would be one of the things on Pete and Paul Barber's agenda.
Excellent. In comes Tremaine, bowls to Haynes, who plays into the offside. There is no run.
And just to finish that off, as far as the Albion, we're really pleased that again this year we'll be having a joint fun day with Brighton and Hove Albion, a community day where the two foundations, the Brighton and Hove Albion Foundation and the Sussex Cricket Foundation, because we're a bit more in the centre of the city than the Amex. They're going to come here on a date in July, and we're going to open the ground up, and we're going to invite people from around the city to come and have a day of cricket and football fun on the outfield here at Hove. So watch out for the details of that as it emerges later in the spring.
Wonderful. 43 without Sussex. 43 without loss are Sussex in reply to the Northants total of 371, and it is Ben Sanderson who's in for his 6th over. Very impressive figures, 5 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 9. Lewis McManus with a very accomplished half-century for Northamptonshire this morning. A little cameo from Ben Sanderson of 27 at the end of the Northamptonshire innings, and Sussex going about their reply solidly so far. John Hurst has been in touch. John, he says, hi Adrian, is anything happening with state school selection for the academy? John, is that something you're aware of, or where the academy works? And it's a big issue, isn't it? You know, getting youngsters from state schools into cricket, and not solely through the private sector. As in comes Sanderson around the wicket, bowls, and Clark defends into the offside. There is no run.
I mean, that's a really important subject. It's something that the game is taking very, very seriously. You will have read announcements this week of a £35 million government investment in cricket, into cricket in state schools. Our player pathway stats are improving. We have better representation this year from state schools than we have in previous years. But
Sanderson again. Bowls, Clark defends down the onside, no run.
But I think it's also important to make the point that to a very large extent cricket provides fantastic social mobility. So if you are a highly talented young cricketer, there is the opportunity to get a bursary, which can be as much as 100% bursary, to one of the 6 or 7 outstanding independent schools in Sussex that provide opportunities for young people to develop cricket skills. And there's countless examples of people in Sussex who've benefited from that.
Sanderson in bowls to Clark, who works over to the offside again without run. Sanderson's got a good nagging line here.
Including several that are on the staff here.
Names?
Well, Daniel Ibrahim is a very good example of that. Tom Haynes he got a scholarship to go to Hurstpierpoint. He was a state school pupil who Hurstpierpoint identified as a highly talented young cricketer, and off he went to Hurst. So there's Tom Clark was a Horsham schoolboy who ended up going to Ardingly for his development. So you can regard that as social mobility should you choose to.
Sanderson bowls to Clark, who's I think they came off a 5-pad and has fielded at second slip. There is no run. This is a good spell from Sanderson, and Sussex will be pleased if they can get through to lunch without losing one of their openers. Currently 43 without loss. Jonathan, who was disappointed the museum wasn't open on Friday has been in touch to say he would love to take up your offer, and he's been in touch with the date, so that's good news. And looking at the museum, the trestle tables are out, and I think the books are for sale over there today.
Well, I'm sure they are. The museum will be open in 5 minutes' time.
In comes Sanderson again, and Clark plays slightly uncomfortably into the gully, and there is no run. End of the over, 43 without loss. A very good afternoon wherever you're listening to your cricket this afternoon here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Northampton. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, in which case you'll see it is the most glorious day. Andrew Radd, the regular Northamptonshire commentator, and Liam O'Brien, who's our third voice for this match, or certainly today and yesterday, will be with us after lunch, which, talking about Liam, leads us nicely into disability cricket. I know very, very important here at Sussex. Just tell us about developments in that area, John.
Well, we've got a really exciting weekend coming up. I think, Liam, will you be involved in that? The game on the, is it the 13th?
No, that's more of a halfway thing.
Yeah, okay. So on that weekend, there's the Discoverability Day, which is the Friday. I think that might be the 11th of May. The 12th of May, we've got a really brilliant cup final.
In comes Tremaine, who's bowled very well. 2 overs, no wicket for 8. Around the wicket bowls to Haynes, who plays firmly to mid off. There is
Our visually impaired team got to the T20 Cup final last year, and it was rained off, and we offered to host it at Hove. So this last season's T20 visually impaired National Cup final is being played at Hove on Saturday the 12th of May. I think the game starts at 1 o'clock, and it would be great to have a big crowd to watch that.
In comes Tremaine running around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Haynes drives. That's a lovely looking shot by Tom Haynes, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Through extra cover, avoids the dive of the fielder, and Haynes picks up another boundary. He's going along very nicely, Tom Haynes. He goes to 34, and Sussex to 47. Without loss.
And then on the Sunday, the D40 team is playing a match here, and that also would be great to see people coming along. So we think it's the first time that a county cricket club's ever put on a full weekend of disability cricket at their home ground. We're really pleased with that, and we're looking forward to a big weekend of cricket.
That's great news. In comes Tremaine running around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Haynes. He's struck on the pad, the ball's going down the leg side, the ball bounces on the leg side. There is no run. Joe's been back in touch about the issue of private schools and state schools, and he goes on to say, how does a private school see your talent if you're going to a state school? Does that very much come through the clubs? I mean, I guess...
Yeah, that is how it works, and also they have scouting systems. They have scouting systems. Yeah, I spent yesterday with Neil Lenham, who's the director of sports at Beeds, and they're aware of all of the talented young cricketers in the county, and they approach the ones that they want to go to Beeds.
Tremaine in and bowls. Haynes forward solidly. Is that a no ball? Yes, it is a no ball.
He's bowled a couple, I think.
2 more add to the total, 49 without loss. Julian's been back in touch. He says, a light-hearted question, have the blue seats in the Shark stand been put back in the wrong place? I don't know what he means by that. I don't know whether it doesn't spell the right thing or not.
It does look rather as if there's a bit of work to be done on that, and hopefully, but the seats have to be cleaned every year, and that.
In comes Tremaine bowls to Haynes, defends down the offside of the
and
track.
That's the process that's underway, and I'm sure it'll spell a perfect Sharks before too long.
We haven't spoken about the new chief executive. We hope to get him up on commentary once he's got his feet under the table. I guess the first question is, why Pete Fitzboyden?
Well, he was the best candidate when we ran the selection process.
Well, that's a good answer, but yeah. Which is, I expected. But what about it? Pete made you want to appoint him? In comes Tremaine running in and bowls, and Haynes defends onto the onside. I guess the first question should be actually, how many people applied for the job? Are you able to tell us?
I think there was about 70 on the long list.
7-0.
7-0.
Wow.
We were then seriously considered about 24. We interviewed 7, and we did a final round of 2, and we chose Pete from the final round of 2.
Okay.
And that process ran through November, December, and into the middle of January. And Pete is a highly experienced chief executive with wide experience across a variety of sports.
Tremaine in lovely sunshine. Isn't it lovely to have a cloudless sky? Comes in, bowls to Haynes, who works this one back to the square on the leg side. They've taken one, they'll think about two. The second really isn't there. And the applause around the ground is for the 50 partnership for the first wicket for Sussex. So a good start for two lads who played their club cricket at Horsham down the years. Tom Haynes on 35, Tom Clark is on 11. It is the end of the over. Tremaine has bowled 3 overs and has taken 0 for 15. We've probably got one more over to go until lunch.
Good. And so as far as Pete's concerned, one of the things is that the period 2025 to 2028 is a new strategic round. So one of Pete's first jobs is to work on consulting around the county on the right strategy for Sussex cricket. Pete will be doing that. He's done that very successfully with Cricket Scotland and with English cycling and badminton, and then in his initial early career in sports centres in and around London. He's very strong commercially, and we're looking forward to working with him on a variety of ideas for the future for Sussex cricket. So we're really pleased to have made this appointment.
Does he live locally, or...?
He doesn't, no. At the moment he lives in Buckinghamshire. He will move in due course, but he's got school-age kids who are
Right. Okay.
in exam periods, so at the moment he's commuting and he's staying down in Sussex 2 or 3 nights each week, working from home 1 day or so.
We've got the obligatory over of spin before lunch, and there's Rob Keogh into the attack bowls.
It
to
spun,
Tom
the
Haynes.
pitch spun, didn't it? Coles and Castle were getting spin.
John Sadler spoke to Radders last night and said there was a bit of spin in the pitch.
Yeah, it's good.
So slip and a short leg as in comes Keogh and bowls, and Haynes plays back down the offside of the track. There is no. We won't get much chance to chat during this over because Keogh does rattle through his overs. Suffice to say, thank you everybody for your questions this morning. In comes Keogh, bowls to Haynes. Oh, I wonder if that was a sharp chance. It would have been. Don't know. I don't think it was, judging by the reaction of the Northamptonshire fielders. It was clipped by Tom Haynes through square leg, and I just thought for a moment it might have carried to square leg, but it went very quickly. And Sussex go to 51 without loss. Tom Haynes goes to 36. 3 balls left before lunch. In comes Keogh again, played the 2 mid-off, and there is no run. And you know, John's going to come and have a natter to us frequently this season. So if I think we got through all the questions today, but if we didn't, as in comes Keogh.
Well, there is the
Clark,
one.
no run.
There's the one about playing cricket on the outfield at lunchtime.
Oh yes.
We haven't discussed that.
Yes, there was. Now, how did you know about that one? Did that?
Well, he put it. Rick Piper.
Why does he call himself Lord Rick?
I think he's.
In comes Keogh.
He's a highly dignified man.
Oh, that's wide from Rob Keogh. Last ball before lunch. Yes, he's because actually, and Andrew picked up on this on Friday. This will be the last ball before lunch. Friday, it's not a wide, and forward comes Clark, plays into the offside. There is no run. It is lunch, and a good response from Sussex, who are 52 without loss. Haynes 36. Clark is on 11. That in response to the Northamptonshire total this morning of 371 all out. 4 wickets for Jaden Seals. A couple for Ollie Robinson, a couple for James Coles, and a very nice 50 from Lewis McManus this morning, easing knots up to that total of 371. Yes, Andrew picked up and was saying how nice it was on Friday to see people going on the outfield.
Particularly given that the outfield was so wet, that shows our level of intent to enable people to come on the outfield as much as possible. I think the simple truth about lunchtimes is lunchtime is now part of the professional cricketers' day. They don't sit in the pavilion having a pie and a pint and a couple of cigarettes. It's part of their routine for some of them to do some bowling, some of them to do some fielding, some sprinting, some fitness work. And if neither team requires the outfield for that purpose, then the outfield will be made available for people to come on and to play at lunchtime. But our commitment is, and as we're speaking, you can see that there's the bowling coach coming down with a Sussex bowler, and that they're going to now do a bowling session, and that mitigates against using the outfield for supporters to come. So we will. Tea time is a much shorter break, and it's not much use to the professionals for development, and therefore that's the time to allow people to come on and play. There will be times where they're not using the outfield for fitness work or whatever it might be, and when that is the case, we'll be allowing people on the pitch.
Final one from me. Any music concerts planned for this summer?
That is a good question, and there are not. We haven't. The market for that has really changed very significantly. I think if you look around the country at venues of our size, there are very few concerts happening at any of the venues. Most of the county. It's Pujara, in fact, is going to be doing some running and fitness work on the outfield, and that's the.
That's the reason.
That's what's happening. So no concert this year. It's another. You can ask Pete when he comes to talk to you. There are some plans in place already for sort of slightly changing the way that we, that we model the concerts. And we're hopeful that in 2025 concerts will be back, because it's a very important part of our business model. We need to have concerts here. But as I say, the market has changed significantly, and if you look around the smaller football stadiums and the smaller cricket grounds, that's just not happening. And here's another group of Sussex people coming down to use the outfield for fitness work. So that's that.
Final question. You're the chair, so it's a Sunday. Does that mean you get Sunday roast when you go over to the pavilion?
You asked me whether I get paid. Actually, I don't get a free lunch, if that's what your question
No,
is.
it isn't.
I will be paying for my lunch, and I can tell it, if everybody's interested, it's cottage pie, and I'm hoping for a bit of ketchup with it.
Wonderful. I love cottage pie with ketchup as well. Thank you, John, and I mean it sincerely. It's really good that you're prepared to come and talk on air, live. Nothing is off the agenda. There's no pre-planned questions. People sending questions, and you answer them very honestly. We can't ask more than that. And I think it's not just good for Sussex cricket. I think it's good for cricket in general, because there's so much going on, and messages from our Northamptonshire supporters and people generally listening. I think it's just really, really good that cricket gets the message out there, and you always answer honestly, and it's much appreciated.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for your questions. Thank you to everybody who's asked questions. If anybody wants to follow any of them up, because some of these things are not completely simple, it's quite difficult to make the points succinctly. I've done my best. Yeah. I think, Adrian, if it's possible, I will come back during the Gloucestershire game to talk about the women's professional bid, and also the stuff around the 100. That's really important, and the proposed sale of teams for the 100. That is going to take up a lot of my time over the next 3 or 4 weeks. It's quite nice that cricket is Friday to Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are working on all those issues, and that's how my next few weeks are going to be.
Well, John, it's great to see you. Look after yourself. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for coming up and talking to us. That's John Philby, who's the chair of Sussex Cricket. Delighted to have him here. So we're going to have a break. We're going to have some lunch. Sussex going for lunch. The score has gone off the scoreboard, which is a little bit annoying. There we are. Let me give you the score at lunchtime. 52 without loss are Sussex. That in reply to Northants 371. And after lunch, Andrew Radd will be back together with Liam O'Brien. But thank you for listening. Thank you for your questions, and we'll speak to you shortly.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to Hove, sunlit Hove. Beautiful afternoon down here on the Sussex coast. A little bit breezy, but the sun's out. A little bit of fair weather, high cloud above us. And we're just about to see the start of the second session of this third day's play in the Division 2 match between Sussex and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire bowled out early on for 371. Sussex went through to lunch at 52 for no wicket. The two Toms, or two of the Toms, Clark and Haynes, looking pretty solid before lunch. And at the start of the session, we've got Safe Zabe bowling his left arm spin round the wicket from this C end, bowling to Tom Haynes, who clipped the first ball to mid wicket, and there's no run. Second ball is a little bit short, and he forces it off the back foot, and he's going to get a single as it's fielded by Rob Keogh, coming round from mid on. So Haynes goes to 37 and Sussex to 53 for no wicket. I'm Andrew Rout from BBC Radio Northampton. Adrian Harms back with us a little bit later on, and joining me on commentary for this first stint, Liam O'Brien. Afternoon again, Liam.
Afternoon.
We were together very early on this morning. Here's Zabe in again, bowls to Clark, plays that defensively back down the pitch. Zabe fields. Good start for Sussex. I thought they played really well before lunch.
Absolutely chanceless, wasn't it? It's their 50 partnership.
Zabe in again, bowls to Clark, who works it into the onside, fielded by Karen Nair, finds himself in there at mid-wicket, and Zabe switches to over the wicket. Interesting they got Zabe into the attack so early. I know John Sadler was saying last night, Northampton's head coach, that he thought spin would have a role to play. He was saying that it had turned, and we saw that. James Coles in particular, I thought, bowled beautifully. Here's Zabe in again. Bowls worked again into the onside, where Nair fields. Rob Keogh. First time this season, one of the great sights of county cricket, the Rob Keogh limbering up routine. It goes on for a while. Here's Zabe in again, bowls, and Clark pushing forward, just squeezes it past the man at forward short leg. They come through for a single. Throw comes in at the half volley to Safe Zabe at the bowler's end. Oh, I think just got the fingertips to it and didn't much enjoy that. Single to each batter in that over then. Sussex 54 for no wicket. Haynes is 37. Clark is 12. Safe Zabe hasn't been used that much in the last couple of seasons, his left arm spin, so it's interesting that he's getting into the attack fairly early on.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to get into a bit of spin, a bit of a tight over, and Sussex were on top, so just as a captain, normally you want to get out, quickly get an over out the way, get back on top and change the momentum, but they're going to go with seam, so this looks like Tremaine is down the hill bowling.
Yes.
I did think he was like the pick of the bowlers as most threatening. Sanderson was very consistent, obviously only going an economy of 1.5, but Finnan was very expensive, and overseas player Tremaine is going to be a big role for them this year, so he's going to come down the hill and straight away on the money, and that's blocked away nicely from Clark for a dot ball. I do think spin will be the option here, but they do need to quickly rely on Tremaine to try and get an early wicket, I think. This is a strike bowler. Yeah,
and I say he's coming in off the back of a very successful season out in Australia in domestic cricket. 50 wickets at just a touch under 16 in the Sheffield Shield during the winter, so he's certainly a bowler in form.
Yeah, very impressive that. And I think this end's going to suit him more coming down the hill, get a bit of extra bounce as well. So he's into bowl here over the wicket, and that's blocked away into the offside by Clark. And Tremaine's been straight on it. As a bowler, sometimes it's quite hard to find a line of length with a newish ball straight away, and he's been on the money straight away.
He was good value last year for Northamptonshire at the start of the season, played the first 3 games, and I think when we were together earlier on, we were saying that it was lovely to hear him say his coach was a 16-year-old out in Australia, that he told the young Chris Tremaine that, you know, you can only regard yourself as a really rounded first-class cricketer if you've played county cricket in England.
Absolutely. So he's into bowl over the wicket now, and that's flicked into the leg side, and fielder's placed perfectly at mid-wicket to stop that being any run. It's quite funny. Probably the perspective would also be, as an English cricketer for myself, was to get out to Australia.
Australia, yeah.
So it's quite funny hearing it from the other way as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it was just really nice to hear him say that this is an ambition realised. You know, I'm playing county cricket. He said he wanted to do it for years, for various reasons, visa related and various issues that meant he couldn't do it. And I know Northamptonshire would probably like to have more of him this season, but because of the rules, he can only do 4 games.
So he's into bowl now, and that's blocked away nicely from Clark. He's not looked unbelievably threatening with his pace, but he's very consistent with his line and length, which is what you need in county championship. A lot of the top bowlers, the Rushworths, the Murters, everyone like that, they're very consistent, aren't they, on the money?
Well, and the other interesting thing, I suppose, Liam, is that he's going to be used to bowling with a kookaburra, more used than any of the other Northamptonshire seamers. I thought Michael Finan just looked a little nervous to me. That's very understandable. It's a big chance for him. It's a chance to sort of, I say, relaunch his career. Sounds a bit dramatic, but it's a really good opportunity for him, and didn't quite work out.
So Tremaine's into bowl there, and that's blocked away nicely into the offside by Tom Clark. It's been a good battle so far this over, where Tremaine's, I think, trying to get Clark to open up, but Clark's been very solid. I thought with Finan, it was a little bit ordinary. If you're going to not come in steaming in with a lot of pace, you've got to be on the money early on, because Tom Haynes is, it's almost like a trademark cut shot now, isn't it? Where anything outside off, he's going to absolutely dive into it, and unfortunately he was
He's just either a little full or a little short, wasn't he?
Absolutely, and you've got to be on the money, especially with the new ball with the kookaburra. So last ball of the over here, and there's a big appeal, but I think there's a bit of batting involved, and that's going to be the end of the over. And there's a great battle there between Clark and Tremaine. Tremaine probably comes on top at the end of the over. That's 54 without loss. Clark on 12, very patient 12 of 41 balls. And Tom Haynes raced to 37 off 51.
Well, it looks as though we're going to have Rob Keogh bowling from the C end, so that over of safe say, presumably just a way of swapping the bowlers round, but it is going to be Keogh to bowl up the hill from the C end. Well, Keogh, another pretty solid season last year, and in his testimonial year as well. One of the very few players left on the county circuit. This is what we were saying yesterday, his 15th season as a first team cricketer with Northamptonshire, with the one county. Dunstable boy, of course, born in Bedfordshire, came up through the Bedfordshire age groups initially, then switched to Northamptonshire as an under-17, was involved with the academy and the age group. There's there's photographic evidence in his testimonial brochure of me presenting him with a trophy as Northamptonshire's outstanding young age group cricketer of the year, I think in 2009, which I think probably both of us would rather wasn't seen publicly, but
I have a couple of them that's going through. My mum's having a clear out at the moment, and I've seen some absolute stinkers of pictures when I was younger.
Here's Keogh round the wicket, bowling his off spin to Tom Haynes, and first ball is a little bit short, and it's cut away by Haynes out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. So Haynes goes to 38 and Sussex to 55 for no wicket, but he's closing in on 9,000 runs across all formats for Northamptonshire. Comes in and bowls, flights that up nicely, and Clark is right behind it, playing it defensively. Out on the offside, Zabe trots in from cover to field, and there's no run. There's a slip and a forward short leg as Keogh is in again and bowls, and just gets a little bit hint of an outside edge from Clark. It goes down to backward point, fielded by Karan Nair. Emilio Gay is in there at slip, and here's Keogh in again, and he's turned. There's an appeal for a catch behind, and he's given him out. It turned. Whether there was a nick on it we couldn't see from here. They went up straight away. The batsman stood his ground, Tom Clark, but umpire Surrey Shanmugam has given him out, and Keogh has made the breakthrough for Northamptonshire. caught behind by Lewis McManus. Clark goes for 12 and Sussex are 55 for 1. And you've got the replay there, Liam. It's certainly bit and turned.
I have a feeling you might have given that for LBW.
You think so?
Yeah, it hit him on the back pad, and
Right.
I'm just watching it back because I always watch the umpire after the decision's given and the batsman stands there, and I think he taps his leg to show he's given
Right.
it for LBW.
Okay, in that case, I stand corrected. It looked to me as though it had gone through into keeper's
Quite a
gloves.
bit of
Let's have a
turn.
look.
See, I
It's
know
cer-
you're on the radio here, so it's probably hard for us to describe, but
It certainly turned. But, well, that's an interesting one.
Okay, here you
We'll await...
oh, sorry, it's the ball after this. It's coming up. But what I like about Northants is they're getting in the off spinner, which means they're going to be threatening the outside edge with the two left-handers, and it's paid off straight away. And Rob Keogh's a very extensive warm-up, so that's paid off as well.
Well, yes, it's. I think I described it last year as being something between Strictly Come Dancing and a Zumba class, because it does take a while. He gets himself. Yeah, he's given him out, and yes, you're right. He's just tapped the leg, so nothing has gone up on the on the board yet. So obviously there's a certain amount of uncertainty. Anyway, he's out. That much we do know. We'll confirm exactly what's gone on. The scoreboard has now gone blank, which is always very helpful as well. But it is the new batter, who's Tom Alsop is in there. Well, it's now gone down as LBW Zabe. Well, Zabe isn't bowling. So, yeah, okay. Here's Alsop facing Keogh. And that's, again, it's just turned a little bit, took the outside edge. And it's gone down into the slip cordon where it's fielded by Emilio Gay. The end of the over, 55 for 1. And, yes, he's been given his LBW. Good spot, Liam. Very good spot. So... although, it, as I say, it did finish up in the keeper's gloves, he's been given out LBW. That's an interesting one, because the amount it turned... Anyhow.
Well, it was a good appeal from the Northants guys. So
They went up, didn't they?
It probably was benefit of the doubt there, but
they all
very
went
good
up.
over from Keogh. And that's the big wicket they needed. Alsop is an elite level spin player. He's one of those guys, whenever I've watched him, he's always felt very comfortable against spin. So it's not the worst thing in the world, him coming in when it's a spinning deck. So it'd be interesting to see if he can get on top of the bowler, especially Keogh early on, because I don't know if they've got too many spinning options.
Here's Tremaine.
So Tremaine into bowl over the wicket, and that is a sharp bouncer, ducked under quite comfortably by Haynes, and it's actually been given as a no ball.
Yeah, he bowled a couple before lunch, didn't he?
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's basically Keogh and Zabe for Northamptonshire. I mean, there's Karen Nair bowls a little bit of occasional off spin, but I don't think that's probably going to figure. Luke Proctor obviously bowling his little seamers. He may well give himself a go with that quick arm, quite sort of skiddy.
Those were always a nightmare to face. So Tremaine down the hill now into bowl, and that is punched away. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes, who doesn't even bother to run. Back foot punch, straight past backward point, and that's going to be 4 runs. He looks in really good form, Haynes, so obviously I know he's been working hard over the winter. Sussex chairman John Philby said he's been training very hard and very motivated this year, and he's back with a bit of a purpose, hasn't he?
He has. He's looked absolutely just crisp and decisive in his footwork and his stroke play. I say he's got a bit of previous against Northamptonshire. The last time these two sides played in a championship match on this ground, he made a very good 100 in the second innings, and actually Adrian and I were talking about it yesterday, because he set off on a sort of lap of honour when he got his 100. It was really good to see. Terrific knot.
So now Tremane's going to change up round the wicket into bowl, and that's flicked down to fine leg for a single. Growing up in the same age group as Tom Haynes, he's always been known for his big celebrations. Whenever he gets a wicket, you'll always see the limbs going everywhere. A bit like Matty Parkinson-esque, you know, when you get a wicket and you give it the big one. But then also, when he scores 100, I think he lets the whole crowd know how he's batted.
I wondered where he was running at one point, but he was just did a little lap round, but it well deserved, I say. It was a terrific knot.
He's been a big influence for Sussex as well. He's had quite a few knocks that I've been commentating where he's just put the pressure onto the bowlers and counter-attack very well for Sussex. It's going to be a big role now. Ali Orr's not here as well. So now into Alsop, and that's blocked away nicely. Tremaine straight on the money, and the ball that got hit for 4 was just on 4th stump, and it was just timed nicely by Haynes. It wouldn't go down as a typical bad ball. It's just a beautiful shot. So Tremaine's still bowling well. I think that no ball doesn't help the over. It makes it look a bit more expensive than it should be, but he's right on the money straight away, which will be good to see, and it will help Northants build a bit of pressure with Keogh bowling well at the other end.
Yeah, Rob Keogh now, that was his 143rd first-class wicket. His bowling average about 42.
So Tremaine in round the wicket now, and that's pitched up and blocked away nice from Allsop. He's got very compact technique. Whenever I've watched him, he's never been too expansive, just very solid. Gets across all 3 stumps, which you see a lot more of these days. Steve Smith, Labuschagne both do the same, where they'll trust anything on their pads to get hit away, then outside off they don't really tend to deal with it. So very compact technique. It's going to be a good battle to see who breaks first. If Tremaine tries to pitch one up and tease Allsop, or if Allsop tries to counter-attack. So coming in from the Cromwell Road end. Flats looking great in the background. Seagulls flying. Tremaine into bowl here, and that's pitched up and well left from Allsop, and you hear the big cries, and I think that's hit the seam and just gone over the stumps.
Just gone, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's always my worry as a batter. I always struggle leaving it just in case I get that highlight reel clip of me leaving it and off stump goes cartwheeling.
It's not a good look, is it, as a rule? Rob Keogh's an interesting one. I mean, for many reasons. We talked about the fact that he's a one-club man in county terms, but there actually aren't probably that many first-class cricketers around the circuit who've got a double 100 and a 9 for.
Wow.
In championship cricket.
It's impressive. Very impressive. So it's going to be the final ball of the over. Tremaine in round the wicket, and that's punched away into the offside by Allsop, but it's going up the hill towards the mid-off, and that's going to be a dot ball and the end of an over. 62 for 1, Allsop still on 0, and Haynes 53 off only 55 balls.
Quick look at what's happening elsewhere around the country with games. Well, as I say, it's been so frustrating up at Durham, and we can only say again how much we feel for players and commentators and all concerned, because for the 3rd day running, no play at Chester Street between Durham and Hampshire. Kent all out for 284 against Somerset at Canterbury. Somerset 120 for 1 in reply. Tom Lammonby is 41 not out. Here's Keogh in starting a fresh over, and again a little bit short and cut away by Tom Haynes. Down to deep point for a single. Haynes to 44 and Sussex to 63 for 1. They're off for rain at Old Trafford. They played, I think, for like 3 overs this morning, and then they're off again. Lancashire 202 all out. Surrey 15 for no wicket in reply. Keogh in and bowls to Allsop down the pitch, clips it away. Good stop at mid wicket. Cuts off any chance of a single. At Trent Bridge, it's shaping up quite nicely. Interesting game there. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Allsop. Again it turns and bounces. Allsop plays it well. Soft hands, just rolls down to Emilio Gay at slip. Come back to those scores in a minute. Rob Keogh doesn't give you a huge amount of time to elaborate on anything. Gets through the overs quickly. That again is turned.
A lot of turn.
But this time Allsop has decided to leave alone. Well, this ties in exactly with what John Sadler said last night. He thought that spin was going to have a big role to play. There's Keogh in again, bowls, stretches forward, and Allsop running that down to backward point, and there's no run. It's rather refreshing at this stage of the season to see spin having a role. It's not common in championship cricket at the beginning of April. Keogh flights that one up, and again Allsop, nice solid defensive stroke back down the pitch into the over. It's 63 for 1 Sussex, with Tom Haynes on 44. Tom Allsop yet to get off the mark, and the man out Tom Clark. LBW to Rob Keogh for 12. So at Trent Bridge, Essex in their second innings 156 for 5 against Nottinghamshire, so they're 116 runs ahead with 5 wickets standing, and lots of starts within the Essex innings, but nobody's really gone on. Brett Hutton's got a couple of wickets, Lyndon James has got a couple, Matt Critchley is 23 not out in there with Paul Walter. I think Essex would need a bit of a partnership between those two. Come back to the scores in a second.
So it's going to be Tremaine to continue from the Cromwell Road end into ball around the wicket. That's pitched up and driven nicely to mid-off. He picks up the ball after a couple of fumbles, and that's a dot ball.
At Edgbaston, Warwickshire all out for 333, so a 27-run first inning for Worcestershire, who are 61 for 1 in their second innings, so they're 88 runs ahead. In Division 2, still no play at Derby, between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. Middlesex 274 for 4 against Glamorgan at Lords.
We're just going to carry on as Tremaine comes in round the wicket, and that blocked away nicely from Haynes.
That, of course, in reply to Glamorgan's mammoth 620 for 3 declared. Mark Stoneman, Rocky got 97, 53 for Max Holden, and Ryan Higgins, back with Middlesex, is 31 not out. And still off for the weather at Headingley, Yorkshire 72 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 354 all out. So a bit of a mixed bag weather-wise around the country, but absolutely no problems here. Gorgeous afternoon.
Absolutely. It's a good battle here. Tremaine's been on the money every ball so far, and he's in again round the wicket, and that's blocked away nicely from Haynes. And it's quite funny you talking about the spin in early April. I'll even admit and be guilty. I probably researched a lot more on the seam bowlers. Looking into early April, I was looking at all the Sanderson stats and Finan, Tremaine stats coming over, and I never really thought Rob Keogh would even get a sniff with it being April the 5th, April the 6th, in Sussex with it being cloudy. And he's probably going to have a main role in this game along with Coles and Carson. So
did very well.
He's been right on the money, and he bowls so quick, like gets an over through so quick as well. So Tremaine's now into bowl, and that's a bounce ducked under. And what I said about bowling through the overs so quickly is suddenly, without Sussex realising, Keogh's going to nick through 3 or 4 very quick overs, and the pressure really builds. And then it means the seam bowlers can rotate a little bit easier rather than have all that pressure of bowling from both ends, because it's definitely more favourable at Sussex bowling down that hill with all the momentum and the wind width.
Keogh looking around him, fielding right down on the fine leg boundary. Used to be in the grippers probably until 2 or 3 years ago, but doesn't tend to go in there much these days.
So Tremaine to continue round the wicket into bowl, and that's driven by Haynes through backward point. And that's one of those shots where it looks like he was going to try and go through extra cover. I think it seemed away, and he's just opened the face and rolled that down to third man. And Haynes has been batting very well here. Got a clear game plan. Anything straight, he's not going to mess around with. Just block that back and respect it. But if you give him width, he's going to absolutely throw the kitchen sink at it, and it's been paying off so far. And he's on his way to 48 off only 61 balls, so been a top knock so far. And
it has, and you have to say, I mean, he's one whose name has been mentioned in. Possible as an international.
The potential's definitely there. Just needs to string a couple of performances together, and I think he'll be back in the question. So Tremaine into bowl round the wicket, and that's a bouncer again. I don't think he liked getting hit for the ball before, and he definitely had an extra yard when he put in that bouncer, but it was ducked under well by Haynes. It's going to be a dot ball at the end of the over, and Sussex is 67 for 1. Allsop still without scoring on 0, and Haynes on 48 off 62 balls.
Talking of spin options, there's another one of Northamptonshire's walking around the boundary just in front of us. Alex Russell, young leggy, got a 6 for against Kent last year with the Kookaburra ball, funnily enough, at Northampton. 6 for 175 in only his second championship match. But he's had a very, very good winter out in Zimbabwe playing domestic cricket there. Picked up, I think, 30 wickets in the domestic competition for Eagles. And a lot hoped of him. Very talented lad. And there with Gus Miller. And here's Rob Keogh starting a fresh over to Tom Allsop, who forces that off the back foot out into the covers, but can't get the ball past Safe Zabe. Still a slip and a forward short leg. Sussex 67 for 1. Keogh picked up the wicket to fall so far, that of Tom Clark, and he's in again and bowls to Allsop, who stretches right forward. Keogh now 32, so he seems to have been around a very long time. And that's just, I don't think that was an edge. I think he's just opened the face and run that down towards third man, and it's going to yield 2 runs. Tom Allsop, long chase down there towards the Cromwell Road end. 2 more to Allsop. In fact, his first 2 runs, and Sussex 69 for 1. Another jet flies overhead. In fact, there's 2. Been a lot of those of us interested in civil aviation will have had a field day with the old app this afternoon, seeing where all these flights are going to. Next ball on the hip of Tom Alsop, and he turns it down to deep backward square for a single. Alsop is 3, and Sussex are 70 for 1. Rob Keogh is struggling a little bit with his back in the middle of last season. He's had a few back issues over the years. Next ball is played defensively by Tom Haynes up on the onside. Justin Broad comes in from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run, but looks in good shape now, and he's in again. Bowles again, flights that up. He hits Haynes on the pad as he was shaping to play on the onside. Sort of strangled half appeal, signalled as a leg by as it just drops down on the onside, and they come through for the leg by. 71 for 1 at the end of the over. Haynes is 48, Alsop is 3. Keogh didn't bowl a vast amount last year, Liam. I was just going to see how many overs he actually got through. He's bowled at, well, 1,068 balls, so what's that, about 180 odd overs, something like that. 14 wickets at 46.
What's his economy like? Does it have economy there?
No, he'd have been going at about 4.5 last year. He went through a stage of having a slightly sort of almost like I hesitate to make the comparison with Shane Warne, but not having much of a run up, and he now seems to have got the run up back in there and gives him a little bit more impetus and momentum at the crease.
So Tremaine into bowl, and that's blocked nicely from Haynes.
And I actually thought he bowled quite, bowled quite nicely last year, and the year before, in particular 2022, he had a really good season with the ball, picked up 34 wickets.
Yeah.
And looked at one stage actually as though he might actually finish as the first Northamptonshire spinner to be the leading wicket taker for Northamptonshire in the Championship since Jason Brown quite a long time ago, but in the end I think it was Ben Sanderson went past him at the end.
He's got the loudest clap on the circuit by the sounds of it. That's him clapping down here at a fine leg as well. So Tremaine's going to down the hill here, round the wicket, and that is driven to mid-on by Haynes, who seems to have a lot coming out the middle of the bat at the moment. Looks in great form.
Yes, he's clapping into the proximity of our effect mic, which probably helps. But yeah, Rob Keogh, this is his 125th first-class game for Northamptonshire, and well, I remember saying he made his 100th appearance at Chelmsford a couple of years ago, and wondering whether anybody else would get to 100. Well, Ben Sanderson ought to. This is 97th game, I think. This next one will be.
So Tremaine into bowl, and that's another bouncer, and that wasn't very threatening. Haynes gets underneath it.
But if you think about it, Liam, with we're 14 championship matches at the moment, and I mean, who knows how that's going to change in the future. Somebody's going to have to be with one club for a while to get the 100 first-class games in.
Absolutely.
Well, Keogh made his first-class debut for Northamptonshire back in 2012. But you're going to have to be with one club, at least 7-8 years.
Absolutely. And so Tremaine in round the wicket here, pitched up delivery, and that's blocked away nicely from Haynes for a dot ball.
When you think about the way that the structure of the game has changed, think of Northamptonshire, the most first-class appearances for Northamptonshire, Dennis Brooks, who played 492 first-class games between his debut in 1934 and his last game in 1959 when he retired at the age of 43. But of course there was no one-day cricket then. It was only championship cricket.
Yeah.
And they were playing 26, 28 championship games a season.
Wow. So Tremaine's into bowl around the wicket here, and that's driven nicely. And I didn't actually realise, but they've put out a deep point for Haynes' famous cut. So that's only going to be one out to deep point. And it's crazy. The listeners here, you're probably thinking, Andrew has all these stats up on the computer. That was all off the top of his head, that. Going back to the 1930s.
Well, it's like I say, I can remember things like that, but I can't remember what day the bins go out, or whether it's a green bin week or a brown bin week or a black bin week or whatever it is. I don't know what you have down here, but in our part of East Northamptonshire, need a slide rule to work it out.
Absolutely. And so it's going to be Alsop to face the final ball of the over, and that's blocked away nicely from Alsop. So Sussex 72 for 1, Alsop now on 3, Haynes on 49, and bins wise, I'm still living at home, so thankfully I get my mum and dad to. I think the most I probably offer in the garden and stuff like that, and the bins probably picking out the dandelions in the morning or something like that.
Pleasure in store when you have to work the bins out. Now, I was lucky enough to obviously have spent quite a lot of time with Dennis Brooks towards the end of his life. He was a wonderful man, Yorkshireman, but came to Northamptonshire in the 30s. And I mean, you talk about long associations. They had a dinner for Dennis to mark his 70th anniversary with the club in as a player, captain, senior professional, coach, assistant secretary, president, and then just sort of general grey eminence around the ground. His Keogh in a start of a fresh over, bowls to Haynes, who flicks at that down the leg side. Now they've got one. Just waiting to see what the signal is. Leg by. Didn't think there was any bat on that. Just flicked the pad on the way through. So one more onto the total. 73 for one. Sussex, and Tom Haynes stays on 49. But he got an encyclopedic knowledge of games that he'd played in down the years. As Keogh's in again, bowls to Allsop, plays defensively out into the offside. Talked about his debut at Bradford in 1934 and LBW to Headley Verity for one. Here's Keogh in again, flighted down the leg side, and he's stumped. He is stumped. That's a clever bit of bowling. It's a super bit of keeping as well from Lewis McManus. Keogh firing that down the leg side. Tom Allsop trying to come down the pitch to him. It was one of those that in a one-day game it would have been called a wide down the leg side, but McManus gathered in, managed to get the ball back to the stumps because it was quite wide, and that's a lovely bit of cricket from Northamptonshire. And Keogh picks up a second wicket since lunch. Allsop goes for 3, and Sussex are 73 for 2.
That's gone through his legs. It's one of those annoying ones as a batter. If you come down the wicket, you've got to make contact with something, and I don't know why he didn't just try and get a boot in the way or something. But it looked very tight actually with the square leg umpire as well. It's one of those where I think just because he was so far out, even if he made his crease back, it deserved to be given there. But now it's going to be Ollie Carter coming in, who has a really big role in this game, because obviously Cheteshwar Pujara's out with a back injury, should be back next week, and obviously Sussex invested in getting Simpson in as their main keeper batter, which is Ollie Carter's role last year. So it's going to be interesting to see if Ollie Carter can make a name for himself as a batter, because I think Simpson's set as captain and keeper, but see if Ollie Carter can get the team as a batter. It's a really good opportunity for him.
Well, that was a lovely bit of cricket from Keogh and from Lewis McManus, and well, Lewis McManus having a good day so far, and as I say, a lot of us that are really quite pleased with that. I think regardless of sort of county affiliations, it's nice to see the good guys coming out on top sometimes, and Lewis McManus is a terrific chap, and as I say, had a bit of a grim year last year, but he's having a good day today. So 2 wickets for Rob Keogh, 2 for 7 in his 5th over. I'm sure he won't be thinking at the moment, but that's another few bob in the testimonial pot, isn't it? It's all helps. I think the likes of David Steele in his benefit year in 1975 when he played for England and won all those the lamb chops that people will remember, and steaks from a local butcher sponsoring him, and a deep freeze full for years. So new batter, as Liam says, Ollie Carter comes to the crease. So break in the sequence of 3 left-handers. We've got the first right-hander, and Northamptonshire just crowding him. The slip, backward short leg and a forward short leg. And here's Keogh from the C end, bowls the first ball to Carter, who's nicely, solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch towards Rob Keogh. Zabe trots across from mid-wicket just to flick the ball on. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Carter, who again is nicely to the pitch of that one, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. Allsop going there for 3. Stump McManus bowled Keogh. Earlier Tom Clark LBW to Keogh for 12. Wickets falling at 55 and 73. Keogh in again, bowls to Carter, forces him onto the back foot this time, plays it defensively out on the onside. Zabe fields a ripple from around the field for Rob Keogh. He picks up his second wicket in that over, and Sussex are 73 for 2, with Tom Haynes 1 short of his half-century. He'll have strike at the start of this over, and Ollie Carter yet to get off the mark.
So yeah, just having a look, and they're still going to continue with Tremaine. Haynes is here on 49, and just thinking about that for Sussex point of view, Keogh looks like the most threatening bowler, and having 3 left hands in a row isn't going to be ideal when he's beating the outside edge. So even just getting Ollie Carter in could be a good option, just to have the right-handed face a couple more from Keogh. And
there's the Keogh clap you were talking about earlier.
it actually threw me off there how loud that was. It came through my mic and I forgot what I was talking about. But it's going to be Tremaine to continue. I'm just having a look at the field. So he's definitely going to go for a shorter option, I think. He's got a deep point, a deep square leg, and a deep fine leg. 2 slips in the gully. So I think Tremaine's going to be trying to threaten a little bit more short pitch bowling from Haynes, who hasn't taken on the short ball as much as he has the full ball. So he's going to come in for his first ball of the over, and that's a back of a length ball blocked away nicely from Haynes, who will definitely want to build a partnership here with Ollie Carter.
Yeah, it's important that Sussex just repair the damage a little bit, just consolidate for a while. They don't want to finish, in these sort of circumstances, you don't want to finish up 90 for 4, do you, all of a sudden?
Yeah.
And you just need a little bit of a solidity from these two.
Absolutely. It's these little bits in play where a couple of wickets go early, you can suddenly lose 4, and then you look at it 73 for 4. Sussex definitely aren't on top anymore when they were at the start. So got to be a bit patient here, Sussex, as Tremaine is into ball around the wicket. Haynes takes on the short ball, and that is pulled beautifully through mid-wicket for a very, very well-deserved 50. That's a top knock from Tom Haynes, chanceless, and it feels like everything's come out the middle of the bat this morning for Tom Haynes. And yeah, that's a very loud clap from the Sussex supporters who love supporting a home boy like Tom Haynes. So very well batted.
Rightly so. 50 off 72 balls, and that was his 10th 4.
Yeah, that was a brilliant knock. And I was going to say, it doesn't feel like he's rotated the strike very often. It's either been a block or a nail through the covers or mid-wicket for 4 runs. But it's been a top innings from the Sussex boy. So Tremaine's going to continue round the wicket, short ball, and it's going to be another no ball as Haynes ducks underneath it. And that ball before was a short ball from Tremaine, but it wasn't quite as short. Normally his short pitch balls have been kind of head height, which Haynes has been getting underneath, but this one was perfectly chest height. And as a batter, you literally just want that exact area if you want to free your hands, because that's where your kind of hands have set as you're taking your stance. So
yeah, Tremaine's just having a chat with umpire Paul Baldwin, isn't he, at the moment, just to see what the exactly where he's landing. But that's his 3rd no ball, 4th of the innings.
Well, I would say at Sussex is, for all the listeners here, is such a steep slope coming from the Cornwall Road end towards the sea that when you're bowling downhill, you just have to have an extra yard or just an extra step on your run up. Just because when you take off and jump, you actually jump so much further because of the slope. So I think Tremaine's just getting used to that. He's going to come in for his next ball of the over, which is blocked away nicely from Haynes. And it's probably the other way round for bowlers like Seals, who got used to bowling up the hill. I bet his run-up got a little bit shorter because it's such a steep slope. You still want to get your rhythm. So, yeah, it's just going to take a little bit of time to get used to for Tremaine.
So I'm keeping an eye on what's been happening in the rugby this afternoon. And Northampton Saints are through to the quarter-finals of the European Champions Cup. Beat Munster at the Gardens this afternoon by 24 points to 14. So that will be another huge occasion next weekend.
Absolutely. So Tremaine in, round the wicket here, and that's punched into the offside by Haynes for a dot ball. What I would say about Haynes is he's definitely looked a lot more comfortable against seam, hasn't he? So
yeah,
maybe they get on a little bit of spin with Safe Zabe as well, and see if they can put on a bit of pressure, because he's definitely liked the seam a little bit more than the spin.
Well, yeah, and Rob Keogh, you rather suspect might be in for a very long bowl this afternoon, which I'm sure he will very much appreciate, but he's just made a terrific start here. And yeah, if Safe Zabe can support him, that will help Northamptonshire a lot.
So Tremaine in to continue on the money again. That's blocked away well from Tom Haynes. I believe we'll have one more ball left in the over due to that no ball. But at least it means if he's bowling over, we'll get a break in play from that clap, because it comes through the effects mic so loudly. That's the loudest clap in county cricket.
Well, you may have, those who follow me on Twitter will have noticed this morning I did put my just little pre-play tweet this morning, COYS, Come on, you Saints. And they've done the job.
So in round the wicket now, pitched up delivery, blocked away nicely from Tom Haynes. And when I saw that on your Twitter, I thought it was come on you Spurs. I wasn't sure if Tottenham were playing today, but just to clarify, it's come on you Saints.
Come on, you Saints.
That's going to be the end of the over. So Haynes now 53 off 77 and Ollie Carter without scoring.
Yep, so 79 for 2 it is. Liam's going to take a break. Be back with us in about half an hour. Adrian Harms will come into the seat to my left. And
all change. I thought I'd get it back because when I left, Sussex were going on very nicely.
we've messed.
Leo comes in. They got 2 wickets.
We've messed it all up.
Yeah. Smart bit of work behind the stumps there by McManus.
Wasn't it just? Yeah. It was a clever bit of bowling and a good bit of keeping.
I just wonder whether John Sadler, who was saying about, there's a bit in this pitch for the spinners.
Yeah, he did. He said this is what he was saying last night, and well. So far he's right, and here's Keogh starting a fresh over to the right-handed Carter, who gets off the mark, just nudging that away through square leg for a single. Safe save, tracks back to field. Carter's away, 1 to him, and Sussex to 80 for 2, having lost Clark for 12, Allsop for 3, both to Rob Keogh. First one, Clark was LBW. I thought he'd been caught behind at first, but Liam spotting the umpire tapping his leg, driven by Haynes out to extra cover where Zabe fields. I think you've just got an update to do, Adrian. In a moment or two, here's Keogh in.
Yes, a very good afternoon and welcome to Hove, where Sussex have lost a couple of wickets since lunch. They're now 80 for 2. Tom Clark and Tom Allsop, the men out for 12 and 3 respectively, both to the bowling of the off-spin of Rob Keogh. So Sussex 82 for 2 in reply to the Northamptonshire total of 371. Meanwhile, over in Canterbury, Somerset going along very nicely against Kent. They're 132 for 1. That in reply to the Kent total yesterday of 284, and all very frustrating for Surrey. They're 15 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 202, but they've only had 21 balls possible at Old Trafford today, and that's because of rain.
Yes, it's so frustrating at Old Trafford, isn't it? 3.3 overs and after the long wait.
Yeah.
82 for 2 here as Keogh is in and bowls to Haynes, short, forced off the back foot, but straight to Zabe at extra cover, and that's the end of another Rob Keogh over. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 10, so good start for him. Haynes is 55, Ollie Carter is 1, and Sussex are 82 for 2. We're saying, Adrian, that match at Trent Bridge is boiling up nicely if they manage to get a full day in tomorrow. Yeah,
there's more cricket around the country than I mean, one or two places clearly very badly affected, notably at Durham. You're saying about Derby as well, but actually in some, I mean, they seem to have avoided all the rain in Birmingham. They've been very, very lucky there. You're never quite sure with the updates whether they're going to introduce you and the music started to play, and I thought I'd better say something because I probably what I'm doing. So anyway, the sun is out here. Lovely afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Tom Haynes. I spoke to Tom very briefly at the press day, and I said, "What have you been?" I knew he'd been away with the Lions, but he also went away for another batting camp over in India. He's been there twice this winter. He went with 5 other players, and I can't remember the names of any of them, which is very poor of me, but I will ask Tom a bit later. But I just felt sort of a slightly steely resolve about Tom when I spoke to him on the press day. As in comes Ben Sanderson back into the attack, bowls to Carter, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Because I just felt last year that Tom probably sort of slipped down the pecking order a little. I mean, he still averaged 33, he made 948. So he didn't. He made 662 first-class runs, and I think for someone of Tom's ability, I think you'd have been disappointed with that. Averaging 33, he made 650. He didn't go on to make 100, and it's a big season this for Tom, and he started it really well. In comes Sanderson bowls, and Carter defends onto the onside, and there is no run. So he'll be pleased to get on the way, and he's played some good shots as well. As Liam was saying, he's particularly strong with that trademark shot, sort of backward of point on the offside. But John Philby was saying just how hard Tom has been working throughout the winter. So Hopefully Sussex will reap the rewards for that. Here comes Sanderson again, lovely smooth approach, bowls, Carter defends, straight back down the track, no run. I mean, he was being talked about a couple of years ago,
yeah,
Tom Haynes, sort of on fringes of England.
Yeah, Liam and I might mention that. I remember, I think, when we were here, there were already people saying he has the look of an international player, and then he had a decent year, I think, in 22, didn't he? But
just hasn't scored quite enough runs.
It's the big hundreds they look for, isn't it?
It is, and you know, I've commentated on so many innings where Tom has got to 30-40 and he has looked in great touch. In comes Sanderson, bowls to Carter, who defends again down the offside, no run, and then he'll just play a loose shot and get himself out, and that was a bit too frequent last year. But he's, you know, I'm told he's worked very hard in the winter. As I say, he's been away to India, so. I mean, you know, when you think about England, you know, you think Crawley and Duckett are kind of nailed on at the minute.
They are at the minute, yes.
Former Northamptonshire, of course. I remember Ben Duckett, was it 282 he made?
He did, and then they couldn't get back on the field, could they? When he was all sorts of records beckoning, because the outfield was just absolutely sodden.
Sanderson bowls, Carter again defends. Now, good accurate stuff. There's from Ben Sanderson. He's in his 7th over.
And it actually had quite far-reaching consequences, because it was not long after that they actually dug up the entire outfield and relayed it, and with proper drainage and all the rest of it. And it's been so much better since then in terms of getting cricket even after heavy rain. But you know, I think it was I think they lost the last 2 days of that match. I'm sure if I remember rightly.
Yep. But he was in terrific form, Ben Duckett. Sanderson in bright sunshine, bowls to Carter, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. That's good, accurate stuff from Ben Sanderson, just building a little bit of pressure. He's got Rob Keogh at the other end taking wickets, and he has now bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 9, Ben Sanderson, and he's a very fine county bowler, isn't he? You know, never lets the side down, always there or thereabouts.
Well, and he likes bowling against Sussex. 38 wickets at 14.
Oh, ouch!
In the Championship. He's also taken 38 wickets against Derbyshire, 36 against Leicestershire, 34 against Gloucestershire, and of course, all of those sides Northamptonshire will be playing this season. So Sando might fancy a little trundle or two against some of those, but still looking for his first wicket today, unlike Rob Keogh, who's got 2. Here he is starting a fresh over to Haynes, and again he's just forced him onto the back foot, and Haynes playing that cut shot away, force rather than a cut really on that occasion, out towards deep point, and he comes through for another run. He goes to 56, and Sussex up to 83 for 2, brings the right-handed Carter onto strike now. For him, slip, leg slip, forward short leg. They're pushing another man across, so Karen Nayer's going across from square leg down to backward point, and they're moving the man that was at deep cover round a little bit to deep extra. There's Keogh in again, bowls to Carter, and that bounced, and I'm not sure it turned a great deal. I think it was more bounce that did for Ollie Carter there. But he brought his bat inside the line, goes through to McManus. Is Keogh in again, down the pitch this time, driving crisply up to mid-off, fielded by Luke Proctor, who was obviously going to shy at the stumps or have a little throw at the striker's end, and Rob Keogh threw himself flat on the floor as though there was somebody was about to throw it straight at him. Perhaps he feared he was. Here he is again. Keogh in and bowls to Carter, who turns that pleasantly away just behind square on the leg side for a single. Michael Finan is down there. That's a single to Carter. He goes to 2, and Sussex to 84 for 2. It's like you see in some of the old war films when they throw themselves flat on the floor. Yeah. He thought that Proctor was aiming for his head. Round the wicket goes Keogh to Haynes, and Haynes is forward defensively, head over the ball. Is that Justin Broad having a little limber up? Bowls a bit of medium pace. There's Keogh in again, and that's cut away. A good stop, sort of half stop really, there at backward point by Broad. still are able to come through for a single, which takes Haynes to 57, keeps the strike as well. 57 to Tom Haynes, 2 to Ollie Carter and Sussex. Replying to Northamptonshire's 371 all out are 85 for 2, if you're just joining us after doing something else this morning. I tell you that Northamptonshire, who resumed on 292 for 7, lost the wickets this morning of Michael Finan almost immediately for 1, then Ben Sanderson for 27, and Lewis McManus last out for 50. Chris Tremaine 22 not out, 4 wickets for Jayden Seales and 3 for James Coles. 371 all out, and Sussex 85 for 2 in reply, with Tremaine to continue. Sanderson, beg your pardon.
That's right. Ben Sanderson coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Just noticing here that Prithvi Shaw in good form for the Delhi Capitals in the latest game in the IPL. In comes Sanderson, bowls, pulled by Tom Haynes, and that's a good shot by Haynes. I thought for a moment it was going to go between the fine leg and the man at deep backwards square, but a good bit of fielding by Rob Keogh just in front of us. Prevents anything more than a single. Haynes goes to 58 and the total to 88 for 2. Yeah, he made 66 in 40 balls, 8 fours and 3 sixes.
Oh, that'll please the locals if he plays.
I mean, some of the scores in his IPL: Mumbai Indians 234 for 5, Delhi Capitals 201 for 5 with an over remaining. So Shaw in good form. In comes Sanderson bowls, and Carter's going to get more runs here as he is back and edges the ball down towards third man. Good chase down here. Is it
Emilio Gay? Yeah.
Good chase down towards the boundary, but he can't prevent Carter coming back for his second run. Ollie Carter goes to 4, Sussex 2. Please tell me, Andrew, this is not my eyes, because
No, it's why I keep looking at my screen, because I've got the scoring up on my screen, and it's maybe it's the angle, I think, or perhaps the sunlight as well. But,
Sanderson in again, bowls to Carter, who edges that one into the slip corner. It wasn't a chance. It was a full shot by Carter, and Sanderson just stands there, hands on hips. Probably giving some words of advice to Ollie Carter, I suspect.
Well, as I've said before, Ben Sanderson has got that sort of hangdog expression, both facially and in terms of body language. It made it into an art form over the last few seasons. It's a very interesting point you made a moment or two ago, Adrian, about Ben Sanderson and, you know, a sort of a really good county bowler. If you compare his figures for Northamptonshire with those of Curtly Ambrose,
comes Sanderson bowls, Carter defends down the track, no run.
they are remarkably similar, and I'm not seeking to make any sort of claims about Sanderson being as good a bowler as Curtly Ambrose, but in terms of the figures for Northamptonshire, they're not that far apart. And you know, Ben Sanderson, I say, since he made his first class debut for Northamptonshire back in 2015, came on the books in 2016. What a superb signing he's been.
Sanderson again bowls, Carter defends. What impresses me with Ben Sanderson, he makes the batsman play everything. You know, he's there or thereabouts. There's no respite, is there? You know, no. It's all it's all on a length. It's going to hit the top of off stump.
He doesn't allow the batters very much respite, does he? He's always at them. Just a very English bowler, isn't he?
Yeah. 3 slips go down. Carter defends away into the offside now. And what he has done, I mean, he hasn't taken a wicket in that over, but just the 3 runs coming off of it, and Northants just got a bit of a squeeze on here. Sussex 88 for 2. Haynes going along very nicely on 58, but Rob Keogh has picked up a couple of wickets. Very impressive figures for Keogh. 7 overs, 1 made and 2 for 13. So Northants will just be feeling just a little bit of pressure here as Haynes and Carter have a natter in the middle of the pitch. And I hadn't realised that there's no play at Derbyshire for a third day.
Oh, that's been called off, as in. I think the last I saw there was no play before lunch, but dear.
So that's a miserable time up there. So Derbyshire and Durham, no play at all.
Keogh starting another over to the left-handed Tom Haynes, who drives and very well fielded at extra cover, or parried away really by Safe Sabe. They are able to come through for a single. He's annoyed that he didn't stop the run altogether, but he's probably saved 2 or 3. Haynes goes to 59 and Sussex to 89 for 2. It's tidied up by Chris Tremaine running around behind him. Here's Keogh in again. Bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Carter, and Keogh is appealing whether he thought it had just flicked the pad on the way through. There wasn't a huge amount of support from anybody else, but Rob has exercised his lungs. Not out, says the umpire. Here's Keogh in again. Bowls to Carter, who's defensively forward. Just that little comparison. It's not quite as striking as it was beginning of last season, because obviously Sanderson played and picked up more wickets last year, but in terms of average it's quite instructive. Here's Keogh in again. Bowls, and that's worked it hard into the ground by Carter. It bounces up and is fielded at forward short leg. Keogh already at the end of his mark, trots in and bowls, and that's turned through between the 2 short legs this time by Carter for a single, down to deep square. Carter to 5 and Sussex to 90 for 2. Ben Sanderson before this innings 354 wickets at 21.9. Curtly Ambrose for Northamptonshire 318 wickets at 20.6. Here's flighted up by Keogh, a drive by Tom Haynes, inside edge, didn't miss the stumps by much. It's gone down for a couple of fortuitous runs for Tom Haynes. He's played really well. That's one of the very few false shots he's played, but it could easily have cost him his wicket. Thankfully for him and thankfully for Sussex it didn't. He's 61, Carter is 5 at the end of the over. Sussex 92 for 2, and Rob Keogh is really causing quite a few headaches at the moment. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17.
And actually we were just talking about building pressure, and I felt that was almost, you know, Tom Haynes feeling he's getting himself a little tight. I mean, there's no need for Sussex to take any undue risks, but I think Pom's the sort of player who likes to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and it was just a shot of someone who wanted to, you know, achieve exactly that. 92 for 2. Ben Sanderson's going to carry on. 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 12. The sun has momentarily gone in as Sanderson is in a ball. Oh, and he knocks out the off stump of Ollie Carter, and it is a no ball. Wow, the off stump went cartwheeling out of the ground. It's as dramatic as you can get to see those stumps out the ground, and the umpire signalled a no ball, a reprieve for Carter. Wow, wow. I can't believe it, kind of. The Northants boys have got that. That would have been a big wicket, because he's a very obdurate player, is Ollie Carter. That would have been a big wicket.
Ben Sanderson, it seems though for years he didn't bowl a no ball. In the last couple of seasons, it was 2 years ago, he had a real little spell of them in mid-season. But yeah, that will annoy him enormously.
He's in again, bowls to Carter. Carter defends this time down the track. Oh, bit of football there from Ben Sanderson.
That's why I never made the Rotherham United team.
That's his hometown, is it?
He's from, yes, up from that part of the world.
Right. So, I mean, it's not a reprieve for Carter because it was a no ball, but it sort of is, isn't it? When he was on 5, it was a no ball. Sanderson will be fuming with himself. Runs in again. Bowl. Oh, he knocks it out the off stump this time. Well, the reprieve only lasted a ball, and an exact mirror image of the dismissal 2 balls earlier, and the off stump is knocked out the ground again. Carter is on his way. Well, Sanderson will feel an awful lot better for that. Carter on his way for 5. And Sussex 94 for 3.
He will feel better. Luke Proctor will feel better. Rory Kleinveld, the bowling coach, will feel better. John Sadler, the head coach, will feel better. Yeah, well bowled Ben Sanderson. You said earlier on, Adrian, that he's just been asking questions and plugging away. It's the thing that we keep saying, match after match, session after session. It's what Ben Sanderson does. He's just doing what he does, and he just keeps plugging away. And it now means that he has taken more championship wickets against Sussex than against any other county. It's his 39th wicket for Northamptonshire against Sussex. I say just one ahead of Derbyshire, and means that Northamptonshire, well, they've picked up a bowling point, so that's handy, but it's also just putting Sussex under a little bit of pressure.
It is.
I'm not saying
It is.
I still think it's going to be very, very difficult to get a result here, because I don't think there's any question of quixotic declarations or anything like that in the first game of the season. But Northamptonshire could nip a couple out before tea. They'll feel that that they're in business.
Well, there's a lot of cricket to be played in this game. There's still another 59 overs today, and I think you're right. I think it does put Sussex under a bit of pressure, because if they were to lose another couple here, a lot of play left today. I think we're going to get through, but the only thing that's going to disturb us today is the light, which has been a problem on both evenings. But Northants have built pressure here, very successful. I think it's a good captaincy by Luke Proctor. He's brought Keogh into the attack. He's got Sanderson at the end, keeping it very tight. Out comes James Coles, who had a very good season for Sussex last year. Averaged 42 in the championship, 849 runs, and made 300s. But he's waiting now as in comes Ben Sanderson, bowls, and Coles is forward and defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Here's a quick look at Tom Haynes, who's leaning on his bat at the far end. And, well, Sussex were 55 without loss, now 94 for 3. Clark for 12, Alsop for 3, Carter for 5, all back in the pavilion. Northants with 3 slips and a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Ben Sanderson racing in, bowls, and Coles gets right forward, plays it back to Sanderson, who feels of his own bowling and sort of makes as if to shy at the stumps, and then just decides, no, I won't do that, I'll just wander back with the ball. Applause from the slip cordon. Who's that in the slips? We've got
Nair at first, Karen Nair at first, Emilio Gay at second, and Justin Broad at third.
Thank you. Comes Sanderson. Coles is forward, plays slightly off the bottom of the bat to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ask plenty of questions. Here is Ben Sanderson in his 9th over. Super figures. You have to remember in this over already, he bowled Ollie Carter. Off a no ball. And then 2 balls later, he uprooted his off stump again. That shows he's bowling a very consistent line and length. Sanderson in again bowls, and Coles gets himself right forward. Plays that into the offside. Sees out the over, but a good over by Ben Sanderson, which would have been a wicket maiden were it not for the no ball that he bowled. And Sussex are 94 for 3. Coles yet to score. Tom Haynes is on 61. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Northampton. Adrian Harms, Andrew Radd, and who else is with us today? Liam O'Brien. Sorry, I was thinking about, why was I thinking about Matt Green? Liam O'Brien, sitting at the back of the box, will be joining commentary soon after 3. And if you want to contact us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Well, Keogh makes a false start. He was running in to start another over, and Tom Haynes wasn't ready. I just suspect 1 or 2 more people will be switching on to the cricket after the rugby this afternoon up in my part of the world, as first ball of the over finds Haynes stretching forward defensively, plays out at the onside, and there's no run. Fielded by Karun Nair in there at mid-wicket, as Keogh bowls that a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, and it's turned round the corner by Tom Haynes. It's running down towards deep fine leg. It's not quite going to get there. It's cut off just inside the rope, but they're able to come back for 3 easy runs. Takes Tom Haynes up to 64 and Sussex to 97 for 3, and brings James Coles onto strike, still looking for his first run of the afternoon. That wicket for Ben Sanderson puts him just one short of Neil Mallender in Northamptonshire's all-time list of wicket takers across all formats.
Wow.
This is 489th. Mallender's on 490. Here's Keogh in again and turned by Coles for his first run. Only just past the man under the lid forward short leg, but safely enough, and they're through for the single. So James Coles is away. One to him, and Sussex 98 for 3. Just looking to see what's happening elsewhere. That game at Trent Bridge that we were talking about, Essex are just rallying quite nicely from their point of view. 200 for 5 in their second innings. Here's Keogh in, and a big attempted drive by Tom Haynes. That was expansive, I think is the word, and he missed.
Yeah, and that's the sort of shot I was referring to earlier, Andrew. You know, he's in, Tom, he's made 64. He could easily have got out then.
Here's Keogh in again, and that's turned. As he brings him forward, it turns past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus. This is really good stuff from Rob Keogh, and Tom Haynes just taking a moment to give the pitch a slightly suspicious prod. Here's Keogh in again, bowling to him, and this time Haynes plays very solidly, very safely out onto the onside, and there's no run. End of the over. 98 for 3 with Tom Haynes on 64, James Coles on 1. I shall vacate this seat at 3 o'clock if that's all right, just so I can go and
yes,
update listeners who've been listening to said rugby programme. I think they're still, with the Saints having won, they're still getting lots of reaction and getting everybody on. Just to go back to that Essex score I started to tell you about, 201 for 5 in their second innings. Really handy partnership between Matt Critchley and Paul Walter. Critchley's 42 not out, Walter's 39 not out, so Essex in effect 160 for 5. So if they get a full day tomorrow, that could be a fascinating game.
Well, in comes Sanderson, whose tail is up, bowls to Coles, who defends down the onside of the track. No, and actually this was an email more directed at you from Phil Pennicott. I don't know if you're still listening, Phil, but thank you. He says, greetings from South Woodford, London E18. It's great to see blue skies at Hove. I was listening to the stream yesterday before departing for the Amex for the unfortunate Arsenal wash. Yes. Before I left, I heard a Northants listener mention the Poppies. I presume that was somebody who supports Kettering Town.
Absolutely.
Regular opponents of my birthplace club, Crawley Town, in the distant past. Sanderson in bowls to Coles, who flicks this nicely down towards fine leg, and he's going to pick up his first boundary. Is James Coles. There's Sanderson stands looking ruefully, so I can only assume that maybe he thought, well, I don't know what he thought, but he obviously thought that it wasn't quite as convincing as it looked from up here. Coles just sort of flicked it off the hip down to fine leg, but he just was annoyed.
Ben Sanderson will often find something to grumble about.
Yeah,
but,
regular opponents of my birthplace club, Crawley Town, in the past. Can Andrew throw any light on the veracity of a football stat I heard recently that Kettering Town hold the record for the most appearances in the FA Cup?
It's something like, hang on, I'll come back to that.
Sanderson in bowl, short, Coles ducks through to McManus no run.
I think, and I'm desperately trying to look this up, I think I remember hearing that it was the most goals scored in the FA Cup.
Right, okay. What did they correct? I've commentated at their ground.
Rockingham, yes, here we go, 912. It's the highest number of goals scored in the FA Cup.
Well done, Andrew.
Despite the club never making it past the 4th round.
I'll tell you what, that'd be a great question for a pub quiz.
It would, wouldn't it? That just at the back of my mind.
Sanderson in bowls to Coles, who defends on the onside.
And if Peter Short is, I don't think Peter Short will be listening at the moment, who does the Kettering Town for BBC Radio Northampton, because I think he was at the Saints this afternoon. But he will have had all that stuff readily to hand. I had to look it up, but yes, that is absolutely right. Kettering Town, the Poppies, used to play at Rockingham Road.
Rockingham Road, that's
which is now, I'm afraid, a housing estate.
Oh.
They now play at Latimer Park in Burton Latimer.
Right.
It's not too far away.
Is that a new ground, or?
It's Burton's. It used to be Burton Park Wanderers ground. It still is Burton Park Wanderers ground.
Sanderson in bowls to Coles, who defends into the offside.
But
there is no run.
Yeah, they played for a little while at Nen Park, which was the
Rushden
Diamonds old ground, which is, I'm afraid, now derelict. I drive past it quite regularly. The stands and stuff have all been demolished, and there's been lots of discussion as to what will happen to the site. I don't think anybody's come up with a convincing plan as yet, but AFC Rushden and Diamonds, the sort of the Phoenix club, now play at Hayden Road.
Simonton in bowls. Coles plays firmly to mid-wicket.
Which is where Rushden Town played for many years, and my son goes, and because we live in Rushden, and my son goes and watches AFC Rushden and Diamonds from time to time.
Interesting. What league do they play in?
They play in, it's Southern, oh crikey, is it Southern League Prem or Northern League Prem?
Okay.
But they've had a good little run actually. They looked as though they were nailed on for relegation, and they had a really good little run of results. But I say they lost yesterday, so I think he was at that game. So I'm going to just vacate my seat if that's all right, and get Liam in, and I'll just go and update BBC Radio Northampton. It's high time I went off anyway.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew Rad, BBC Radio Northampton. 102 for 3 are Sussex. Coles on 5, Haynes is on 64. The men out, Clark for 12, Allsop for 3, Carter for 5. 2 wickets for Rob Keogh, 1 for Ben Sanderson, and it's going to be Rob Keogh who's going to carry on. He's going to have a little natter to his skipper Luke Proctor. Maybe a little fielding change they're thinking about. Let's pass some headphones to Liam. Helps if you've got some headphones, don't it, Liam? Sorry about that. And he's going to bowl to Tom Haynes. He's in and bowls. Oh, okay, it's a bit low. Haynes had to be very careful with that delivery. He played it into the offside, and there is no run. Do you need a hand with that, Liam? I can. No, he's in. Well done. In comes to Keogh again. In and bowl. Oh, Hayes says that looks very out. Oh, I tell you what, I wouldn't have been surprised to see the umpire's finger go up there. You know, he was pretty much trapped in front. Was Tom Haynes, and it to be about the right height as well. The headphones on there are a little unreliable, so hopefully you can hear me, Liam. Okay, if they drift in and out, there's a loose connection, I think. In comes Keogh, bowls to Haynes, he clips to mid-wicket, no run. That looked like a tight LBW to me.
Absolutely, you never want to be going back to a spinner was the advice I got given. Always get towards the ball and meet it, but I don't know, I didn't quite see the angle, but maybe just sliding down.
Keogh in bowls, Haynes defends stoutly into the offside, and there is no run. Good pass. I mean, Northampton will think here, if they could pick up a couple of wickets, you know, they're right in this game. I know there's only a day and a half to go. Keogh in bowls, Haynes wide, cuts firmly, a trademark Haynes shot fielded out on the cover boundary by the man with no number on his back, who I'm assuming is Michael Finnan. He gets in the throw. One more to Haynes. He goes to 65, 103 for 3.
He's bowled very well, hasn't he, today?
Oh, really well. Rob, I mean, what is he in his 10th over, 2 for 22. And, we certainly put the brakes on. Oh, I can hear someone talking into the effects microphone down there. So oh, Coles looks to clip this one through mid-wicket. He's rather deceived. The ball ends up going down to deep backward square. And picks up a couple of runs, does James Coles, but that wasn't very convincing. He goes to 7, total to 105 for 3.
That was the 2020 in him, I think. I was watching it. I play a lot of 2020 stuff with the England disability team, and whenever you see a gap like that over mid-wicket, the field is very tight in. It's a good way of counter-attacking, coming down the wicket and hitting with the spin. But unfortunately for Coles, it gripped a little bit too much. Keogh's really getting over the ball here and getting some turn and bounce, and managed just to get an inside edge down to 5 leg. But I do like the intent from Coles, because no one's really counter-attacked Keogh, so they've just let him get into his spell.
Yeah. Ian Arbour's been in touch. Hello, Ian. He says, good to have you back. I would say probably Carter will be dropped for Pujara. Well, I think Pujara comes back into the side, and you've got someone who's scored the amount of runs Cheshire. He definitely comes back. You'd have thought probably for Ollie Carter.
As Sanderson comes round the wicket, and that's a short ball that bounces just before it gets to the keeper for a dot ball.
I was going to say, both also Bogardini batting practice in the seconds. I said, well, out for 3 today, Tom Allsop stumped. Actually, I meant to speak to and ask John Philbert. It was a good question about how the second 11. I get very confused about second 11 cricket. Actually, Andrew might be a better person to ask, because I think there is a second 11 championship, but it's all a bit confusing.
I don't think it's particularly competitive, is it? And this also wouldn't be fair, because then you could just drop first teamers if you wanted to go and win that. So second ball of the over, round the wicket, and there's a big dive down to point, but Haynes throws his hands at it, and it's going to be 4 runs. Went a little bit quiet because I saw a big dive there from Zabe trying to catch the ball, but it was a short and wide ball by Sanderson. Haynes throws his hands at it, nails it, and nearly Zabe was in the game there with the dive and catch, but it flew to the boards for a 1 bounce 4.
It wasn't far away, but thank you for your email, Ian, at sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And Cheteshwar Pujara is here today. I saw him at lunchtime. He was doing some fitness work on the outfield, so he's been suffering with a bad back. You would suspect he'll be back at Leicester in the game starting on Friday.
So Sanderson into bowl, and that's blocked away nicely from Haynes, and that's probably the first loose delivery I've seen from Sanderson in a while, actually.
I'm sort of sitting here watching, thinking, it feels like one of those sort of moments in the game where you're almost expecting another wicket to go down.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's that's why I quite like Haynes' intent there, because Sussex do need to change momentum, and I've watched the ball back that Sanderson got Ollie Carter with, and it's absolute beauty. So I know a lot of the fans might be listening saying Ollie Carter didn't get many runs today, but you can't keep those one out. You just hope it doesn't hit the stumps. So in for his next ball, the over, and that's blocked away nicely there from Haynes. It's just one of those balls as a batter, Adrian, where you know you're going to miss it because of the way it jags. You just hope it misses the stumps as well. And unfortunately for Carter, bowled him.
We'll speak to Andrew when he's next on about the Second 11 Championship, because I'm sure he will know more about it than I do. I ought to know, but I get very confused with Second 11 cricket and how it works and all the rest of it. But John was saying in commentary, wasn't he, that Sussex are playing Second 11 cricket next week. Anyway.
So Sanderson into bowl here, round the wicket, and blocked away nicely again from Haynes.
It's certainly not 2 divisions. It's not like the county championship. I'll have a quick look through here at the handbook and see if they've got the Second 11 fixtures in here. Someone might come to my rescue. But it's a tense passage of play here, and we're still saying 55 overs left.
I don't think we're going to be able to get that in with the way the light is.
Second 11 fixtures, Sussex play Middlesex on the 15th at Horsham.
Beautiful ground. So last ball of the over, and there's a big waft from Haynes, and he edges it down to third man for 4 runs.
Yeah.
They've only got 1 slip and a gully in now at the moment, so there's a big gap there. So safe shot from Haynes, he throws his hands at it, and that's another 4 runs, bring Haynes on to 73 off only 104 balls.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that was got a round of applause. It wasn't where he intended it to go, Tom Haynes. He was looking to hit that through the covers, and that's why Ben Sanderson just stood and stared at him for probably 2 or 3 seconds after the ball was delivered. So I'm just looking here, Middlesex they play on the 15th, then they play Surrey, then Warwickshire, Kent, Surrey, Essex, Hampshire, and then they've got a number of... It looks as if it's primarily southern based, so maybe that's how it works. Anyway, it's going to be Rob Keogh who's going to carry on. 113 for 3, Coles on 7, Haynes on 73. Live cricket here on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Hums, alongside Liam O'Brien, England disability cricketer. Lives in Brighton. As Rob Keogh is in. Bowls swept by James Coles. That's going to be 4 runs. In fact, it was more pulled in front of square by James Coles. A little loose from Keogh, and Coles took full toll and hits the ball to the boundary. He goes to 11, 117 for 3. How's your summer panning out, Liam? What are your fixtures? What are your commitments? What are you going to be up to?
I'm a busy boy this summer, Adrian. I think I'm only with you guys 3 games this year just because I've got so much on. But lots of England fixtures, and yeah, there's a lot on this year.
Keogh in bowls. Coles is forward. It's played to sort of backward square leg. There is no run. Short square leg.
So I've changed clubs as well for club cricket. I was at Preston Nomads my whole life, but changed up this year and going to Brighton and Hove, which is very local. Means I can get to all the training nights, play a lot more regularly, and it fits in nicely with playing England games on a Sunday.
In comes Keogh bowls, and Coles is at it again, a repeat performance as he pulls the ball in front of square and picks up another boundary. James Coles, he goes to 15, Sussex to 121 for 3. I was just introduced to someone from Brighton Cricket Club, actually, a guy called Pete.
It might be the chairman.
Yeah, I think it is.
Might be the chairman. He took me out for a nice beer. Just he tried to woo me into signing, so it paid off.
Okay, well, I was talking to a couple of people just outside the front of the ground, and came and introduced himself. In comes Keogh again. Coles is determined not to get bogged down here, and he plays a little sort of sweep shot down towards fine leg. I think there was a second there actually, because James Coles was running to the danger end, but you probably heard Tom Haynes saying no, and Coles goes to 16, 122 for 3. So England matches generally being played where? Loughborough or?
So it's a complete vary. So we're really up in the level of competition this year. So playing against a lot of counties, so all around the country.
In comes Kerry Bowles. Haynes drives nicely through the covers. He's going to pick up just a single though, because there is a sweeper out on this boundary. The man with no name, who we assume, Andrew,
Finan.
is Michael Finan.
It's a bit of a tricky
I
one.
was called Finnan earlier on, so I do apologise.
Bit of a tricky one to discuss when Keogh rolls through the overs like he does, isn't it, in between balls?
Yeah, let's wait to the end of the over. In comes Kerry Bowles. Coles flicks this one down to deep backward square, almost a fine leg, and picks up a single. So an expensive over. 11 overs off that over from 11 runs off that over from Rob Keogh, but still very impressive figures. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. The end of the over, Sussex 124 for 3, Haynes on 74, Coles on 17. Off you go.
That's right. Yeah, no. So I signed for Brighton Hove this year. They're in a couple of divisions lower than the Premier League, and it actually meant that I could play a lot more cricket this year. Playing Premier League cricket, there's normally like 110 overs you can have, which takes up a whole Saturday. And then if I've got a fixture against Yorkshire, up in North East England, I'm in Brighton. It's a 5-hour drive afterwards. Just wasn't very practical. But playing the shorter games in Division 3 with the team who's really motivated to get back to the Premier League, huge cult section. It was a lot driving me to make that decision to move, and it means I get to play a little bit more cricket on a Saturday and then drive up to an England game on a Sunday. And obviously the dip in competition maybe in club cricket is made up for the fact that I'm playing against a lot of elite level competition for England, so it balances nicely and means I can be a nice role model as well to a lot of the Colts coming through. So Sanders is going to continue over the wicket to Coles, who blocks away nicely for a dot ball.
Where did Brighton play?
Brighton play the Neville, during the Neville cricket ground near Blatchington Mill, which is known sometimes as a nuclear waste site, was where it's called, because it's just a huge bit of land, where for some reason it normally is freezing all year round.
Is it?
Where
it's just one of those places.
Yeah, but it's one of those places where there's no cover or anything like that, so it's either really dry and attracts a lot of the wind. But it's a local place, so you can always get down and watch on a Saturday. Sanderson continues to bowl here and blocked away nicely from Coles. But we have some exciting fixtures this year. The one I'm probably most looking forward to, Adrian, it's probably a dream come true for me, is I get to play my first ever game at Lords this year.
Oh, wow.
So we're doing a Disability Select 11 playing against the MCC in July. So
fantastic.
That's I took a picture when I was 2015 at Lords, saying one day with Lords in the background, and it's quite nice that I'm going to achieve that dream this year, so special moment.
I love Lords, I have to say.
Yeah, it's my favourite ground I've ever been to. Sanderson is into bowl, and that's flicked away into the leg side from Coles for a dot ball.
We're very lucky with the pass that we get, our ECV pass. It does allow us pitch access. So whenever we go to Lords, I always sort of make sure I go out for the toss, just so I can stand in the middle and think, wow, I've actually been in the middle at Lords. And it's just, I don't know, it's just the aura of the place, it's the history of the place. It's the fact that whatever they do at Lords, it just seems to work, doesn't it? The new, the old. And actually, when you get to the middle, you realise how big the slope is as well.
Absolutely. So Sam's going to continue right arm over here, and it's blocked away nicely from Coles. And I've never stood on the grass or anything like that. I did a tour when I was about 16, I think, and it's quite funny. I got a picture of me just putting my foot on the grass as they tried to show us, and then I got shouted at by a steward saying, "Get off the grass!" Yeah, literally. So it's going to be. I probably don't have the privilege of you to be able to be out in the middle before.
Well,
so
it's very lucky to go and stand on the hallowed turf.
Yeah, and I can't wait just to walk through the long room when I go to bat. And it's one of those little dreams, bucket list things. As Sanderson's into bowl, and it's blocked away nicely from James Coles there.
I was very lucky, actually. My dad, who's fortunately no longer with us, but he came. I was commentating up at Lords a good few years ago now. I was watching the game, and afterwards we wandered down to the long room, and I said to the steward, "There's no chance of having a sneaky peek, is there?" And he sort of looked over his shoulder and said, "Yeah, go on." So Dad and I went into the long room, which was great, and took a photo. So it was really lovely.
Yeah, I'm going to have all my family there. My girlfriend's going to be there as well. It's going to be a special day.
Great.
So Sam's going to be into bowl, final ball of the over, and Coles has looked very solid for a maiden over. And Coles on 17 and Haynes on 74.
What a good job Ben Sanderson is doing here. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 26. I mean, he's one of these guys, and we'll ask Andrew when he comes back on commentary. He's just one of these guys, you almost look like you could wind him up and let him go, and he'll bowl you sort of, 14 overs on the spin, and he'll take, sort of 3 for 28 or something. He's just that sort of he reminds me a little bit of sort of Graham Onions, that sort of, I don't mean it in any derogatory term. I said, I didn't mean, I said a county bowler. I mean, he's, hasn't played, he's not played international cricket for England, but he's just one of these bowlers, as a skipper, you probably toss in the ball and think, well, that's sorted out for the next half hour.
Completely agree.
Rob Keogh is going to carry on rolling around the wicket, comes into bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes looks to flick that on the leg side. It ends up in the hands of short leg on the bounce, and there is no run. A slip and a short leg. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid onward wicket, deep backward square. In comes Keogh and bowls, and just played by Tom Haynes through sort of the vacant second or third slip area and picks up a single. He goes to 75, 125 for 3.
What I would say about county bowler, that's not a disservice to him.
No, of course.
But international decks are so flat, you need that extra yard of pace. So he's still a highly skilled bowler, a bit like a Darren Stevens, where you could...
Yes, very similar.
It'd be impossible for county or international players to play on a county pitch, but the decks are so different internationally, you need a different style of bowler.
Comes Keogh over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed James Coles, who's back and thumps that to wide Schmidt-off, fielded there by Luke Proctor, who bats left-handed but throws and bowls right-handed. He hasn't bowled so far in this innings. I always get confused in T20 matches when the ball goes to Tamal Mills in the field and he throws in with his right hand. You think, was that Tamal? But it is. That's what he does. Captain of Sussex's T20 this season. In comes Keogh, bowls to Haynes, who works into the offside, and that's a very smart piece of fielding there at backward point by Justin Broad. Very good indeed. So there was nobody behind him, and that would have whistled away. Might not have reached the boundary, but he certainly saved a couple of runs, did Broad. Good save. Keogh in again, bowls, and Haynes is back on his stumps, plays it back down the onside of the track, fielded by Keogh. No run. I think that's a good appointment by Sussex. Someone with Tamal's experience. Clearly, just break off for a moment, comes in again, bowls, Haynes drills that down the offside of the track. Keogh fields up his own bowling. Another over slips by, 52 remaining in the day. Sussex 126 for 3, Coles on 18, Haynes on 75. There is the T20 World Cup that's happening in June, July in the Caribbean and parts of the States as well. Clearly were Tamal to be selected for this, and he spoke about it at the press day. Obviously he'd be thrilled to bits, but he seemed to sort of be hinting that with Jofra Archer maybe on the way back, with Mark Wood, that maybe tough to make it into that squad. So he said, either way, if I get selected for England, that would be fabulous. If I don't, I'll be, I've got a big project here with the T20.
Absolutely, it looks like a change of mind. Is this Proctor coming on to bowl?
I was just going to say, must have been prophetic, really. I was just saying he hasn't bowled yet. He bowls off. I think he bowls off the wrong foot, as they say, doesn't he? Sort of. Andrew sort of winces. He's got. You what? Have you seen Luke Proctor bowl, Liam?
I haven't actually.
Okay, well, you watch. He's got a slightly unusual. Well, it's not unusual. You make up your own mind. We used to call it in the old days bowling off the wrong foot, which isn't, actually correct.
It's a nightmare to face as a batter because it throws off your timings. It's like someone putting a ball in a bowling machine. It's like it just delays slightly, so you don't know how to get your trigger points moving and stuff like that. But it'll be the first time seeing Proctor bowl, so seeing him sprint down the hill here at the Cromwell Road end into bowl, and it's blocked away nicely from Coles. But that was a very good spell from Sanderson, and they probably need to give him a little bit of a break, or else he would be going all day.
I've been told it's half price tomorrow, which is great news. So if you're thinking of coming down to Hove tomorrow, you're not a member, but, or if you're around Brighton tomorrow, a bit of half price cricket. If you've got Monday off or fancy a Monday off, half price at Hove tomorrow.
So Proctor into bowl here over the wicket, and that's blocked away nicely from Coles for a dot ball. So I would say regarding the Tamal Mills appointment is, with my England cricket, we only play 2020s, and you less need a tactician and this mastermind like you would in a county championship game. You need someone that is used to the fire, if that makes sense. That's someone that's seen it all before and knows if a couple of teams have a good big over, it doesn't get too much. And Proctor's into bowl again, and it's blocked away nicely from Coles, who's looked very solid so far. But yeah, that's one thing I would say about the Tamal Mills appointment is he's been there and done it. He goes to so many different franchises. He's played internationally at the top level. He's been there, done that, and I think for the youngsters coming through, by the sounds of Philby speaking earlier, John Philby, they want to have a younger T20 squad today, this year. So having an experienced figure like Tamal Mills, who's been there and done it, is a really good appointment in my opinion. So Proctor's into bowl here, and that's blocked away again from Coles.
In T20 cricket last season, Sussex won one game here at Hove. Away from home, they were actually very successful. They won at the Oval, and Tamal made the point on press day that they won at the Oval without any, Surrey had the full Monty out.
Yeah.
And Sussex beat them without an overseas player. So there's plenty of potential, but they just, it was a pretty miserable campaign in the end last year.
Absolutely. As Proctor continues, there's a big appeal, but I feel like he's got a little bit of bat involved there, and that's why it was a bit of a dimmed appeal. But I agree. I watched a lot of the 2020 games last year, and Sussex seemed to be in them for early stages, but then other teams just had sustained pressure, and they got away from Sussex a little bit more. So, yeah, I really like the appointment of Tamal Mills, and he speaks really well as well.
He's excellent. He's a really good guy, Tamal, and he's I think that's a very shrewd and sound appointment.
I agree. So final ball of the over here from Proctor, and that's been blocked. Hits the outside edge and rolls through to Amelia Gay for a dot ball, and that's going to end the over. So 126 for 3, Coles on 18, Haynes batting very well on 75, and the game's finally poised, isn't it, Adrian?
It is. We've had an email in from Charles and Carol Lane, who are in Freeport, Grand Bahama, which I'm assuming is the Bahamas. They go on to say, hello Adrian, not the farthest flung outpost in the world for watching Sussex opener, but great to see Sussex back in action this year. Good to see the sun out at Hove. Needless to say, the weather out here is glorious. I bet it is. Bahamas. How lovely is that? Thank you, Charles and Carol. I'm presuming you're on holiday out in the Bahamas. Lovely to hear from you, and thank you so much for getting in touch. In comes Keogh, bowls to Haynes. He's annoyed with himself, Rob Keogh, because he dropped that short and he rather allowed Tom Haynes a bit of a gimme single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Haynes goes to 76. Perhaps you can let us know the temperature just to make us really jealous. Charles and Carol, and where in Sussex you're from. In comes Keogh again, bowls. Oh, that's wide. That's almost a wide. It is a wide. Yeah. That was odd, wasn't it? I just wonder whether the previous ball had something to do with that, because the last delivery he dropped short. I just wonder if he was looking to make sure he pitched that one up and maybe tried to entice the drive from James Coles. Keogh again. Coles plays this with the spin down to short fine leg on the 45. And there is no run. So T, I think, is probably at 4 today. I'm looking in Andrew's direction. And Andrew back with us in 5 minutes or so. Keogh again. Oh, that's a full toss. That's a horrible ball, and James Coles will be very, very annoyed that he didn't hit that for 4. In fact, did it hit the... I lost track of the ball. It ended up with the man again on the sort of 45 angle. It's not really fine leg. He's sort of backward square leg. Keogh again. Another full toss. Coles drives that to mid-off, fielded by Proctor. He slightly lost his line of length in this over, Rob Keogh.
I think it's the intent that Coles has shown. It's really throwing him off. He's run down the wicket, hitting for sweeps, so he's had a bit more to think about.
Keogh again, and down the leg. Oh, that's a good bit of keeping by McManus. It's not a stumping, but it was just very well taken. It's, I just love watching wicketkeepers standing up to the stumps, down the leg side, particularly up a medium pacer. It's just great to watch.
As a medium pacer, it's not nice to see.
Yeah, some of the
he stands up.
Some of the great exponents of that, though, the likes of Jack Russell and Chris Reed. I mean, just top-notch wicket keepers. In comes Keogh again. That's a little too short, and Coles is able to help that one away around the corner on the leg side. He's picked up a couple of runs as Justin Broad chases back. And Coles has gone very quietly about his business here. He goes to 20. Of 35 balls. It's in him another Keogh. I just wonder whether that might be Luke Proctor just had a little word there to Rocky. Yeah, I wonder whether that might be the end of his spell. We shall see. It's been a good spell, whatever. 13 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 2 for 41. Sussex are 130 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Northampton. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien, Andrew Radd, your regular Northampton commentator, back with us in Northamptonshire commentator, I should say, back with us in about 5 minutes' time. We'll have an update to do to our listeners down in Surrey, Kent and Sussex. And just looking here, Rod Keogh is just coming down to literally just down below us. Is that Rory Kleinfeld just down below us? They're just having a little natter. We'll ask them not to say too much because they're right by the effects microphone. So we don't want him to drop himself in it. He just looked a little bit disappointed.
I'm just watching the advice and he's speaking to him, and I think they're on about trying to keep the ball pitched up and getting them driving. I think he's a little bit annoyed at the length he's been bowled.
Well, that over was quite noticeable, wasn't it? Yeah, and he's just chatting away. In front of us is Rob Keogh, number 21 on his back.
And it's going to be Proctor continue, but he's going to come round the wicket here to Haynes as he's into bowl. Pitched up, and there's a big shout, and it just beats the inside edge of the bat. And I think it's caught Haynes off guard there a little bit with the skiddier action. I think it's just come through a little bit quicker than he was expecting, and that's well bowled from Proctor. And what you were saying earlier, Adrian, about the keepers standing up is, do you know, if you were speaking to someone who's new to cricket, go, oh, what's the perks of cricket, or what draws you to cricket? You probably talk about day out in the sunshine or the camaraderie or stuff like that. But then if you talk to a cricket purist, it's always about a keeper standing up against a seamer or the noise of the ball off the bat. So it's funny as you get more into cricket, the differences. And that's Proctor in round the wicket, hit out to deep square for a single.
No, definitely.
I'm just having a little look at the field now and how it's changing for the right-handed Coles. It looks like they're going to have a deep square leg out and a deep fine leg, so it's still got a bit of protection in case it gets dropped a little bit short. And then going to have a short a short mid-wicket, 2 slips. So a pretty regular field, just with a deep square leg, maybe just to give Proctor a bit of protection, as Coles is very strong on the leg side. So he now runs down into bowl, and that's flicked through mid-wicket beautifully from Coles, who just leans on it, and it goes all the way up that hill. There's a big chase from the Northants fielder, and I've just seen him, he dived, and he manages just to scoot the ball back in, and that's going to be 3 runs. And there's a beautiful shot from Coles, who didn't try and overly hit that, just came across his stumps, hit that in the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, all the way up towards the changing rooms for 3. And that's the only thing I would say about Proctor and bowlers like this. If there's not much life in the deck, then the Sussex batters could actually try and go across all 3 stumps and maybe let them to bowl on their legs and take advantage of things that way, or maybe use the pitch a little bit more. So Proctor's into bowl around the wicket here, and Haynes leans on it on the outside, drives it beautifully through offside, and is picked up by Deep Point, who they've kept out, maybe just for a bit of extra protection for Proctor. And it feels like he's come on just to maybe sneak a wicket in or something, but if he continues like this, Adrian, he doesn't look particularly threatening, so maybe he won't get too many more overs.
We've had a reply from Charles and Carol, who are clearly listening to us over in Grand Bahama. I don't know whether to read their reply out, actually.
I've seen the first sentence, so maybe not. It starts not to rub it in, but that's a good shot. As Proctor comes in, it's played down to third man, and they're pushing hard for a third. Keogh slides the ball back in, and yeah, they managed to get 3 there. Proctor just a little bit offline. Coles guides it down to third man, and thankfully Keogh's run all the way down to deep third man, and as it's the left-hander now on strike, he gets to stay down there at fine leg, so not too much running for him.
He made a very assured start here, James Coles, as he made 300s last year in the Championship.
Now Proctor continues into bowl, and that's driven nicely by Tom Haynes to mid-on, but the fielder's there, so that's going to be a dot ball and the end of the over. So Sussex 138 for 3, Coles on 26 off only 37 balls, Haynes batting beautifully on 78, and I'm sure Adrian is about to make us all very jealous here in Charles's email.
Well, they have. So Charles and Carol have replied, and they've said, Adrian, not to rub it in, you are. You are. But the temperature is mid-upper 20s. That's just really nice, isn't it? We've been having a late breakfast, watching the game before going to tough it out on Coral Beach. This just gets worse, doesn't it? Which I bet is a lovely long sandy beach. You could picture it now, the parasols, can't you? The sea lapping onto the beach. Maybe a cocktail in hand. Might be a bit early for a cocktail. What do you reckon? You're on holiday?
It is never too early, Adrian. I was on
Yeah.
holiday last week and it was never too early for a cheeky pina colada.
Yeah. Yes, we're at the end of a long holiday, but hail from Hove, just round the corner from the ground. Shout out to all our fellow supporters at the north end of the ground. So if you're huddled in your blanket at the far end of the ground, just let you know, Charles and Carol are having a great time over in Grand Bahama, where they don't need to be huddled in blankets. Lovely. Thank you so much for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you both. And as with everyone, if you ever fancy coming up to the commentary box and seeing what we do, if you're interested, you're more than welcome. Just drop us an email and I'm sure we can facilitate that. But thank you for getting in touch. As in comes a change in bowling. It's Zabe who's coming into the attack. Safe Zabe, who's bowling his second over. And we're going to do a quick update in a moment, and then Andrew will be back on commentary. 138 for 3. It's got to that time of day when I've sort of forgotten who's on our rota. In comes Zabe again. Round the wicket, bowling's left arm spin, and Coles plays that to mid wicket. Think about a single, it wasn't there. That's a very fine piece of fielding. In there at short mid wicket, it was tucked around the corner by James Coles. It looked for all the world like it was a single, but it was an excellent piece of fielding at mid wicket. The throw came in, McManus whipped off the bails. It's Justin Broad in there. And I think James Coles might have damaged some of his equipment or something or another in attempting to get back in his ground. But that was a really good piece of fielding.
Yeah, I think that's one of those where as you go to dive in, it completely scuffs your gloves and you lose all your grip. So it's just going to be a little glove change. Yeah, it's one of those where you, as a batter nowadays, you probably didn't see it before, but now you have like 5 or 6 pair of gloves that you just rotate through, Adrian. And he's just changing it up nice and easily.
Yes, we're into the afternoon session on what has been a lovely sunny day here at Hove, by far the nicest day of the season so far. Sussex are 138 for 3. That in reply to the Northamptonshire total earlier on today of 371. Tom Haynes is going along very nicely. He's on 78. James Coles on 26. Earlier, Clark out for 12, Allsop for 3, and Carter for 5. Meanwhile, over the border in Kent, Somerset are 181 for 2, going along very nicely after Kent made 284 yesterday. Not such good luck though at Old Trafford in Manchester. They've only had 21 balls so far today due to rain. Surrey are 15 without loss. That in reply to Lancashire's total yesterday of 202. Thank you. In comes a bowls to Coles, who flicks that through mid-wicket and picks up a single. He goes to 27, 139 for 3. I suspect actually, I mean, the sun has gone in, and when you look at the spectators, they are sort of slightly wrapped up, aren't they, around the ground. 139 for 3, 27 Coles, 78 Haynes. That's the end of my stint. I think, is it not me? Is it Andrew back on for Liam? I think it is, yeah. Sorry, I completely lost my thread of who's who and who's doing what. So, have we eaten all Liam's biscuits? There is loads. So Andrew back with us in a couple of moments. So I'll just help Liam. That's it. Just rejuggling the microphones, but it's going to be Luke Brock who's going to carry on. 2 overs for 8 as he runs in and bowls to James Coles. He plays firmly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. James Coles made his debut for Sussex when he was just 16 years of age, back in those awful days of COVID. Now 20. He was only 20 earlier on this week. Went away with England Lions. He's a very fine cricketer. And that's all I'm going to say, because I don't want to talk him out. Proctor in again. Bowls. Coles is forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. I made an absolute mug of myself last year, giving Alior a massive amount of praise, and with the next ball he was out. So I learned that lesson.
Well, we've all done it.
Yeah. It was a really bad one, though, Andrew. It's you know, it was full of, it was almost full of this lad's going to play for England. I went on and on and on. And when I heard it back, I just cringed with embarrassment. The sun has started to come out again. As in comes Proctor and bowls, and Coles flicks that down to deep backward square. and picks up a single, so it goes to 140 for 3, Coles to 28.
The one I'm always reminded of was Headingley 2021, when I was on with our colleague Jonathan Doidge and said Northamptonshire have never lost a first-class match by 1 run, and I did qualify it and said so far. And they did.
Yeah, what a game.
That astonishing game of cricket with Wayne Parnell out just at the end there.
Proctor in bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays it straight back down the track. No run. He's been more circumspect in the last half hour or so, Tom Haynes. He got to his 50 relatively quickly, but I think since then a combination of good bowling from Northamptonshire, plus the fact that Sussex have lost wickets, meant that Tom has just had to retrench a bit, just take his time. And he waits as the Northamptonshire skipper is on his way over the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who drives handsomely through the wicket, through the covers, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. That was a lovely shot by Tom Haynes, slightly over pitched, and he absolutely drilled the ball through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 82, 144 for 3.
Yeah, it's an interesting point Liam was making a little while ago, that if you haven't got express pace, which Luke Proctor hasn't, then with the Kookaburra ball on this sort of surface, you haven't got a lot of margin for error, and that was just a little bit full, and as you say, Haynes latched onto it. Beautiful looking shot.
He waits again as Proctor is in bowls and Haynes is forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. I think I mentioned earlier Tom Haynes didn't make a century last season, got past 50 on 6 occasions. He'll be desperately keen to make this count. It's the end of the over. Luke Proctor has bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden. Has taken 0 to 413. Sussex 144 for 3. Coles 28. Haynes is on 82. Actually, I actually went to the optician recently. I've got some new glasses, Andrew, but when I put them on, they didn't seem to be very good, and I thought, well, they're worse than the old ones. So I actually got an eye test on. The optician said, well, you better come back and have another eye test. So I'm going back to have that done later. They also do hearing tests at opticians nowadays. My wife's very pleased that I'm having that. Anyway.
Here's Safe Sabe starting a fresh over from the C end, and first ball to James Coles is played defensively up on the onside, with Justin Broad coming in from mid-wicket to field. Just a slip in now as the only close catcher is Zabe, left arm round the wicket, and brings Coles forward. Doesn't generally give it a huge amount of air, Safe Sabe. Not a tall man, of course. Just about 5 or 6 paces in and bowls to Coles, who makes a little bit of ground down the pitch. When he gets there, it defends out onto the onside, and Broad again fields. When Safe Sabe was playing club cricket in Northamptonshire, he would often, the days before, a limit on the number of overs per bowler. He's in again and bowls, and this time Coles playing it off the back foot back down the pitch for Zabe to field. He would often just, they'd wind him up, put him on, bowl little darts for 20 overs or something, and just keep the scoring down and make the batters take a chance. Here he is again, a little bit of flight that time, and it's turned away through square leg, in fact just in front of square, by Coles for a single. Takes James Coles up to 29 and Sussex to 145 for 3. Bit of a council of war down below us with Northamptonshire's bowling coach Rory Kleinveld. I think the head coach John Sadler was around as well. Must be reasonably satisfied with what they've seen so far, but probably would be hoping for another breakthrough or two before tea. And this next ball from Zabe brings Tom Haynes forward. A little bit of mixture of bat and pad as it runs away down the pitch. And that's the end of the over. 145 for 3. Replying to Northamptonshire's 371 all out, with James Coles on 29, Tom Haynes on 82. News from elsewhere. Talked about Kashif Ali, who made 100 for Worcestershire in the first innings against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Guess what? He's made one in the second innings as well.
Wow, he's a good player.
116 not out off 117 balls.
He doesn't hang about. He's a very, very good player.
Worcestershire 182 for 1 in their second innings.
Wow. Luke Proctor's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in 145 for 3. He's in and bowls. Coles defends into the offside, no run. It is worth having your hearing checked, Andrew, because I went to my optician, they checked my hearing and they said it was down a little bit, but you know, that's a bit of an age thing really. But what they did say that was very gratifying was, you know, people need to be in the same room to talk to you really. So that means when you get the call from upstairs at home about, can you put the, I don't know, put the dishwasher on, or can you let the dog in from the garden, I can't hear any of that. I have to be in the same room.
I find crowded rooms a bit difficult sometimes these days.
In comes Proctor bowls and Coles defends onto the onside, and there is no run.
If there's lots of people talking at the same time, but fortunately in here, of course, it's never an issue. But occasionally in the office, when you've got lots of
noise,
lots of conversations going on.
Yeah, it can be an advantage sometimes. The flags are not sort of billowing away now on the clock tower scoreboard. But earlier on today, they were really billowing, but the Sussex one is actually limped to the pole at the moment as in comes Proctor. Bowls to Coles, who clips that one away. I think he was looking to play that little square with James Coles. The ball ends up down at fine leg, and Coles picks up another single. He goes to 31-46 for 3. Are Sussex. Just a reminder that as Andrew's been keeping everybody updated during the day, no play today at Durham, no play at Derby. They haven't had any play in either of those games at all. So we've been very lucky here. We've lost pretty much a day with not starting until 3 o'clock on the first day and then finishing at 4 o'clock yesterday. Proctor, this busy approach in around the wicket bowls to Haynes, and Haynes defends to mid-off. And there is no run. This is a similar-ish pattern of play that we saw earlier when Northamptonshire, just for a while, just applied the brakes through Sanderson and Keogh, and just get the feeling that Proctor's always there and thereabouts. He's one of these sort of busy bowlers who's always at the batsman. Very few balls that Tom Haynes thinks, right, let's go in for 4. Very good line and length bowler. Proctor in bowls, with that Haynes placed firmly into the covers. And there is no run. Rob Keogh just down below us. He's got all sorts of stuff down here. It looks like he's got a water bottle. What else he got? Is that a jumper perhaps he's got on the floor down here, down below us? He's talking to one of the backroom staff. Tent? Yeah, he's dressed
Inflatable
up.
mattress?
Well, again, the guy down talking to him looked like he's dressed up to go on a mountaineering expedition. In comes Proctor bowls. Good over by Luke Proctor. Just what his side needed. Just what the skipper needed there. He's, come on. I can't read his statistics now because they put the hours of play up. Lunch we've had. Come on, Adrian. Teas at 4 o'clock. Close of play at 6:30. But just tight little spell from Proctor. Coles and Haynes have a little natter. There is his figures. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 4:14. So we have got another 17 minutes to go until tea. Sussex 146 for 3. That in reply to the Northamptonshire total of 371. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Radd, will commentate right up to the tea break, and then we'll have Liam O'Brien back on commentary when we return from our prawn sandwiches.
Cake, I hope. Here's Safe Sabe starting a fresh over round the wicket to Coles, who's gone aerial. Is that gone all the way for 6? It is. It's very well caught. Very well caught. By Greg Smith, Northamptonshire's batting coach. Just the this side of the boundary rope, but, well, good statement of intent there from James Coles. He's gone for half a dozen, 36 to him now, just 56 balls, 152 for 3. Zabin again, and Coles just, all coaches love that, don't they? 6-1. After the 6, just turned it away for a single, fielded by Justin Broad, tracking back from mid-wicket, takes Coles to 37 and Sussex to 153 for 3. I bet he's glad he caught that, because he'd have got some dreadful stick, wouldn't he? If he'd have dropped that. Well, worse still, of course, it would have been the fielding coach, Graham White, but he dropped it. Zabe over the wicket to the left-handed Haynes. It comes down the pitch in the end, plays it defensively, just off a hint of bat and pad. Back down the pitch. Zabe just trots in 3 or 4 steps and forced away beautifully through the covers for 4 by Tom Haynes. A little bit short, but not particularly short, but Haynes just putting his hands through it. Lovely timing, and it raced away for 4. It takes Haynes to 86 and Sussex to 157 for 3. We've lost the sunshine, which is a shame. High cloud, just starting to spread in a little bit. Makes us think we may not get through to 6:30. Here's Zabin again, bowls. Turned away by Haynes for a single, out through mid-wicket. Goes out to the boundary in front of the members' pavilion. Haynes to 87 and Sussex to 158 for 3. Still just the slip in for Zabe, who's round the wicket, bowls again, and that's nudged into the onside by Coles, who set off for the single and then stopped and wasn't sure whether Haynes was coming. He was. There was an easy single there. So Coles picks up another run and keeps the bowling. Takes James Coles to 38. Haynes is 87. And Sussex are 159 for 3 at the end of the over. At Trent Bridge, Essex going really strongly at the moment. 260 for 5 in their second innings. Paul Walter, the big tall man, left-hander, 79 not out. Matt Critchley, 58 not out. And those two, well, they came together when Essex were in a spot of bother at 129 for 5. They've basically doubled the score. So, well, that's again very nicely boiling up. Could be an interesting finish tomorrow. Essex basically 220 runs ahead, 5 wickets standing.
Luke Proctor's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in his 5th over. He's in and bowls to James Coles, who plays defensively into the covers. There is no run, then sort of marks his crease out again by scratching away with his boot.
At Canterbury, Somerset 193 for 2 against Kent. Tom Lammonby 81 not out.
What a good player. And again is Proctor bowls and a repeat performance as Coles leans forward, plays it to mid-off, gets a round of applause, does skipper Proctor from wicket-keeper McManus. Got a good line here is Luke Proctor. He's just plugging away. That's giving his opening bowler Ben Sanderson a bit of a breather. I expect we'll probably see Sanderson after tea.
I would think so.
Picked up the wicket of Ollie Carter. Proctor in, Coles. It's, oh, I thought he was going to be caught then. Well, it went to the right of, who's that? Is that Sanderson at mid-on?
No, George Bartlett.
George Bartlett. I think that the Northants lads think that was a chance.
Yes, it was diving away to his right. It wasn't easy,
no,
but I think he got a hand to it.
I wondered if he was a bit slow to pick it up. I don't know whether perhaps he didn't see it, but he moved to his right. But it definitely carried. I think that's a life for James Coles.
Yes, I think it is.
When he was on 38 and the total 159 for 3. Proctor in, bowls to Haynes, who thrashes that one away, but there's a fielder down at deep backward point. It's just a single to Haynes.
Actually, those of you watching on the stream with the picture will have seen it. I've just watched it back again. Wonderful little bit of synchronised arm raising, because when James Coles played the shot, the fielder's out of the camera range, but you saw Lewis McManus, fielder at slip, and John Sadler, the head coach, on the boundary, all with a hand up thinking he was going to catch it and then didn't.
Coles was on 38 when that happened. Proctor in again, bowls, and James Coles this time is solidly forward, foot to the pitch of the ball. One interesting thing about James Coles is I'm loath to big players up because it comes back to bite you on the backside. But good players always seem to have a lot of time. And I've always thought that with James, that he's one of these players who looks to have time when he plays. Only 20 years of age. Proctor again. Bowls. Oh, now he's beaten outside the off stump, and he was very nearly bowled. He was neither forward nor back. And that was an undistinguished shot from James Coles, but he survives. End of the over, 161 for 3. Coles 39, Haynes 88. We've got 11 minutes to go until tea, after which, what do you reckon? We'll get 3 overs in before then. We'll have 40 overs after tea. Whether we will get through to, you know, I mean, it is clouding up a little. It's high level cloud, but this time of year, even on sunny days, you don't get much light after 8, sort of quarter past.
No, that's right. At Lords, Middlesex 351 for 4, replying to Glamorgan 620 for 3. Ryan Higgins 69 not out.
Good player.
Well, he's one of those players who always seems to do well against Northamptonshire with bat, ball or both.
Right, okay.
Here is Safe Zabe bowling over the wicket to Haynes, who goes to try and drive over the top of mid-off, gets there, and then goes off an inside edge, and I think into the side of his knee, and he is in a certain amount of discomfort. He's wandered off for a little curse to himself. And
well, it's basically like that nobody goes up and says, are you okay?
So there's no sympathy for anybody for that one, but anyway, he's okay. His Zabin again bowls to him short, just relieves the pressure a little bit, and he's able to just cut it away down to deep point for a single. He's still hobbling, isn't he, bless him? But anyway, you look up at the board and say, well, I've got 89 to my name, 89 to Haynes, and Sussex 162 for 3.
I need some arnica cream on that. Is that what
brings the bruise out, that's right, yes. I had a bag of that in my cricket bag for many years, a little pot of that. Stank the place out. Here's Zabin again, driven up to mid-off by Coles. And there's a sort of mutual consent single with Proctor up there at mid-off, through for the run. 40 to Coles, 163 for 3. And it has certainly been cloudy's very high, but there's blue sky over to the north of us, but here, just looking over to the west, it's a little bit more cloud around as Zabe is in, bowls on leg stump to Haynes, who works it into the onside. They're going to have to hurry as he goes through for a quick single. They do, and Karen Nair just sort of trying to underarm flick to the non-striker's end. Doesn't really put an awful lot of pressure on the batter running to that end. Haynes goes to 90, 164 for 3. Zabin again bowls to Cole, stretches forward, pushes it out onto the onside for Justin Broad to field. Certainly the breeze much less pronounced than it was first thing this morning. The flags are billowing, but they're not sort of tugging as they were this morning. Here's Zabin again, driven by Cole's, well fielded off his own bowling by Safe Zabe, moving to his left. And that's the end of the over. 164 for 3. Haynes is 90, Coles is 40, and these two have now put on 70 for the 4th wicket.
They have. There's some people sitting up on one of the balconies.
Oh yes.
For a cricket ground with lots of balconies overlooking, there are very few people who ever watch the cricket. But there's a group of people sitting up there. I don't know if they're listening to us, probably not. There's 4 of them sitting up there behind one of those sort of screens that you have to keep the wind off. A gentleman up there in a very bright orange jumper, watching them, just reading about Kashi Valley, who we were saying has got 200s for Worcestershire in the match against Warwickshire. He was the first graduate of the South Asian Cricket Academy to sign for a first-class county. Brought up in Luton.
He played for Bedfordshire.
Yeah, been on trial with Northamptonshire and Worcestershire in recent weeks. In comes Proctor, bowls into the played to the offside by Haynes, no run. The SACA scheme is aimed at correcting the current trend, which sees over 30% of recreational cricketers in England and Wales classified as British Asian, but the figure dropped to under 5% when it comes to men's professional cricket. So that's interesting. And he batted last year against Sussex, and he just smashed Sussex out the ground at New Road. In goes Proctor, bowls to Haynes, an expansive drive from Tom Haynes to mid-off. Didn't quite go where he intended, and there is no run.
Yeah, played a couple of games for Northamptonshire seconds, but also played national counties for his native Bedfordshire. Very highly rated.
Yeah. He's 26. In comes Proctor. 6 minutes to go until tea. Haynes drives firmly, and he's going to get a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Tom Haynes goes to 91, which, looking at my records, I think was his highest score of the season last year. Yes, it was. 9 more needed for what would be his 10th first-class 100. And a really welcome return to form for Tom Haynes after, I'm sure, what he thought was a disappointing season last year. Leans on his bat. Proctor in bowls, and Coles flicks this beautifully through mid-wicket, 4 runs. That was a class shot. There wasn't an awful lot wrong with that delivery from Luke Proctor. He'd slowed the pitch slightly, but it was the way that Coles just dispatched the ball through mid-wicket for 4. He goes to 44, and Sussex to 169 for 3.
It really was effortless, wasn't it? And he said about the amount of time he seems to have, and nothing better made the point, I think, than that stroke. That was languid, lovely bit of batting.
Proctor in again. Coles looks up and go outside the off-stump there. Phil Tips has been in touch. Greetings, Adrian, for the first time this season. Thank you, Phil, for getting in touch. I've just come in from walking the dog and heard you saying about leg side keeper glove work. I remember walking in one day, and the first ball I saw Robin Martin-Jenkins bowling a rank long hop down the leg side, and Andy Hodd making the most amazing stumping. In comes Proctor, bowls, and Coles is going to get 4 runs here, but not really where he intended. He's run the ball down to third man. I don't think he intended it quite to go there, but nonetheless, just the one slip in place, and James Coles picks up a boundary. It's a rather expensive over from Luke Proctor. 9 runs coming off of it. Coles to 48, Sussex 173 for 3. Phil goes on to say, looking forward to a great season. Must admit there seems to be a bit of freezing around it this year for some reason. Great scheduling allowing us drone workers some chance to watch the games. So good to hear from you, Phil. Sussex certainly having had a little wobble at one stage, 55 for 1, then 94 for 3. A partnership between these two of 79.
One of many interesting points that John Philby, the Sussex Cricket Chair, made when he was with us before lunch, as Zabe starts another over from the C end, bowls to Haynes, who drives stylishly out through the covers. There's a man back there sweeping on the cover boundary, Michael Finan, and it's 1 more run to Tom Haynes, takes him to 92, and Sussex to 174 for 3. When he was talking about the scheduling, and he made the point, which I think a few people have made up our way, which is that it's great having Championship cricket on over the weekend. Here's Zabe in again, and down the pitch comes James Coles, works it into the onside. Broadfields, and there's no run. It's great for many who've been crying out for Championship cricket at the weekends that they can watch. Zabe in again, bowls to Coles again, works it into the onside, but Broad's quick there, quickly to the ball, and cuts off any chance of a single. But it does, of course, mean that the many people involved in recreational cricket, playing, umpiring, scoring, whatever, of course, will not be there on a Saturday. Here's Zaben again, turned into the onside, past Broad this time, out to Finan on the boundary for a single. Coles to 48, 49, I think that should be. Yeah, it is 49. 175 for 3. And you know, the Northamptonshire League, we've got 16 divisions, 170 teams playing. Here's Zabe. Oh my goodness, and that I think was the arm ball. Tom Haynes had given himself a bit of room to try and cut it, and in the end it left him, well, it sort of hit him on the top of the pad, maybe on the thigh pad. It almost followed him. But that next ball, he's much more assured, playing defensively forward, out to Broad at extra cover, and that's the end of the over. So Tom Haynes, apart from that one little anxious moment there, moves serenely on, 92 to him. James Coles, who's moved on to 49 almost before we've noticed, is going along beautifully as well, and these two are doing a cracking job for their side. 175 for 3, came together at 94 for 3 when we were saying Northamptonshire will feel they're in the game here, but these two have, well, in the throes at least of closing the door. Rob Keogh is going to come back for a little roll before tea from the Cromwell Road end. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see what the crowds are like on Saturdays in particular, because there will be a lot of people who either play or, let's say, or score or umpire or watch. That's going to be an interesting one. There's less Sunday cricket, I suppose, less Sunday club cricket around, certainly in Northamptonshire, than there used to be a few years ago.
You know, that's a very good point. And a very good question was posed, wasn't it, about the corporate hospitality as well?
Yes.
No one wants to give up their weekends. Keogh comes into bowl last over before tea, bowls to James Coles, who's one short of his half century. And Andrew's absolutely right. He's just sort of, he came in, you know, when Sussex were in just a little spot of trouble, and he almost unnoticed, he's at 49 all of a sudden. Keogh in, bowls, gives that plenty of air, and that's going to be 50 for James Coles as he sweeps the ball away down to deep mid-wicket. A very fine half-century by a very fine young cricketer who's been away with the England Lions over the winter, been working on his bowling. He bowled very nicely, picking up a couple of wickets, and he's gone through to well, I say a chanceless half-century, not quite, because we think he might have been dropped on 38 at a wideish mid-on. It would have been a good catch. But certainly the reaction from the Northamptonshire fielders suggested it was a chance that was put down by George Bartlett. In comes Keogh, bowls, Haynes forward. He'll have his eyes on T, will Tom Haynes.
Coles reaching his 50 off 73 balls, one ball slower than Haynes, who got his off 72.
Thank you, Andrew. Keogh again. Gives it plenty of airs, clipped by Haynes to the fielder at short leg. That is George Bartlett, isn't it?
It is, yes, that's right.
And there is no run. Keogh back to his mark. Haynes waits. Keogh in again, bowls, and Haynes defends to backward point, footed by Zabe. So 1 ball to go until the tea break. A session that started off really well for Northamptonshire, but Sussex have fought their way back. Keogh in again, bowls, Haynes forward, plays to the covers, and there is no run, and that will be tea as the players make their way off. Good applause around the ground. We'll have 39 overs after tea. Sussex 176 for 3. James Coles on exactly 50. Tom Haynes on 92. These two coming together when Sussex were 94 for 3, having lost Carter for 5, Alsop for 3, and Clark for 12. 2 wickets for Rob Keown. 1 for Ben Sanderson, who I think has been the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers. Andrew, Liam and I are going to have a cup of tea and hopefully a piece of cake. We've enjoyed some nice cakes so far this season, and we'll be back with you in 20 minutes at round about 20 past 4. So whatever you're doing, 20 minutes and we'll be back with you. Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome to the final session of the day here at Hove as the players make their way out from the pavilion in the corner of the ground. Tom Haynes striding out to the middle. He's 8 short of what will be his 10th first-class century. James Coles alongside him on 50 after 73 balls. He's an impressive cricketer, is young James Coles. Hope Sussex got him tied down on a nice long contract, because he really does look one for the future. We've thought that for a couple of years down here at Hove. The Northants players, I do like Northamptonshire's caps. Purpley colour, and they come wandering out. So we've got another 39 overs to be bowled tonight. Now, actually, there's quite a lot of blue sky around. Whether we'll get all 39 in, I don't know. But if we do, then Andrew, Liam and I will be filling out our overtime sheets, because not that they pay overtime, because we're going to be finished very late. The over rate is very commendable for Northamptonshire. It's +4. So that's probably due to the fact amount of spin that's been bowled. But opening the bowling after tea is going to be Chris Tremaine, who's on call. Got in touch from Sydney a little earlier on. I was just, actually, I don't know if you're still listening, but I was reading there's dreadful floods in Sydney at the moment. There's been a huge amount of rain, and I read that there's only one road passable up to the Blue Mountains, and it's been really quite bad. I mean, the weather is all over the place, isn't it? Anyway, in comes Tremaine to bowl the first over after tea, and he's in to bowl to James Coles, who immediately is on his way with a little flick down to fine leg, and he picks up a single and goes to 51. Sussex to 1 at 77 for 3. The scoreboard hasn't yet put the score up. There we go. All up and done. In fact, there was a little more cloud around, actually, and what we found on the first 2 days is the light did go quite rapidly. I mean, yesterday it rained, but you know, at this time of year, I think even without, you know, 8:15, couple of times recently, I've been out walking my dogs, and you get to sort of 8 o'clock and you're thinking, it's getting a bit dark now.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember last year at a net session where it was beautiful light. I came into bat, and 5 minutes after, I couldn't see a thing, so I had to finish. So it goes quickly.
Tremaine is in the bowls, and Tom Haynes is on his way after tea as well. He picks up a single down to fine leg. Did the umpire signal a no ball then? Let's just wait and see. Yes, he did. So the score will advance by 3, 180 for 3. 51 Coles, 93 to Tom Haynes. Please keep your messages coming on. We're always very grateful. All your messages, all your tweets, all your texts. If we miss one during the day, apologies, but it just makes the commentary so much more interesting when we've got other things to talk about and get your insight. So, you know, thank you very much for that. If you're a Northamptonshire supporter wondering, Andrew will be back with us shortly. I've got an update to you on the radio in about 5 minutes or so, and then Radders will be back to join Liam O'Brien, who's sitting next to me, as in comes Chris Tremaine, the tall Australian, running away from us. In and bowls to James Coles, who's forward and plays easily, comfortably into the mid-wicket gap, fielded by Zabe. One more. In fact, I got corrected yesterday, Andrew. I got a tweet talking about Michael Finan, who I said was on loan, and I think I was wrong about that, apparently. Someone's got in touch and said, no, he's not on loan. Yeah. Short-term deal. Thank you. Yeah. Ben Sanderson is warming up. I don't think that's any great surprise. He's bowled excellently today. I think he's been the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers. Tremaine is in a bowl, and Haynes flicks this one away through mid-wicket. He's going to get one, and that's all he's going to get is Tom Haynes, who seemed to have recovered from that blow to the knee. Looked like he played the ball into his inside of his knee, which is blooming painful. But he goes to 94, 182 for 3. Have you ever done that, Liam?
What's that, sorry?
Played the ball into your inside of your knee.
Ooh, it happens a lot because I'm very bottom-handed.
Right.
So I'd always try and moose it through the leg side. It's not nice. It's one of those where, because it hits a bone, it just, as much as it hurts, it just doesn't go away for a long time. So you kind of have to run at it and get used to it.
Tremaine again in the bowls to James Coles, who defends solidly right in behind that, plays it away on the offside, and there is no run. Who's this standing down below us?
Not particularly sure, but I
don't know if that's the. I've not been introduced yet to the new Sussex. Oh no, it must be. Oh, is that Dean? Is that Dean Kosker? Who is the match referee? Yeah, former Glamorgan player. He's sharing a joke, I think, with Paul Baldwin, who's umpiring at square leg. Tremaine in bowls, and Coles stands up and punches the ball to mid-off, fielded by Luke Proctor. And again, there is no run. Not as big a crowd as we've had on certainly the first day was a good crowd. It was free to get in. You know, and there's not thousands here, don't get me wrong, but in terms of county cricket in April, it's not a bad crowd.
Absolutely, and what you were saying about getting hit on the knee and stuff, my dad was always a big stalwart for never showing you're in pain. I don't think Tom Haynes did it on that occasion,
no.
But I'd never try and let people see it.
Tremaine is in again, bowls, and Coles. Very solid defence, plays it to mid-off. Tremaine looks to field of his own bowling and then doesn't field it cleanly, but it doesn't matter because Luke Proctor fields the ball on behalf of his bowler. Good over by Tremaine to open up after tea. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 39, Sussex 182 for 3, Coles 52, Haynes 94. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to our coverage here from Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Radd and Liam O'Brien, your commentary team here as we guide you through the final 38 overs of the day. Northamptonshire all out for 371 this morning, a very good half century from Lewis McManus. And some good lower order hitting from Ben Sanderson, who made 27, and Chris Tremaine, who was not out 22. Jayden Seales on his debut for Sussex took 4 wickets. James Coles with his left arm spin took 3, and Coles has followed up those 3 wickets with a very good and classy looking half century. He's 52, Haynes is 94.
So yeah, it's going to be Sanderson to continue from the Cromwell Road end. Always struggle saying that, always end up saying Cromwell Road, but yeah, Cromwell Road end, and he's going to be coming round the wicket to Tom Haynes, into bowl, pitched up, and Tom Haynes drives that through the offside, and it's been a staple of Northamptonshire's field, as they've had a deep point to Haynes ever since that first spell from Finan, where he carted him through the offside. So it looks like it's a strong point for Tom Haynes, and they're trying to nullify it and make sure if he hits his shot, they only get 1 from it.
Yeah. Well, they'll be keen to make Tom Haynes sweat for his 100 here.
Absolutely, it's very well deserved though. He's been batting brilliantly, and I like what Coles has done the other end as well. He's put a bit of the pressure back onto Northamptonshire, which has taken some off of Tom Haynes, but then also just meant it's a little bit flatter as well, and they've had less of a bounce about them. So imagine at the team talk at tea, they would have been talking about having high energy and trying to take a couple of quick wickets to keep themselves in this. So he's going to be coming over the wicket. There's just brought a short mid-wicket in on the catch, and it's bowled very nicely from Sanderson, and it's blocked away from Coles. And so just to describe the field to you guys, they've got a short mid-off and then a point as the only ring fielders, 2 slips, and then they've got a very straight field. So mid-on, catch a mid-wicket, then a mid-wicket in behind, just because they know Coles likes the flick shot, and a deep square leg, and then a deep fine leg. So I imagine Sanderson's going to be bowling very straight, trying to tease Coles into one of his trademark flicks through the leg side and hope that he can get one in the air to one of the fielders. So Sanderson into bowl now, and it's blocked away very nice into the onside from Coles. As Adrian was saying earlier, we still have a lot of overs left to left to go today. It does say 37 overs, so I think we'll do well with the light to get that all in, but it is clear skies at the moment.
Yes, it is. There's a bit of lower cloud or high level cloud drifting in from the west, but you know, it's courtesy of the fact that we've lost overs on yesterday that we play another 8 today.
So it's Sanderson to continue into bowl, and that's blocked away from Coles, who I think due to his height can get on top of the ball really well. They hit a thing called what we would call a pro length. So in club cricket and stuff like that, you'd bowl a little bit fuller to try and bring the stumps into play. But the pros don't really ever want to be bowling fuller than if it's hit the top of the stumps. And he's missed his length today, Sanderson, but Cole's been a bit taller, has been able to get on top of the ball and just block it away quite comfortably. And it means he looks pretty solid in defence and is ready for any attacking options in case he over pitches.
Must be nice, must it? He spent hours in the indoor school in the winter and, you know, just waiting for this first day of the season, or first match of the season.
It's a wide delivery from Sanderson, but it looks like it jags back onto the inside edge and hits Cole's pads onto the offside. And I think we have a sports update.
Well, we've just resumed after tea, and Sussex continuing to go along very nicely. They're 183 for 3 in their first innings. That in reply to the Northamptonshire total earlier on today of 371, in which Jaden Seals, on his debut for Sussex, took 4 of the wickets fall. Tom Haynes is just 5 short of his century, 95 not out. James Coles on 52, and these two have added 89 after a bit of a wobble for Sussex in the mid-order when Ollie Carter was out for 5, Tom Alsop for 3 and Tom Clark for 12. So Sussex going along very nicely indeed. Meanwhile, going along very nicely against Kent. They're 210 for 2 in reply to the Kent total yesterday of 284. Tom Lammonby is 90 not out. Meanwhile, I'm afraid it's been a depressing day up at Old Trafford. Just 21 balls possible in the day, and they've now finished for the day due to the bad weather. Surrey 15 without loss. That in reply to Lancashire's 202 all out. Thank you. Tom Haynes. That's a big LBW shout. He was playing across his front pad there, Tom Haynes. And he's been struck, well, not far from being in front. James Coles just comes down as a little word. Tremaine thought he got his man there, and I think that was probably quite close. Haynes waits. 5 short of his century. Tremaine is back to his mark. Runs away from us. He's coming around the wicket. Just the one slip in play. He's in bowls. And Haynes is this time solidly 4 punches to mid off. Put it by Sanderson. And there is no run. So there's a slip. I think we call that a gully. He's almost sort of a shortish point. But I'm going to call that gully. Slip of a gully. There's a sweeper on the deep point boundary. There's an orthodox cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. As Tremaine, tall, strong-looking man, runs away from us, the Australian. He's in and bowls to Haynes, who drives beautifully down the ground. That's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot by Tom Haynes. Over-pitched, and he just eased the ball down through mid-on for 4 runs. That takes him to 99. 187 for 3. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. He looks towards the dressing room. Sussex players all gathered on the balcony.
That was a top shot, that. Especially when he got wraps on the pads a few balls earlier. It's a very tight shout to then have the composure to drive it like that. Quality shot.
Tremaine is in again. Bowls and Haynes is forward. Good delivery by Tremaine. He's going to make Tom Haynes work hard for this 100. Yes, it was a good shot.
It's funny, being on 99 happened a couple of times to me, where then suddenly you start overthinking. It's like you're back into bat and you're facing your first ball again, because you start getting the nerves, the jitters. The Northants players will probably be reminding him, no pressure, you're on 99. They'll be a little bit tighter on the single as well, so see how Haynes handles it.
Tremaine runs away from us. He's coming around the wicket. bowls to Tom Haynes. In a bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays this firmly to mid-on. And there is no run. One ball remaining in the over. Haynes wanders away in the direction of square leg. Chris Tremaine just scratches away at the crease. He's going to keep Tom Haynes waiting here if he can. Lewis McManus claps his gloves, the Northamptonshire wicket keeper. Tom Haynes will be very keen if he can to get this single off this delivery. He has a look around the field. Waits Tremaine, wanders back to his mark. It's a little natter to Ben Sanderson, who's fielding at mid-off, and Tremaine is on his way, running away from us. In and bowls to Haynes, and Haynes hammers that one into the covers, but he can't beat Zaif Saib, and there is no run. So it is the end of the over, 187 for 3. We sort of have an unwritten rule in our local cricket commentaries. If someone's close to 100, you stay on and commentate on the 100. So I hope you don't mind, Northants supporters. We'll just keep Andrew waiting just for a couple of moments, and hopefully from a Sussex perspective, Tom Haynes will go through to his 100. And we can commentate on that. I think it's a nice unwritten rule that we have. It's sort of a little thing we have.
And probably the other commentator wouldn't particularly want to be doing it for their side as well.
I think we're all very fair in our commentaries. We like to give the due credit where it's due. So you pick up here for these next few deliveries.
Absolutely, it's going to be Sanderson to come in over the wicket and blocked again from Coles, and Sanderson has not really missed his spot against Coles. He seems very comfortable bowling to the right-handed batters, and Cole has to be consistent and very astute and patient with this one, because I mean, I've watched Sanderson bowl through the years. Every time I've watched highlights of wickets and stuff like that, he's always bowling people in LBW and prodding around that area. So Cole's got to be very patient and let Sanderson stray off his line before he takes any aggressive shots out. So Sanderson to continue, and that's a bouncer, and it's hit the under edge of the bat and bounced through to the keeper. I think Coles' eyes lit up there, and he's a little bit early in the shot. There's been a very big partnership here for Sussex.
He could have dragged that on, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's a partnership of these two came together when Sussex were in just a little bit of trouble. 94 for 3, so they've added 93 for this 4th wicket.
It's definitely changed the momentum into Sussex's favour. Probably is leaning more towards a draw, but that's just due to the partnership, and Sussex will be happy where they're at. As Sanderson comes into bowl, and that's a great drive through mid-on by James Cole, slightly over pitched, and mid-on comes round to stop any run being able to take place. I had a quick question about if you're able to get tickets for that England Disability 11 game at Lord's. I think more info will come out about that, but I imagine as it's a big disability day where they're trying to promote the sport, I don't think you'll need tickets as such and have to pay, but I imagine you'll be able to turn up on the day free of charge and try and promote the sport. But yeah, I'm very excited. Always wanted to play at Lord's, so.
Oh, good for you, Liam.
Thank you. As Sanderson's in, and that's flicked through the leg side and timed really, really well by Coles, who seems very, very comfortable with anything straight, flicking it through the leg side. And they're going to take a single, which brings on Tom Haynes on 99.
Well, I hope you. And what date is that you're at Lord's?
I think it's the 22nd of July, I believe, a Monday. So
get that inked in your diary, young man. You've got to don't book anything else for that day.
Absolutely not. I will be there. I think my girlfriend got the time off before I even had it down in my calendar, so she's a bit more organised than I am.
So as you say, now they're not bringing everybody in on the one here. Ben Simons, he's got 3 men on the one on the offside. In fact, he's got 4 men on the one. He's got a backward point. In fact, he's got a gully in. He's got a slip and a gully, a point, cover mid-off. They're just keeping Tom Haynes waiting here. Then on the leg side, just 1 man in front of square on the single, then 2 men sat back on the leg side. There's Ben Sanderson around the wicket, comes into bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is forward. He's not to be tempted and plays it carefully to short extra cover, and there is no one. I hope this isn't going to be one of these where we're waiting for it's sod's law, you know, and we go through all this rigmarole every year of commentate on your own team's 100, and sometimes it goes horribly wrong. I hope it doesn't now.
I don't want you doing your famous Ali Orr.
No, nor do I. I really, really don't need an Ali Orr moment from last season. Sanderson wheels around. The sun has disappeared. Sanderson in and bowls, and Haynes drives into the offside. He thinks about a single. It's straight to extra cover, but he was looking for the single, wasn't he? It is the end of the over. 188 for 3, 53 to Coles, 99 to Tom Haynes. My apologies continue. And it is going to be Chris Tremaine who's going to carry on from this, the sea end of the ground.
Now, it's amazing here at Sussex. The way the sun sets is it gets very dark very quickly here.
It does.
Because it sets just behind the big stand. We were saying yesterday it kind of sets the wrong way. You need to stand on the east side of the ground just so you can let the sun and the last bits of light get across the pitch. But with these tinted windows as well, it gets very gloomy very quick. So I'm sure the umpires will keep an eye on the light. Obviously they're not going to be using the floodlights this year at Sussex, and listening to the Sussex chairman, I couldn't actually disagree with what he was saying about the reasonings for not having the floodlights. As Tremaine is into bowl up the hill here, and that's blocked very nicely from Coles. And Coles is a very aggressive player, but the way he's been solid in defence means that it's been very hard for Northampton to bowl at him, because as soon as they try and push him and sneak in an extra full ball or go straight a little bit too straight, he's punished them every time. So having a solid defence and then being able to punish the bad balls has been really impressive by James Coles today.
No, it has been impressive.
And they've got a clear plan here where they know the flick shot is a big shot of his, so they've got a catch in short mid-wicket and then a mid-wicket behind there as well. So Tremaine comes into bowl and that is driven to mid-on, which is a very strong area for Coles, but Sanderson's there to pick it up for a dot ball. And I like the plan here from Northants. Instead of trying to stray him outside off and bring the slips into play, they know Coles are going to be looking through the leg side. So instead of trying to go against that, they're just going to pack the field in the leg side and say, go on, you beat our fielders. And there's 3 fielders in close in that strong mid-wicket area of his. So I imagine they're going to try and tease him and say, if you want to go for it, go for it. But we've got some fielders here in case you hit it a little uppish. So it's a good little battle here. So Tremaine up the hill into bowl, and that's blocked very nicely away by Coles for a dot ball.
Well, I think these two have done very well since T, Tremaine and Sanderson. They're keeping it tight, just trying to build the pressure, making it difficult for Coles and Haynes. There's plenty of time, of course, left in the session. Another 34 overs after this one. We were discussing at T whether there's, you know, the possible permutations. I mean, it's very difficult to see anything beyond a draw in this game, but certainly far too early in the season for any kind of generous declaration. I can't see anything like that happening.
So Tremaine into bowl now, pitched up, and that's blocked again from Coles, who's been very patient. It gives a lot of respect to the bowlers if they're on the mark, and yeah, very solid. And it's so funny. I was saying to Andrew earlier, all my prep was done on the seamers. It's early April. I was like, I'm going to look up the seamers, check stats and everything like that. And it's so funny watching a kickable ball do nothing in early April, and it's the spinners that have really been the threatening bowlers today.
No, they have.
Because Coles looks very comfortable there without the ball doing much, getting behind the defence and it not nibbling around as much. So Tremaine into bowl again, and that's wide outside off stump. And like I said earlier, if there's any bad balls, Coles has been putting them away, and that was short and wide, and Coles cuts it through the offside for 4 runs. And that just goes to show, if you're patient in county championship, have a solid defence, you'll get the odd bad ball and you can go and punish it. And obviously I heard his Tremaine's uncle was listening all the way over in Sydney, but I think it's like 3 a.m, so I don't know if he'll be there to see that one, but you never know.
No, you're right, actually. It will be that sort of time in the morning on a Monday morning. Nice shot by Coles as well.
Yeah, beautiful. Just waited on it, and it wasn't a big flowing shot, just punched it through the offside. And Tremaine in for his last ball of the over, and that was a bouncer. I think it was more of a, you're not hitting me again for another 4 this over. So that was a bouncer ducked under by Coles, which leaves Haynes on strike on the nervous 90s. So he's 99 of 150 balls with Coles at the other end on 57.
My apologies to Andrew. Hopefully Tom Haynes will go through to his 100 in this over. There's a bit of a debate going on amongst the Northamptonshire players about a particular fielding position. I can see Lewis McManus chatting away there to Ben Sanderson, and Karun Nair as well involved in that conversation. Clark and Haynes having a chat in the middle of the pitch. Northants in no real hurry here. I mean, their over rate has been terrific because of so much spin bowling, principally from Rob Keogh. And they're just keeping Tom Haynes waiting here. And he's been here before, Tom. But there's nothing like a first-class 100.
Absolutely.
And he will know that one is just around the corner as Luke Proctor has a little natural way to Ben Sanderson. Still those 3 men saving, one on the offside, one on the leg. Slip in a gully as Sanderson is in. Bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes thrashes that one away. And there we are as a single down to wideish third man. And Tom Haynes goes through to his 100. The 10th of his first-class career. Applause from the Northamptonshire fielders, which is always nice to see. An innings that's including 15 fours. He didn't make 100 last year, Tom Haynes. He's worked hard on his game this winter. He's been away to India on 2 occasions, and all that hard work has paid off today. Tom Haynes goes through to 100. Sussex are 193 for 3.
Yeah, exceptional innings from Haynes. Chanceless as well. Just very, very patient. Any bad balls given his way, he's punished. And signs are going to continue to James Coles, who blocks that away for a dot ball. I'm not quite sure on the partnership as well, but they must be nearing the 100 partnership as well. It's been a very, very good partnership here from Coles and Haynes. I think they have one more left to get us the 100 partnership, but it's been a huge partnership for Sussex in this game.
Thanks, Adrian. Well played, Tom Haynes. Super knock. And back-to-back 100 against Northamptonshire on this ground for Tom Haynes, 3 years apart. No lap of honour this time, though. It was a bit disappointing.
So Coles facing up here, and Sanderson bowls out short and wide, and that is absolutely crunched through the offside for 4 runs. It's probably the worst ball I've seen Sanderson bowl today. I don't know if he tried a slower ball, but it just didn't come out the hand right. Sat up, and Coles makes no mistake and cuts that for 4 runs. And that's going to be the 100 partnership of just 158 balls. Great counter-attacking cricket from Sussex, and that leaves the game almost going towards a draw, I'd say, because there's a lot of batting still to come for Sussex, and with only 1 day left and no floodlights, I don't know if there's going to be enough time.
No, I think you're probably right. At times like this goes through my mind, what would Alan Lamb have done?
Absolutely.
Come on to that in a second.
So Sanderson into bowl, and that's blocked away nicely onto the offside from Coles.
There's one thing that Alan absolutely detested when he was captain, and indeed since he's been just sort of a distant spectator, is allowing a game to die. And he would say, if he was in charge at Sussex, oh, you know, go on, make 500 and bowl them out on the last afternoon. And every now and again, when he was captain, particularly in the famous game against Nottinghamshire, that's exactly what happened. And a famous game that we can delay for a minute because there's a bit of running repairs going on, I think, fielder's helmet. And famous game against Nottinghamshire in 1995 at Northampton, when Nottinghamshire were 353 for 1 at the close of the first day's play and lost by an innings.
Wow.
They went on and got 527, Northamptonshire 781 for 7 declared. Bowled Nottinghamshire out for not many on the last afternoon with about 3 overs to spare. Anil Kumble bowled them out on the last afternoon. Northamptonshire won by an innings.
Sanderson into bowl now, and it's now going to be the keeper standing up. So he's into bowl, and it's blocked away nicely from Coles, but it just puts a bit more pressure on the batter. Obviously it's not doing as much, so having the keeper up behind means you can't use your feet anymore. You've got to stay in your crease, and it might just pin back Coles a little bit. He's been batting very well. Yeah,
Adam Rossington used to do this with Ben Sanderson when he was keeping, and likewise Lewis McManus. But the point about that Notts game, I think Alan Lamb was the only person probably on the ground that thought it was conceivable.
So last ball over into bowl, and that's blocked away nicely on the onside. And you're just encyclopedia of knowledge, aren't you, of cricket?
Well, that was one of the most extraordinary games I've ever covered, and we mentioned Dennis Brooks earlier. Obviously was involved with Northamptonshire for upwards of 70 years, and I asked him if he'd seen anything like it 61 years after his championship debut, and he said no. And I don't think any of us had, but if Dennis Brooks hadn't seen anything like it in his nearly 500 first-class games for Northamptonshire. That was it. That wasn't an extraordinary one. But you mean, you're absolutely right. It's going to be very, very hard to get a positive result out of this. You would need a full day tomorrow. The forecast seems to be sort of changing a little bit. The one I looked at yesterday for Monday was a bit iffy, a few sort of showers around, and when I looked this morning it looked a bit better for tomorrow. So, but there's, just look at how many overs, if we got them all in, there would be what, about 150 odd overs left. No, not as many as that, 130 odd overs left in the game.
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very hard, isn't it? Unless Sussex absolutely collapse in a heap here, it's going to be very, very hard to get a result. But there's still lots to play for from the team's point of view. Momentum. Keogh back into the attack, tickled round the corner by Tom Haynes. There's a man in there at more a backwards square leg, but backwards short leg, the sort of position that David Steele used to field at for many years. And a slip as well. Here's Keogh round the wicket to Haynes, who nurdles it round the corner, just behind square, out to the man at deep backward square for a single. Takes Tom Haynes up to 101, and Sussex to 198 for 3. These two have now put on 104 for the 4th wicket. Came together when Ollie Carter was bowled by Ben Sanderson for 5 for the 2nd time in 3 balls. The problem for Ben Sanderson being the first time was a no ball, but made amends a couple of balls later. Now for Coles, they've got 2 men back on the leg side, and that's a clever little shot from James Coles. Just paddles it round the corner, waited on it and waited on it. He's going to get 2 runs because it's a long chase for the man who's at deep backward square, round almost a fine leg. And it's 2 more to Coles, who goes to 63, and it's the 200 up for Sussex. 200 for 3, so they trail by 171. Northamptonshire now with just a slip in place, an extra cover, deep extra. Luke Proctor signalling somebody to, he wants his deep square in a little bit. Proctor himself is at mid-off. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Coles, clips that one away, square of the wicket on the leg side, out to Justin Broad, who's been moved in I don't know, about 7 or 8 yards from the boundary at deep backward square, and keeps it to 1. So Coles goes to 64 and Sussex to 201 for 3. Here's Keogh in again, bowling to Haynes, drives pleasantly out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, Michael Finan, who sends in his return to Lewis McManus. 1 more to Haynes, 102 to him, 202 for 3. Michael Finan, who bowled a little opening spell this morning, hasn't been seen into the attack since. Now next ball to Coles is again nudged away out to Finan at deep mid-wicket for a single. Is milking Rob Keogh a little bit in that over. 203 for 3 at the end of it, with Haynes on 102, Coles on 65. And just to bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere, the games that are actually in progress. Somerset have lost a wicket, 231 for 3 against Kent at Canterbury, so just 53 runs behind. But they've lost the wicket of Tom Lammonby, who's out for 90. So Lewis Goldsworthy and Tom Banton in there now. No further play today at Old Trafford. They've had, 3 overs and 3 balls. Surrey 15 for no wicket, replying to Lancashire's 202 all out. And Essex 316 for 8 in their 2nd innings against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. So they are 270 runs ahead with 2 wickets standing. Paul Walter made 79, Matt Critchley 68. That could be a fascinating one tomorrow.
So Sanderson into bowl now, keeper still standing up, and that's going to be a dot ball into the onside. And it's a bit of a shame when I'm looking through the scores on your laptop here of how many games look like they could fizzle out due to the weather.
Yeah, sadly that is the case. But Trent Bridge, if they have a dry day tomorrow, that could be a really interesting finish. But they're off at the moment at Edgbaston. It's raining there, with Worcestershire 237 for 2 against Warwickshire. Kashif Ali, who's got his 2nd 100 of the match.
And so Sanderson into bowl here, pitched up ball, and that is blocked away very nicely. And it's nice to see Kashi Valley doing well. I'm a big fan of the Saka program in general. I was out in Australia with one of their batters, Savin Pereira, and awesome guy. And speaking to a few of the guys in the Saka program, definitely gives them a chance to play against that elite level and get more Southern Asians a spotlight. So I think it's a great scheme, and it's nice to see him do well. And I imagine it will help raise the awareness of that as well. So Sanderson into bowl over the wicket here, pitched up delivery, flicked away nicely into the deep square leg area for a single by Coles, who's not missed out on that shot yet. I don't think he's had one that's not come out of the middle when he's supposed to do this flick.
No, he's looking very accomplished at the moment. Kashif out eventually for 133 off 128 balls with 5 sixes and 16 fours, second 100 of the match. But they are off for rain at the moment at Edgbaston.
Wow, and he, I think he got both hundreds with a six.
Yeah, correct.
So he didn't die wondering either. As we were talking about Tom Haynes being nervous on 99, he was like, you know what, I'm not even going to let it get to that point. And so his keeper's going to go back for Tom Haynes here as Sanderson's round the wicket, and Haynes blocks that away onto the onside for a dot ball.
I saw Tom Kohler-Cadmore down at Taunton go to his 100 with a 6 last year, plonking Ben Sanderson into the seats in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion at Taunton, which didn't delight Ben Sanderson over much, I think it's fair to say, but it was a stunning innings from Kohler-Cadmore. Goodness, he hit the ball well.
Yeah, he's a serious player, isn't he? And so Sanderson's going to continue round the wicket. There's going to be no deep... Oh, there is a deep point now as well. And Haynes goes to drive through the offside, and it goes straight to mid-off for a single. And what's so impressive about Sanderson is he hasn't really missed that length. Obviously, he did had a bad ball in the last over, but he's so consistent, isn't he? Is he the same on white ball cricket as well? Very consistent?
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of the reasons why we were talking about it earlier, him moving up the list of Northamptonshire's all-time wicket takers across all formats, because he plays all formats. He plays white ball, red ball, and he's one of Northamptonshire's key players in T20 cricket.
And he's into bowl's final ball of the over, and that's an unbelievable drive into the offside from Tom Haynes, who's absolutely crunched it. Slightly over pitch from Sanderson, who's probably searching for a wicket and hopefully a little bit of life out of the ball, but Haynes just leant into it, seeing the ball like a beach ball, I can imagine at this point, and that has crunched through the offside for 4 runs.
It's doing absolutely nothing for the seamers, is it, at the moment? The only real signs of anything happening have tended to be from the spinners. But that was a magnificent shot from Tom Haynes. Take nothing away from that. In the match at Lords, Middlesex now 404 for 4 against Glamorgan. Deary me, it's becoming like the old timeless test at Durban, isn't it? Only 39. Take 10 days and still not get a result. Brian Higgins 98 not out. Jack Davis 54 not out. But and Rocky Stoneman out for 97. So, well, there's going to be, you would think, a nailed-on draw there. There are not too many games actually still playing at the moment. I think there's only 3, and we're one of them. Here's Keogh in bowls, a little bit short of a length, and it's driven up to mid-off by James Coles. Proctor fields. A couple of very large seagulls wheeling away over to our left. The main stand here is Keogh in bowls, and that's a handsome drive from James Coles, who, annoyingly for him, just picks out Proctor. There's a few more seagulls now starting to appear just over and in front of the main stand. A couple of them have camped on the outfield, and they watch James Coles turning that one round the corner from Keogh. Smartly fielded at backward square. I just saw Michael Finan swinging his arms, so whether he might get a little bowl before the close. Probably heard the seagull there. That's down the leg side. It's not the best ball Rob Keogh's bowled, and it's going down towards the boundary. It's a really good stop, and he's just managed to keep it inside the playing area. I'm just awaiting the signal, and there is none, so it must have been a bit of bat on it. Just attempting the sort of the little paddle sweep round the corner. Difficult to see from where we are whether it made contact, but it obviously did. 68 to Coles, 210 for 3. Here's Keogh, and again flights that one right up to Coles, who must have, it'd have been eyeing the boundary in front of that main stand.
My hands were itching there, just seeing him lob it up.
But discretion, the better part of valour on that occasion. His key once again, he's flighted that one up and maybe just held it back a touch, and Coles attempted the drive, didn't time it at all, and just scuffed it back really to Keogh. End of the over, 68 to Coles, 106 to Haynes, 210 for 3. And do you know, I think Michael Finan's going to have another little bowl. I did say I saw him sort of swinging his arms in an optimistic fashion. You never quite know in these circumstances whether it's him trying to attract the captain's attention and remind him that he's playing, or the fact that he has had the nod. Well, I think it was presumably the latter.
We had an incident in India where a new player came into the team called Anthony Clapham. I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning this. And I think every single spell he'd just finish, he'd look at the captain, every ball, warming his shoulders up, saying, "Oh, I have 2 overs left, Skip." And I think our skipper's a very, I don't know, stubborn's probably the wrong word, but very set northerner, so he knows exactly what he wanted to do with his plans, and I think he swiftly told him where to go after doing it for the 4th game in a row. So it's one of those as a captain where it's nice to see your bowlers keen, but you probably don't want to do it too much to grab their attention, because you probably won't end up getting a bowl. But it'd be good to see him bowl down the hill. He struggled up the hill earlier on, figures of 3 overs for 26, so see if he can improve on that going down the hill as he starts off bowling it down the leg side, and it's flicked nicely by Tom Haynes for a single to square leg.
Yes, 211 for 3. I was just looking to see which other games. It's basically Canterbury still playing, Trent Bridge still playing, obviously we are still playing, and Lords, so 4 games in progress. But sadly still not a ball bowled at Chester Street in this round of matches after 3 days. And the same at Derby. The vultures are gathering, seagulls.
There's a reason Brighton Hove Albion are called the Seagulls, and that is because this place is flooded with them. I couldn't tell you the last time I actually ate any food on the beach or anything like that, because you just get attacked. And it feels like they're getting clever as well. It's like they know when you're not watching. So Finan's going to come in over the wicket here. And that is very short from Finan, hit over mid-wicket from Coles. They're going to look for 2. And Haynes calls him back. I feel like every time there's been a possible 2, Haynes has been a bit more mature and said, no, let's stay in. And I've just seen my phone light up with one of the England players, so I'm probably going to get a bit of grief for dogging in Clappo there. But
it's a good story. Good story.
Absolutely. But that was missed time from Coles there, and Finan got a little bit away with that, I would say, because it just sat up. This pitch, if there's anything short, hasn't really flown through unless it was the new ball. So he's over to wicket to Haynes here. Oh, and it's put down. Haynes has done a big flash outside the off stump. I'm not sure if there was bat on there. It looks like there was bat, and it was put down from the keeper, McManus. Tough chance, but you need to take those.
Yeah, diving away to his left. I think there was an edge on that. Again, we're not absolutely behind it, but it looked very much like it. And just, it's disappointing for Michael Fine. And obviously, well, we went for 26 in his first 3 overs in that opening spell. He's had a long wait to have another go.
Yeah.
Could have picked up a wicket there.
Put down, unfortunately, but he's into bowl again, and it's played into the offside by Tom Haynes. You're going to sneak a single in, and it's just short of point. And yeah, it's one of those. I've just watched the ball back, and it's a tough chance where it's angled in from the left-hander into Haynes, and Haynes has tried to cut it, and it's just deflected quite a long way to the keeper's left, and it's one of those where either stick or they don't.
He had to go for it because it wouldn't have carried. I don't think it would have carried to slip.
No, absolutely, but it's just one of those ones as a bowler where you just need that luck to be on your side a little bit, and unfortunately, find it's not. So it's going to come in to the right-handed Coles here into bowl, and that is hit beautifully into the leg side, but unfortunately, fine legs there. So I saw Coles just put his head back in, a bit of annoyance that he missed out there, but it's just going to be a single down to fine leg. And you can definitely see with the ball, can't you, that if the ball is slightly off length, the batters have been crunching it and really been able to dive into it. So as a seam bowler, you really have to be in your length here.
Alex Russell, Northamptonshires, one of the various 12th, 13th men here. He's having a little wander. I think he's brought a drink out for Ben Sanderson.
who's had a very good shift. So it's final ball of the over, into bowl now, and that's driven nicely from Tom Haynes towards mid-off, and that's not going to be any run there as mid-off comes and sweeps it up and throws it into McManus. And it's kind of been the tale of the day so far, hasn't it, where if there was a quick wicket there, got a new batter in, then maybe it would have changed momentum. But Sussex let a few runs slide earlier on with a couple of big drops, and it looks like Northants are going to rue that drop as well.
Could well do, yeah. It's 214 for 3, and yeah, Northamptonshire. The moment batting looks a reasonably straightforward proposition. Say particularly against the seamers. The spinners are just making the batters think a little bit more. We still have 29 overs left. Now that's a good hour and a half. A good hour and a half, perhaps a bit more than, well, the spinner's on maybe an hour and a half. 5:05 local time, and I say that for our listeners in Grand Bahama and all points east, west, and
Sydney.
Was it Cambodia we had on the first day?
Did we have a bit of Estonia or something?
I don't know. Yeah, somewhere around there. We've had Dublin, Eastbourne, Bexhill, the exotic locations. Northampton. Here's Keogh, starting another over to Coles, who attempts the reverse sweep, doesn't make contact, rolls off the pad down to slip. And there's no run. Keogh into his 17th over, 2 for 50. Took the first 2 wickets to fall. Clark LBW for 12, and Allsop very well stumped by McManus for 3. There's Keogh in again. Again, it's more flighted and a slower delivery. Turned away by Coles into the leg side. And there's no run. Blue sky tantalisingly ahead of us over towards the north. Quite a lot of cloud around elsewhere, and Coles has come down the pitch and has hit that very hard, but straight at Justin Broad, who's in there at mid-wicket, who stopped it and possibly at the moment wishes he hadn't.
It's the right game plan though, mid-wicket's wide open here.
Here comes Keogh again, a little bit short and giving Coles the opportunity to cut, but he can't quite make enough room to force it through the offside, and it goes out to extra cover, and there's no run. Keogh just a little look at his field, bowls again to Coles, who's playing dead bat, drops down on the onside. McManus comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve. Ben Sanderson walking down towards us, going out to long on rather. Here's Keogh in, and that's swung away by Coles out to deep square, fielded by Finan, and they settle for a single. Finan fielding right down there in front of the clock tower scoreboard, deposits his cap over the boundary line to come in and bowl the next over. And at the end of that Rob Keogh over, it's 2:15 for 3, 71 to Coles, 108 to Tom Haynes. 28 overs left in the day. Northampton's over 8 still in the black, as it were, plus 4 it says on the board, although I would imagine that's probably just amended at the interval, but they've certainly got through the overs pretty tidily with so much spin. But whether we get through the last 28, not sure.
And it's been one of those things, I mentioned this yesterday, but I've never seen an umpire wear gloves before, and I think both sets have gloves on, which I didn't even realise was allowed, to be honest with you. And so Finan continues from the Cromwell Road end, and that's flicked beautifully down to fine leg for from Coles for a single. And yeah, I know it's probably not an obvious one for radio listeners, knowing that they have gloves on or not, but I thought it was one of those things, like I've never seen a football referee with gloves on, and I thought it was kind of a similar thing with a cricket umpire.
I suppose it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference if you have a gloved hand to give you out or an ungloved hand.
Absolutely. Or they might just have to cut that one finger out.
That's right. Look like Albert Steptoe, wouldn't you? You'd be too young, you wouldn't remember Steptoe. So.
I'll try and pretend to. As Finan's into bowl here, short pitch delivery, and that's pulled over mid-wicket by Haynes, and it has plugged, obviously uphill here at Sussex, very steep slope, and with the soft grass, anything that's gone up in the air is completely plugged, like a beautiful sand wedge shot at Augusta for next week or something like that. Are you going to be watching the golf?
Yes, I mean, we've got Northamptonshire starting a game against Middlesex on the Friday, but yes, I shall be watching when I can. I mean, it used to be a thing, didn't it? We couldn't believe, and it must have been however many years ago it was, that the county championship was starting before the Masters. It just seemed unthinkable, and I mean now it's 10 days before or whatever, 2 weeks.
So finally to continue into bowl, and that's driven nicely by Haynes into the offside, and it's stopped by cover, so there'll be no run. I'm a big golf fan as well, so I'm going to have that on a lot.
Yeah, I would certainly be watching it if I wasn't on duty at the county ground. But we should be. Well, it'd be nice to get back in the in our bijou commentary box at Wantage Road, and company of Kevin Hand, and I think Matt Green's going to be with us for a couple of days of that game, and see how Northamptonshire and Middlesex played each other in Division 1 last year, Division 2 this year.
Into bowl, no ball, and that's pulled away from Tom Haynes over mid-on, and it's done the exact same as earlier in this over, where he's played a lofted shot and it's just plugged, unfortunately, for the batter. But they pushed really hard running-wise for 3. That's going to be 5 overall on that ball. Big call of no ball from the umpire there. And yeah, fine, it's just been a little bit off again. It's just not been his day. Obviously, with that drop catch as well, that's the exact thing as a bowler you need for a bit of confidence. And unfortunately, with the drop catch, he's then got punched a little bit from the Sussex batters.
Isn't that always the way?
Yeah, typical.
When things are not going your way, especially as a bowler.
Absolutely. I end up just laughing about it. I used to take it really personally and get wound up, and now I just giggle. Nothing you can do. So he's into the right-handed batter, Coles. Short length delivery, and that's pulled into the into the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. Very good shot there from Coles, and they've literally just moved the fielder from short mid-wicket into the offside for a bit of extra protection. And Coles steps across his stumps, short pitch ball, and it's hit through mid-wicket for 4.
And it's difficult at the moment for Luke Proctor, because he's doing what you always tell schoolboy captains they shouldn't, which is you don't set the field for the bad ball.
Absolutely.
And they're just doing a little element of ball following here, but my goodness, James Coles hit that hard.
Absolutely.
That last one, absolutely welted it.
And you can always tell we've got some cricket purists here, because as soon as he hit that, I think we all simultaneously went shot.
Well, now Slip's gone out. One of the 2 slips anyway. Karen Nair has it's just trying to find out from Luke Proctor where he wants him to go. He wants him in at short mid-wicket, so they're down to 1 slip now. Emilio Gay.
There's a big gap here between first slip and point, so don't be surprised if he tries to run one down to 3rd man. And he's in round the wicket, and that's flicked really well into the leg side region. They're going to push for 2, but it's stopped well from Chris Tremaine there at fine leg, and that's just going to be a single. And I think that marks. Oh no, it's going to be 1 ball left in the over. I saw the umpires running. I thought they were trying to get the overs in quicker, but he's just swapping sides with the left-handed Haynes. I'd love to know if they had Fitbits on how many steps they got in as umpires when it's a left-hand, right-hand combo. Because as a fielder, it's an absolute nightmare being a boundary fielder, having to run across the pitch all the time. So I don't envy the umpires either. So last ball over, fine and into bowl over the wicket. That's going to be they're going to run a single. It went through to mid-on. It looked like it just held up in the grass, and they weren't going to take a run, but it just skipped on past mid-on, who was quite tight. It's going to be a quick single, good bit of running. And that leaves Sussex on 229 for 3, Coles on 77 and Haynes on 114. And I think we're going to have a little changeover.
Yeah, I think Adrian will come back. That's better. I'll make sure I was plugged in. Just going to give Liam a break, and Adrian will come in and take over for the next half an hour or so. We've still got plenty of time left in the day. In fact, it's a bit brighter now. I think the sun has reappeared, which is very welcome.
Yes, I agree.
So those 27 overs, we might be fortunate. You see, now you and I are on together, I can talk about Steptoe and Son, safe in the knowledge that
you can. But it was a lot of that was very politically incorrect.
Oh well, yes.
I'm not sure whether they would show past editions of that these days.
They still do pop up, don't they?
Yeah.
Some of the episodes of Galton and Simpson, just fantastic writers. But mind you, I found myself like while you were bopping away to the LO tribute band, not missing any cricket, of course, because there's just a conference between Rob Keogh and his captain. I was watching Dixon of Dock Green.
Oh, crumbs!
The first colour episode from about 1969-70, something like that.
Evening all.
Wonderful stuff. Here's Keogh starting another over to Haynes. It's short and it's cut away by Tom Haynes out to deep cover for a single. Takes Haynes to 115 and Sussex to 230 for 3. Yes, good evening all.
Was that Jack Warner?
Jack Warner, yes, as George Dixon, who of course was famously killed off in the film The Blue Lamp by Dirk Bogarde in 49-50, and then resurrected for Dixon and Doc Green. Well, I haven't seen one of those episodes for a long time, and it was lovely to see a Northamptonshire actor in it as well, as Keogh comes in and bowls to Coles, turns it out into the onside of this no run. The late Arnold Peters played Jack Woolley in The Archers, but he was a great friend of my father's, and he was in there last night as one of the senior police officers, so lovely to see him. Here's Keogh in, bowls back of a length, turned into the onside by Coles. Can't beat the fielder, George Bartlett, who's in there just behind square, within conversational distance of umpire Paul Baldwin. Here's Keogh, flights that one up, driven, a little bit uppishly, but safely enough up to mid-on rather, where Sanderson is now fielding about halfway back. And Justin Broad is limbering up, so maybe Michael Filan's going to have a break after that last over, and maybe we're going to see a little bit of Justin Broad's medium pace. The German international. Here's Keogh, flights that up again and driven crisply by Haynes, but straight to Broad, and now we have proper sunshine again.
We do.
It's a lovely evening.
It is beautiful.
Just imagine it would be a little bit chilly out there, though, if you're not out of the breeze. Forward goes Haynes to this next delivery, pitched up a little bit further by Keogh. It's fielded by Broad, and that's the end of another Rob Keogh over. 18 overs, 2 for 53. And Sussex 231 for 3. Haynes is 115. Coles is 78. And these two have now put on 137 for the 4th wicket. Some very good runs too.
Yes, they have indeed. Looks like Zabe is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road. And just reading that Russ Cook, the man from Worthing, has completed his 352-day run from one end of Africa to the other. He's raised, according to the BBC website, £570,000 for charity. He ran through 16 countries in 352 days. I think they got robbed on the way and all sorts of problems with visas, but well done. I'm sure that'll be something that'll be featured in our programmes on BBC Radio Sussex tomorrow. Long conversation going on here in terms of where the field is going to be set between Luke Proctor and Zabe Said. James Cole's just surveying the field to make sure he knows exactly where everybody is. Well, we can tell you there's a slip and a backward point. Cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, and a backward square leg, saving one. Zaid is in bowls, and Coles just defends down the offside, and there is no run. James Cole's on 78, Tom Haynes 115, 231 for 3. I mean, I guess if Sussex were to score a sort of 4 and over from here for the rest of the day, Zabe is in bowls, Coles just defends onto the offside, and there is no run. You know, if they were sort of 3:30 at the close of play, they're only 40 behind. I guess they could have a thrash in the morning, and in comes Zabe bowls, and Coles having a thrash now, he's going to be caught, and that is a dreadful shot, dreadful way to get out. Zabe cannot believe he's got a wicket with a ball like that, and James Coles cannot believe that he's holed out. That really was, and I'm sure they used to say in village cricket, rubbish gets wickets, and I'm afraid that's what's happened there. That was a horrible delivery by Zabe said. He should have probably gone out the ground, and James Coles, his eyes would have lit up, and he's just hit the ball straight down mid-on's throat. That really was, well, let's give him some credit today, because he's picked up a wicket, so well done Luke Proctor for changing the bowling, but James Coles will be bitterly, bitterly disappointed to get out for 78, and Sussex are 231 for 4.
I tell you one thing, I don't think Luke Proctor has probably ever had an easier easier catch than that. It was just like somebody underarming it to him. But yeah, it's a rather anticlimactic end to what was a very polished and enjoyable, easy on the eye innings from James Coles. 78 runs off 127 balls, and that partnership worth 137. And if you really want to know why that wicket fell, really and truly, we can go through all the tactical business of changing the bowling and the rest of it. The reason was that I just looked to see what the Sussex 4th wicket record against Northamptonshire was, because I thought we were going to have to start. We mentioned our friend Derek, wasn't it, who was talking to us this morning about seeing George Cox play here many years ago, and I thought we were going to have to mention him again, because the record was still is held jointly by George Cox and Charlie Oakes back in 1950. But
Wow.
Anyway, they're still in that record book for a bit longer.
Do you know what? I'm glad I kept my mouth shut, because at the beginning of the over, I was about to say a James Cole central is almost inevitable here, and I'm so glad I didn't, because it has, hasn't it? I mean, he's just looked serene the way he's played. Anyway, he didn't. It wasn't a great ball. It was just so funny when the wicket was taken. I'm not funny for James
There was
Cole.
no great celebration.
No, there wasn't. And I think Zayfe was probably a little bit embarrassed, to be honest. Anyway, he's got the wicket. Well done him. James Coles will be annoyed. Having played so beautifully, he'll be furious to have got out like that. Anyway, John Simpson comes to the crease. His first time he's going to face the delivery in Sussex colours, and he faces Zaid, who's in and bowls, and Simpson covers up and plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run there. Sorry.
No, go on.
I was saying, the former Middlesex man. 16 years he spent at HQ. Zaid is in bowl. Simpson forward, plays on the onside, no run. And you know, I was just sort of speculating, wasn't I? You know, if Sussex were to score all 4 and over, they may get to within 40 of Northants, and you know, who knows what happened tomorrow. I think it's a long shot, isn't it? But that wicket has gone down, and I'm sure Sussex will be consolidating as Zaid is in bowl to Simpson, plays on the leg side.
The problem is, you sense, and if you look at the way that the wickets have fallen, you sense that it's, especially with the Kookaburra ball on this surface, it's difficult to get wickets if the batters don't want to get out.
Yes.
You know, I mean, we've seen, you think about Karen Nair, for example, who was batting so well and then just flat batted a long hop that he could have put anywhere straight to extra cover, in not dissimilar fashion to the way James Coles went. And you just sense if batters decide, well, you know, we're not going to get out, it's going to be very hard to bowl a team out. Yes. On this, but anyway, we'll see.
No?
We have another 25 overs to go, and it is lovely here now as Keogh runs in, or trots in to bowl to Haynes. 115 not out to him, joined by John Simpson, as Adrian mentioned. Still just the slip in for Haynes. And here's Keogh in again, bowls on leg stump and worked round the corner, sort of stroke that would be very familiar to Luke Proctor, who is admiring proceedings from mid-on at the moment. But one more to Haynes, takes him to 116, and Sussex to 232 for 4. As our ornithological correspondent, Adrian, you can tell us why it is that the seagulls have suddenly appeared at this time of the evening when we haven't seen them all day.
Yes, I've no idea, apart from the fact maybe there's people eating fish and chips around the ground. I can't think of any other reason, but they do often seem to arrive. John Lees would be the man to ask, of course. He was a great ornithologist.
Yes. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Simpson, who cuts nicely down towards third man and scores his first couple of runs for Sussex in first-class cricket, championship cricket, 2 down to third man. So Sussex skipper is away, 2 to him, 234 for 4. So Sussex still 137 runs behind, 6 wickets standing. I think it's our colleague Nick Webb at Glamorgan is also quite keen on the bird life.
Is he?
Pitched up and pushed back down the pitch by John Simpson. Yes, I think it was when I made the cardinal error of describing when we were doing a game at Cardiff talking about seagulls, and he said they're all the gulls, they're not seagulls. Appeal for LBW as Simpson tries to sweep. I don't think there was a great deal of belief or commitment behind that appeal. Even Lewis McManus wasn't particularly interested. Looked to be going down the leg side. Put an extra close fielder in though for the new batter. So we've got a leg slip and a slip. That's short and it's cut away by Simpson out to Finan on the deep cover boundary. Sends in his left arm throw to McManus, and that's the end of another Rob Keogh over. Simpson is 3, Haynes is 116 and Sussex are 235 for 4 with 24 overs remaining in the day. Elsewhere, they're still off for rain at Edgbaston. Worcestershire 237 for 2 in their second innings. Somerset have had a little slump against Kent. Who they're Somerset rather now 255 for 6. And well, they've had a little wobble. And he's chopped it on. John Simpson trying to run that ball from Safe Zabe down towards third man, has got a bottom edge, has chopped the ball into his stumps. Safe Zabe has nipped out 2 in 2 overs. The Sussex new captain has to head back to the pavilion, and they are now 235 for 5.
Well, there we are. We, you know, it's funny how games change, isn't it? We were speculating maybe whether Sussex, if they scored at 4 and over, may get around 330 and maybe get a lead sometime tomorrow and just try to make life uncomfortable for Northamptonshire. All of a sudden, Northamptonshire fight back. It's what we all love about 4-day cricket, the ebbs and the flows. John Simpson will be very disappointed to have gone out for 3. Say, chop the ball on. But a good bowling change by Luke Proctor, because all of a sudden he's picked up a couple of wickets.
Well, the one thing that, you know, Safe Zabe, as I say, he bowls, it's quite flat, it's almost like little sort of darts. But he's a good enough left-arm spinner to get the odd one up there, and he varies it up a little bit. And I think a few of us have felt he probably hasn't bowled as much as he usefully could have done a bit in the last 2 or 3 seasons. But, well, as you say, it's proved a very good bowling change, and 2 wickets apiece for the 2 spinners, 1 for Ben Sanderson. Just saying about that, the Somerset little slump there, 256 for 6 at Canterbury. See, James Rue has gone in, the Cricket Writers Club Young Player of the Year. I don't know if you voted for him, but I did. But Lewis Gregory captaining Somerset in the absence of the injured Tom Abel, out for 1 to Wes Agar. So that's an interesting one, but again, you just suspect there's not enough playing time to get anything much out of it.
Yes.
They're off for light now at Trent Bridge. Essex 329 for 8 in their second innings, leading by 289. So here's Safe Zabe with the new batter, Finn Hudson-Prentice. And he got a forward short leg in, George Bartlett. They're now pushing him across to silly point. So a slip and a silly point. Round the wicket comes Zabe. Short. And George Bartlett, who's in there at silly point, almost did a backward roll because I think he saw the short ball. Oh, he's not quite sure where he's supposed to be going. He's gone back across now to forward short leg. There's Zabe, and again he does flight that one up, and it's driven stylishly by Hudson-Prentice out to backward point where Finan fields, and there's no run. Finan having a chat with Ben Sanderson. Here's Zabe in again. That's a quicker ball. It finds the edge.
It does.
And it goes into the ground. Doesn't carry to Emilio Gay. But Safe Zabe will be thoroughly enjoying himself out there. I say he's hasn't bowled a great deal of late. Here's Zabe in again, flights that one right up. In fact, it's a full toss and it's driven up to mid-off, and it means that Hudson-Prentice gets off the mark with a single. Sussex 236 for 5 brings Tom Haynes back on strike, who's been watching goings on at the other end, having opened the innings at 12:15, and how well he's played. He's on strike now to Zabe, who again flights that one up nicely, driven out into the covers. and there's no run. End of the over. 116 to Tom Haynes, a single to Finn Hudson-Prentice, and another successful over for Save, who's picked up 2 in 2 overs. He's now taken 8 over, bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. Sussex 236 for 5.
Yes, we'll have an update, our final update of the day in a few moments' time to our listeners across Surrey, Kent, and of course Sussex. The night's still good, as Andrew was saying. Our friends on the balcony are still watching the cricket. So clearly they're not too chilly sitting up there. In fact, they're in the sunshine. Are they in the sunshine? Yes, a little bit. So it's going to be Rob Keogh who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. Comes in over the wicket, bowls, and reverse sweep from, or switch hit, whatever you call it, from Hudson-Prentice. Do you know what, Andrew? That goes for 4, and you say good shot. You're out LBW when you've just come in, and as a coach, I don't know, would you be thinking that's not a great shot?
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? Risk and reward.
Keogh in bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays slightly across the line to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Famously, if the late great Brian Reynolds, anybody who played a reverse sweep in his net, he would have told them to get out and let somebody in who wants to bat properly.
Right, well, there you go. Finn Hudson-Prentice was Sussex's leading run scorer last year in the Championship. Keogh in bowls, Hudson-Prentice forward. That's a textbook forward defensive into the offside, no run. 879 runs at 48. Still hasn't scored a first-class 100. Scored 99 for Derbyshire when he was there a couple of seasons ago. Keogh in bowls, Hudson-Prentice uses his feet and clips the ball down the ground without timing. You could probably tell that by the sound of the bat on ball. And there is no run, fielded by Ben Sanderson down below us. Talking of balls, new ball available in 14 overs after this. In comes Keogh. Bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who clubs that down the ground, and it's gone for 4. Just bounces about a foot inside the boundary rope. So Hudson-Prentice looks like he's getting on with it here. And, you know, he's played a couple of very attacking shots. The reverse sweep, which really didn't work. But he goes to 5, and Sussex to 240 for 5, so still trailing by 131. Oh. Yes, well, Sussex are 240 for 5 at the moment. Tom Haynes is still there, 116 not out. A welcome return to form for Tom Haynes. The 10th 100 of his first-class career, full of excellent shots all around the wicket. But since then, James Coles has been caught for 78, and John Simpson, the new skipper, out for just 3. So Sussex now 240 for 5 in reply to the Northamptonshire total of 371. In which Jayden Seales, making his debut for Sussex, took 4 for 86. There's been a clatter of wickets down at Canterbury. That'll please Kent supporters. Kent making 284 yesterday. Somerset in reply 261 now for 6. Having at one stage been 217 for 2. A couple of wickets there for Matt Parkinson. But as for Surrey, well, it's been a very soggy day up at Old Trafford. Just 21 balls possible in the day's play, during which Surrey moved on to 15 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 202. So that's our update. So that was nasty. It was pulled away by Hudson, and it clattered into the helmet of the fielder at short leg.
George Bartlett, yes.
You heard the clunk, and George Bartlett, I would imagine, well, I don't know when he's staying. I wonder if he might just wander off, because that's the sort of blow that, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes off here. That was a real clatter on the head. It's often one of those that are, you know, you're all right now.
Yeah.
But tomorrow morning you wake up with it, and they are so, and rightly careful with anything concussion these days.
Well, Nick Allen, the physio, Northamptonshire physio, has been on. He's now going off the field with George Bartlett's helmet, which either means that they're going to bring another one on, or maybe Bartlett looks to be...
He looks all right, doesn't he?
He looks okay. I think he's... yeah, I mean, if you're...
Oh, he's taking his pads off
for
now.
all of George Bartlett's friends and family. I think he's okay. But I think he may well go off just
I agree.
just for a little sit down and a glass of water or whatever. I think that would probably be quite sensible at this stage of proceedings and this stage of the season. There's no point risking him. They're bringing out another helmet. Presumably somebody else is going to have to go in there. Alex Russell, I think, is going to be trotting on to do 12th man duties.
It was a real clonk, wasn't it?
it?
I was just about to do my update, and you could hear
It was the noise, wasn't
yeah,
it?
the ball against the willow, and then the clonk as it hit George Bartlett's helmet. That was really very nasty, and thank goodness for helmets in that position.
I think the umps at the moment are just, I think, obviously stopping the clock, as it were, and for the scorers, is to let them know that where we are in terms of time, because this is obviously holding matters up, and the most important thing is that George Bartlett's okay. That's far more important than anything else. But it does mean that a few seconds and minutes are ticking away. The players have, I think, taken the opportunity to have a drink. The batters are just in conversation, a little bit away from the fielding side.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a nasty one, and as you say, it does. And again, it fills you even more with admiration when you and I first started watching county cricket, when there were no helmets, and people like Jeff Cook used to go in at short leg for Northamptonshire, and David Lloyd and people like that, dear old Bumble, used to go in there for Lancashire.
Or Brian Closefield.
Brian Close, who almost seemed to relish getting clattered, but there were some great close catches around at that time who went in there without any sort of protection. But this is taking a very, very long time. There's a new helmet coming out. Gus Miller's bringing out a helmet for Justin Broad. Now, Justin Broad's already wearing a helmet, so I'm not quite sure what the thought there is. Gus Miller's now going off. So next on the list, George Bartlett having left the field, Justin Broad has drawn the short straw, so he's going to go in. We were talking about him earlier, possibly even coming into the bowling attack. Well, he's not going to be doing that for a wee while. Just while they're getting themselves sorted out, Somerset 265 for 6 against Kent, 19 behind, as Adrian mentioned. I suspect they might not get back on at Trent Bridge now. 329 for 8 Essex in their second innings, 289 ahead.
Well, in comes Zabe, so I'm not sure whose over it is actually, Andrew. Bowls to Tom Haynes, thank you. There is no run. So what we do know is that George Bartlett is off, and we wish him well, because that sounded horrible. 240 for 5. Tom Haynes is 116 not out. Zabe is in bowls. Tom Haynes with a switch hit. Do you call it a switch hit? He's hit that for 4.
Yes, that wasn't really the reverse. That was a switch hit rather than a reverse sweep, wasn't it?
So for those of you, Tom Haynes is a left-hander. He's hit that where backward point would be for an orthodox shot, but he sort of turns his bat round and bats right-handed and hits it backward or square on the leg side, if that makes any sense at all. Haynes goes to 120, 244 for 5. Sabin again. Haynes down the wicket and plays the ball to square. I'm just interested in the Sussex tactic here, because he picks up a single. Haynes
They're
goes
looking to be
to
very positive.
Very positive. I mean, Finn Hudson-Prentice has come out and really shown very positive intent, and now Tom Haynes is sort of dancing down the wicket. So I just wonder whether the word, when he likes to play attacking cricket for Farbrace, so I just wonder whether the word is, look, we're not going to fiddle around here.
Get to 300.
Yeah, we've avoided the follow-on.
See what happens.
Well, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Zabe again is in bowl. Oh, that's a horrible ball, and Hudson-Prentice plays that to mid-on. But he got a wicket with a horrible ball.
Yeah.
And all Hudson-Prentice done is played that straight to the fielder at mid-on. As they've said, rather got away with one there. Zabe again in the bowls, and Hudson-Prentice steers that to backward point, and there is.
I'm with you 100%, Adrian. I think Sussex have got something in mind here. The way they've been playing in the last half an hour or so.
Zabe is in bowls. Hudson-Prentice drives firmly down the ground, fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. The cry of over. 5 off the over. 245 for 5. it means that Sussex trail by 126. We've still got 21 overs today. That's the scheduled amount of overs. Whether we'll get them is a moot point, but at the moment the sun is out, albeit a little watery. And we do know that the light will go very quickly. But well done to Northants. They're still 4 ahead on over 8, which has been really good.
Yeah, they're sort of plugging away nicely, and of course they need one more wicket for another point. Riches indeed. Ryan Higgins has reached his century for Middlesex at Lords against Glamorgan. 433 for 5. Middlesex now. Higgins 113 not out as Keogh prepares to start his 21st over of the day. Round the wicket to Tom Haynes, and it's short, and it's cut away by Haynes out to deep cover, and there's 2 easy runs to be had. Michael Finan quickly to the ball, sends in a nice return to Lewis McManus, but 2 more to Haynes. He goes to 123, and Sussex to 247 for 5. Jack Davis made 60 there. Another talented young cricketer. Here's Keogh in again, and that's worked into the onside by Haynes. Fielded by the 12th man, Alex Russell. Born in Newport in Gwent, but came through the Gloucestershire setup. Has played national counties for Herefordshire. Flighted up, cut away by Haynes again out to Finan. This time it's just going to be a single. 124 to Haynes, 248 for 5. As I was saying, he made his championship debut last year, and in his second game took 6 wickets in the innings against Kent, 6 for 175 from 38 overs at Northampton, the game in which Daniel Bell-Drummond made a triple 100. And has had a very good winter in Zimbabwe. Now for Hudson Prentice, 2 men out on the leg side, a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket, in fact 3, because now Ben Sanderson is back here at long on as well, about 5 yards in from the boundary. Here's Keogh, min bowls to Hudson Prentice, who stands tall, punches that up to Sanderson at long on, and they come through for the single. Hudson Prentice goes to 6 and Sussex to 248 for 5. Flags on the clock tower scoreboard over to our right, still fluttering away, but I think the breeze has dropped a little. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Haynes, pushes that defensively out into the covers for Broad. No longer under the lid to field. We've still got the shin pads on though. Here's Keogh, that's wide.
Oh,
and
put
it's
down
dropped.
again.
That was short, wide, and again it was it was not a very good ball, and it was cut within range really of Karen Nair, and it's gone down. So Haynes takes advantage, picks up another single, 125 to him, 250 for 5, so another batting point in the bag for Sussex. They've equalised in terms of bonus points, it's now 3 each. But that wasn't a great bit of cricket, I think it's fair to say. It wasn't a great ball, it wasn't a great shot, and the catch was not held. So, apart from that, it was really good. 250 for 5.
Yeah, so these are 2 lives of Tom Haynes.
Yes, I mean, I think the... yes, that's right.
Got by Lewis McManus.
The McManus one, wasn't it?
Finan for when he was on 107.
You feel for Michael Finan, don't you?
Yeah,
Really,
you
as
do.
having had not a great day. It would have been it would have made all the difference if that had stuck.
Well, Zabe's going to carry on. 20 overs left in the day. In comes Zabe bowls, and Tom Haynes is down the wicket, and he clubs that away, and that has gone all the way for 4 runs. He used his feet. Well, we did speculate as to, Sussex aren't hanging around here. The word seems to be, let's. I guess there's 2 things. Let's try and get as many bonus points as we can, as quickly as we can. Maybe that's the view, or maybe they do have something in mind, just to try and see if Robinson and Seals tomorrow can rip out some early wickets.
We're only in the 69th over, so they've got plenty of time available if they want it.
Zabe it again. Here goes Haynes again. Oh, crumbs! He's hit that hard, and that's gone for 4 runs. I think that hit Zabe said. He got a hand to it. But Haynes absolutely belted that through mid-off. I think he's rigging his right hand, it's safe to say, and I'm not surprised. That was going like a train.
He's lucky that the hand is still attached.
Yes.
It's not still stuck to the ball as it crossed the boundary. He absolutely leathered that.
He did. It's sort of one in the level of cricket I played. I might have thought, yeah, fine, that's
Good shot.
Yeah, good shot. Yeah. I'm not going to get that one.
I've got to go to work tomorrow.
Well, totally. Save again. In and bowls, and Haynes. Oh, that's out. Is that out? Or well, that's a bad bit of commentary from me. I can't possibly tell from here whether it's out, so I apologise. But it just looked from the way that Zaid bowled, it was a reverse sweep from Tom Haynes, and it hit him obviously not in front, but not far off. So we get full toss, and Haynes is caught this time at mid-off, and that's a very, very soft way to get out. And it's the second time that Zaid has taken a wicket with a ball that, with all due respect, probably didn't deserve a wicket. It was a full toss, and Tom Haynes has just drilled the ball straight to mid-off, where it's taken, I believe, by Luke Proctor.
Luke Proctor again.
It's the second time he's taken a catch, the skipper. So having hit 2 fours, Tom Haynes belts the ball down the throat of mid-off. He's on his way for 133, including 19 fours. Fine innings from Tom Haynes, a welcome return to form after what was a disappointing season last year. But that being said, he will be disappointed, I think, Andrew, to get out in the manner in which he did.
He will have been very well played, Tom Haynes. That's the first thing to say. It's another super 100, and from a player who was, we were talking about Lewis McManus earlier, as the same with Tom Haynes, has taken the trouble to put in a vast amount of work by all accounts over the winter, and well, that's what as the great Gary Player has always said, the more I practice, the luckier I get.
For sure.
He's deserved. He said he survived a couple of chances, but if you've put that sort of level of investment in, you deserve the odd bit of luck. But I'm slightly wondering and slightly puzzled, and it doesn't take much, I know, but what Sussex are doing here, because it's a little strange. Northamptonshire are quite happy. They've picked up a second bowling point. 258 for 6, but I mean Sussex were what, 231 for 3, so they've lost, as Northamptonshire did, they've lost 3 quite quickly in the middle. Safe Zabes picked up a 3 for 36 in his 10th over, and will be well happy with life. But this is just a little puzzling.
No, certainly. I mean, you know, Sussex are trying to be very, very positive. We saw it when Hudson Prentice came in. There was no hanging around. So let's see what happens now. Zabe comes into bowl to Danny Lamb. Lamb is forward. He's to the offside. Oh, my... have we just clicked off there? No, I thought for a minute we'd gone offline.
No, I think it might have been I hit my microphone with my pen, which I was...
It's that horrible sound, Andrew.
I know it is, I know it's...
You'd have experienced that on many, many times in your career, that horrible
indeed,
sound. It's
yes.
a click and you think,
Yeah.
oh my Lord, the line's gone down.
No, I think it was me fiddling with my pen, I'm sorry.
Zabe in again, bowls to Lamb, who's forward, down the offside. I haven't seen Danny Lamb bat too much, but he did play a very good innings against Sussex for Lancashire in the beautiful settings of Sedbergh School a couple of years ago in the 50 over competition innings.
Never been...
Some Prentice who tries to reverse sweep unsuccessfully. And there is no run. It's a beautiful evening. The sun is out. Keogh's in, bowls. Hudson Prentice steers that onto the leg side and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 9. And Sussex to 264. 265 for 6. So the arrears now are 106. Here again just waits. Seagulls circling around the ground. And Keogh is in, bowls, and Lamb comes down the wicket and smashes that one for right in front of us. Is it going to go for 4? No, it's not. It's literally just pulled up a couple of yards, a couple of feet probably inside the fence by Ben Sarnes. He throws the ball in. We can see the ball clearly there, and it looks like it's been 71 overs. It looks like a very old ball indeed, and Sanderson will be keen to get his hands on the new ball in a few overs' time. In comes Keogh, bowls, and he beats Lamb outside the off stump. 267 for 6. Arrears of 104. Sussex certainly need to get on with it here. Keogh in, bowls, and Lamb reverse sweep. He doesn't reverse sweep, talking nonsense. He pulls the ball in front of square on the leg side and picks up a single. It was Danny Lamb. There's a man under the helmet there at short leg. That was originally George Bartlett, who got crunched on the head by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Has gone off. Fortunately, he looked okay, but I'm sure he's probably sitting down somewhere having a nice glass of water or something, and we wish him well. It was a pretty nasty clonk that he took. Keogh in bowls. Hudson-Prentice uses his feet, drills the ball back to Rob Keogh. End of the over. 268 for 6. Hudson-Prentice on 9. Lamb on 7. Liam O'Brien, England disability cricketer, joins us. Well, Andrew and I were sort of pondering there, Liam, that the Sussex tactic really did seem to be to get on with it.
Absolutely. I think it's more just to make a game of it, really, because there's no negative to being positive. They could obviously just play out, but if they play out the innings here, then it almost forces a draw. So Sussex being aggressive will help them have the best chance of winning, won't it, Adrian? And looking here as a spectator, or even if I was a player, you don't want to play in games that are dead in the water, do you? No. So them getting a bit of a move on is definitely the right idea.
And Paul Farbrace likes to play attacking cricket. I wouldn't be surprised to see a declaration here. Who knows?
Yeah, well, you've got Zabe coming in round the wicket into Lamb here, and he blocks away nicely. My only thing I would say with Sussex is they talk a lot about winning, but I imagine they really, really don't want to get off to a losing start here. So it's one of those lovely ones where you'd love to be really positive, but both teams probably would take a draw at this point, especially with some games rained off. So Zabe into bowl here, and that's blocked away nicely again from Lamb.
I think the feeling is that this division is so strong this year that, those 16 points for a win are so enticing.
Yeah, I completely agree. But then can you imagine if it goes the wrong way?
Totally. Yeah. You
feel like you're throwing away 8 points. So Zabe in here to bowl, and that's blocked away. He's bowling very nicely.
He is. The only thing that might as well scup at that rather crazy idea from me is the light, which I get the feeling is just starting to deteriorate slightly. Would I be right?
I completely agree, and I feel like the Debbie Downer, where I should be the young pup saying, go for it, declare, but it's blocked away again by Lamb there, and just my cricketing head is here, and if I was a Sussex player, the way the light is, everything like that, you give Northants a real sniff if you declare early here, and they get a few runs on the board and get a new ball in their hands end of tomorrow. And Zabe bowls it, short length ball, and it's blocked away into the offside. I personally feel like Sussex's best chance is ramping on the runs, even to the end of the first session tomorrow, really being positive, and then hopefully being able to bowl out Northants with the likes of Seals and Robinson with the new ball. That's flighted up into the leg side, into the leg stump, and it's flicked into the leg side by Lamb for a single. And that's going to be the end of the over. So 269 for 6 is the current score. Hudson-Prentice on 9, Lamb on 8. And it's finally poised and getting a lot darker.
Were you saying, Liam, you were saying that as the youngster, so you're suggesting that I'm the old man here? Which I am.
Well, do you know what, Adrian? My mum points out yesterday, she kind of listens to all of my commentary stuff, and she said, was that the first time you've ever had to tell someone you're 25? And we were joking the other day that I'm finally in the over 25s category for X Factor, so I kind of count myself as an oldie as well now, don't worry, Adrian.
You got a bit to catch me up, Liam. In comes Rob Keogh coming into bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who no, he doesn't. He bowls to Danny Lamb. I do apologise. Who Hudson-Prentice certainly started off very aggressively, but he's played a little more circumspectly. The numbers on the board are now shining quite brightly. It's not poor light, as in comes Keogh, bowls to Lamb, who plays to short leg. There is no run, but you could just see a couple of lights on around the ground now. It's perfectly playable, but the light is suddenly beginning to drift a little. Keogh in bowls. Oh, it hits Lamb on the front pad. Lamb looking to sweep that one back good for square, and there is no run. Full credit here to Northamptonshire, because their over rate has been terrific with their spinners on.
Absolutely, and they built quite a nice bit of pressure here with Keogh. He's got 24 overs nearly, and really quick.
In he comes, but that's weird. He saw Danny Lamb coming and decided to push that one a little wider. That was a bit village, to be honest, wasn't it? It was down the leg side, and keeper McManus was diving across, and it all ball looked a bit of a mess, to be honest.
It's one of those gut instinct ones. My brother does it all the time. Where as soon as you see someone come down the wicket, you just fire it down the leg side.
Yeah.
But I think he got a bit excited because Lamb gave himself room to hit over the offside, so he just fired it way past. And Romanis isn't the tallest keeper in the world, so that's blown down the fine leg.
Well, it was a wide. In comes Keogh, bowls and swept by Hudson Prentice. Well fielded. Standard fielding's been very good. That Zabe there at sort of shortish fine leg.
There's been a very different thing over the past few years, Adrian, where they'll give them fielding gloves and just take them out to an AstroTurf in the winter and give them catching practice still.
In comes Keogh, bowls to Hudson Prentice, uses his feet, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
So,
is that right?
Yeah, so in the summer, or a few years back, you just wait until the summer and then do loads of catching. But these days, you go out to an AstroTurf, put some fielding gloves on and still do your catching all year round.
Keogh in bowls. Hudson Prentice again uses his feet, plays that to mid-wicket. So he doesn't, plays it to the covers. There is no run. 271 for 6. Hudson Prentice 9. Lamb is on 8. Keogh's figures 24 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 73. Sussex trailing by exactly 100, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Northamptonshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Liam O'Brien. That's interesting, Liam.
So they'll do a lot of running work. So Waterhall on the A27, the 4G, they'll do a lot of running there and a lot of outdoor fielding, where obviously the grass is going to be wet, but they still want them outside catching. So you have fielding gloves on. They've designed balls now. Do you remember growing up and it'd be like an Incredible? So it'd be like a soft ball, but the same size as a hard ball.
Right.
So it's like a harder version of a tennis ball.
Okay.
They'll hit them out. Have you played indoor cricket before?
I have a long time ago, but we used to use a cricket ball for indoor cricket.
Jesus,
yeah.
How times have changed.
Yeah, we did. I mean, this is 40 years ago now. We used to play up at the university in Guildford. There was an indoor cricket league, and the ball used to come fast and hard.
Yeah, Jesus. No, they have an indoor cricket ball as well, and so we'll do a lot of practice in the winter, especially before India when we're doing catching practice. We wouldn't actually practice catching a cricket ball. It'd be an indoor ball or an Incredible. So just changing it up, and Zabe's in here, and that's a big sweep from Danny Lamb, and that's absolutely massive into the members' pavilion. One of the crowd went to catch that and he fell down the stairs. That would have been a comedic moment.
He did, yeah.
But yeah, that's a great shot from Danny Lamb, and against the spin as well. That's a top shot.
Pulled it away for 6 runs. Big shot by Lamb, as you say.
And that's one little adjustment that probably the spectators or the listeners here wouldn't realise is a lot of the winter here isn't using cricket balls because they just do damage after a while, so you just want to get volume catching in without having the damage in your hands. They don't use cricket balls as often now in the winter. As Zabe is in again, that's short and wide, and Lamb shouted at himself there that he missed out on that one.
I'm just looking over the pavilion, and a Sussex player has just come down the steps in his whites and is standing by the bottom gate. Now, I'm not sure who that is. It looks a little bit like Ollie Robinson from here, but it may not be.
Purple hat, so it might be a Northants player.
Do you think so? I thought he came from the Sussex side.
Zabe into bowl again. It's flicked into leg side for a single. Well, look, next time I'm on, if it's a Northants player, I'll get the biscuits.
Yeah.
But then if it is if it's a Northants player, you get the biscuits. That's the deal.
What I was thinking was, I wondered whether we were discussing whether that, the slightly crazy notion that Sussex might declare here and give Northants half a dozen awkward overs tonight.
Zabe into bowl again. That's a full toss and absolutely smoked up the hill from Hudson Prentice, who comes down the pitch and absolutely smashes it for a 1 bounce 4.
That's Ollie Robinson, I think, down there. Yeah, awful ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't the best, and Zabe's got a couple of wickets from a few stinking balls, hasn't he, today? But it doesn't matter how you get them. And did you notice earlier, do you remember when I told you about when you hit it hard uphill, it doesn't seem to carry as much? We feel like we had a couple of wickets like that today, where it's gone straight into the hands of the fielders. As Hudson Prentice comes down the track and absolutely smashes that for 4 runs over the bowler's head. It wasn't actually a bad delivery by Zabe, but Hudson Prentice uses his feet nicely. Great flow of the bat, and that's hit just over the bowler's head for 4 runs. And he's looking to be very positive here, Hudson Prentice, and there's no real downside to Sussex being positive here.
Well, I'm just wondering whether I don't know. I think that is Ollie Robinson standing over there, but Ollie would probably have his pads on because he'll be, he's in at number 10.
So Zabe in again. That's a big shot from Hudson Prentice through mid-wicket. Mid on is chasing after it, but you can hear the applause already. That's gone for 4 runs, and I love the intent here from Hudson Prentice, putting the pressure back onto the Northants players. And it looks like Adrian owes me some biscuits because That is a Northants player coming on. Ollie Robinson will
You're
probably be
quite
batted
right.
out.
Sorry about that, Ollie. I thought you would come down the steps.
So the order for next time will be some chocolate rounds, maybe some Viennese wells.
Are you here tomorrow?
I'm not here tomorrow. I think
Okay.
I'm here in June, so you've got a bit of time to save up for that one.
Oh, well, they sound like expensive business. So, Hudson Prentice has gone very quickly on to 21 off 26 balls. 3 boundaries in that over. 290 for 6. Sussex closing in on that second batting bonus point. 5 overs to go until the new ball. So getting a bit of stick in that over. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 61. The light, well, was very good about 30 seconds ago when the sun was out, but now when the sun goes in, it does get gloomy really quite quickly. And we've just got a bit of a delay here because Rob Keogh looks as if he may be carrying out some running repairs to his boot, which gives me a chance just to recap on. There may be people who've been out for the day just tuning in and saying, what on earth's happened here today? Well, Northamptonshire resumed this morning on 292 for 7. They eventually all out for 371. So good lower order batting, particularly Lewis McManus, who played very nicely for exactly 50. He was well supported down the order by Ben Sanderson, with a hard hit 27, and similarly Chris Tremaine, who was not out 22 at the end, he hit one huge 6 off of Jack Carson that went over the media centre here at the southern end of the ground. The best return for Sussex, Jayden Seales on his debut for Sussex, taking 4 for 86 in 26 overs, and 3 wickets for the impressive James Coles in his 13 overs. In reply, Sussex started off well, 55 for the first wicket, before Tom Clark was out for 12. That triggered something of a collapse for Sussex. Tom Alsop out for 3 and Ollie Carter for 5. But for 94 for 3, a good recovery by James Coles, who made 78, and Tom Haynes, who made 133. Partnership between the two of 137 for the 4th wicket. Since then, both Coles and Haynes have gone, both of them to largely undistinguished shots, but they've done their bit for Sussex. And now Hudson Prentice and Lamb just stepping on the accelerator here with 13 overs to go in the day, as in comes Rob Keogh. Over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice sweeps that one out towards deep backward square, fielded by Zabe, who bowls left-handed and throws right-handed, which I've just noticed. One more to Hudson. I do apologise, that was Danny Lamb. These two are both right-handers, but I should be able to tell them apart. Apologies. Lamb goes to 16. Sussex 291 for 6. Keogh in again, bowled, switch hit from Hudson Prentice. He gets a single down to what would have been a deep backward point, but becomes sort of backward square leg for that particular shot. Hudson Prentice to 22, 292 for 6. Keogh again. In bowls, and a similar shot this time from Danny Lamb. That's in front of square on this occasion, but it's not going to result in a boundary. It's going to result in a couple of runs. Lamb has to get a bit of a move on getting back to the non-striker's end. I can see that Justin Broad is warming up, or maybe he's a bit chilly. We haven't seen him bowl so far. He's fielding at short, fine leg. 294 for 6. Hudson Prentice 22. Lamb is on 18. Keogh in again, bowls. Oh, an attempted ramp shot there from Danny Lamb, and I think he's been hit on the hand, and I think that looks painful.
Don't show the pain. Don't show the pain. I can hear my dad in the background. Don't show it.
He's a tough lad, Danny Lamb from Preston. I think that's where Andrew Flintoff was from as well.
Absolutely.
In comes Keogh, bowls, and Lamb plays a more orthodox shot, chipping the ball down the ground to mid on Ben Sanderson, who you'd imagine would take the new ball. I see no reason why Northamptonshire wouldn't take the new ball here when it becomes available in 4 overs time. And you know, Sussex trying to make hay before that new ball becomes available. Not to say it won't disappear around the ground, it often does. Keogh in, bowls, and drilled down the ground by Hudson Prentice, and that's gone for 4 runs. Good shot. He goes to 26, and Sussex 299 for 6 at the end of Rob Keogh's over. He has bowled 25 overs, 1 maiden, and taken 2 for 82. And Sussex are closing the gap rapidly here on Northamptonshire. The lead now is 78. I haven't seen a weather forecast for tomorrow. I don't know whether Andrew has. To be honest, I'm beginning not to trust weather forecasts after yesterday, because it was just hopelessly wrong. But the one I saw, I think, was suggesting it might be okay for much of the day. Let's hope so. Now, this is interesting because I think that's Ari Cavalos who's come running out with some drinks, and I just wonder whether, drinks at this time, I just wonder whether there's some instructions for these two.
Yeah, it looks like Zach Lyon Cachet.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah, he's youngster, played at Preston Nomads last year with me, an absolute gun of a player, so watch out for him in the white.
Well, I watched him at Worcester last year, and he played very nicely. Yeah, maybe it wasn't Ari. I saw Ari earlier on with his partner and young child Lola.
Oh, nice.
So congratulations to them. They was 3 months old, so many congratulations to Ari. And I do apologise, I forget, I think it was Joe, but many, many congratulations to you both.
Isn't he just a youngster as well, Harry?
No, Ari Cavalos is, I shall tell you exactly, Ari Cavalos, he is 30.
Really?
His birthday was on the 20th of March. What are you saying, he looks younger?
He's got a baby face, I think.
So there you go, we'd be pleased about that.
I had him down his early 20s, so you're welcome, Harry.
So we've got a change in bowling, and we did think that it might be Justin Broad, and I think it is. Is that right? Yes, it is. He's coming into the attack for his first bowl of the day. The crowd's starting to gather, but he's running down the hill. Comes in and bowls to Danny Lamb, who's keen to practice that reverse sweep, and he does it to good effect. He's going to get 4 runs, and it brings up the Sussex 300. 303 for 6. Good shot by Lamb. He goes to 23. I wonder how many times he's practiced that in the nets during the winter. Quite a lot, I reckon.
So that was a scoop shot, not a reverse sweep for all the listeners, just in case.
I said a ramp. Is it wrong to call it a ramp? What do you call it?
We call it a scoop. Well, I actually still call it a dilshan.
What did you watch the? There's a good Netflix program on it at the minute, called Scoop.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it about journalism or?
It is. In comes Broad bowls, and Lamb tries to hammer that one. He's going to get a single down to fine leg. He goes to 24, 304 for 6. Andrew might be interested. It's a yes, it is. It's the Emily Maitlis interview with Prince Andrew, and it shows a lot of the BBC and how the story came around and how the family were persuaded that the interview was a good idea. But it's very interesting. It was a good sort of series. It was a programme, and it was very well done, I thought. In comes Broad, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who sort of hangs his head. He was looking to belt that through the offside. Ball goes through to the keeper. There is no run. The light is just starting to go a little. There are some brighter skies away to the west, but I'm not entirely sure where the weather is coming from. There's some heavy air cloud drifting towards the to the downs, which are in the distance. Broad is in over the wicket, bowls. Hudson Prentice smashes this down the ground for 4 runs. Lovely shot. It's a strange part of the game, this, isn't it? I mean, we're coming up to the new ball, and I would imagine to a certain extent Luke Proctor's options are slightly limited because he won't want to bowl Sanderson and Tremaine at this particular stage. But 50 has come up in just 48 balls in 27 minutes between these two, who have both got 24. Well, they haven't actually. Hudson Prentice has got 30, so I don't know why the scoreboard showed that. But
well, the good thing to point out here for Sussex as well is obviously there's a few murmurs about not having the left-handed bowler option in Sean Hunt, but these two that come in are genuine all-rounders, and a partnership like this really turns the tide in case Sussex want a chance of a result tomorrow. So it does strengthen their batting options.
Broad in bowls, and Hudson Prentice is beaten. That was a good delivery by Justin Broad. And a puff of dust as Hudson Prentice looked to play that one away on the offside. He's on 30, Lamb on 24. Thanks for all your interactions today. It's been excellent. I'll bring in Andrew, who can move back in on commentary in a couple of moments' time. But we've got a few more messages. Let me just read these out in a moment. Sorry, these came in a little while ago from Ben Silk, who's been a regular contributor last season. Comes in and bowls. Hudson Prentice wafts at that one outside the off stump. There is no run. Very much involved with the Saltdean Lido in Brighton, Ben, and we were talking last year a lot about the dog swimming sessions they have there at the end of the season, where you take your dog down, and it's a big charity event. I've done it as well.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
And you put your dog in the pool, and they swim round, and the owners get in as well. And it is slightly bonkers, but it gets absolutely packed.
Yeah.
And it's great fun. Dear Adrian, Liam, and Andrew, let me give the score out: 308 for 6. Hudson Prentice 30. Danny Lamb on 24. We've got 11 overs left in the day. Greetings from the sunny Saltdean. Thank you for the coverage. Before the game, I was swept up in the promotion talks surrounding Sussex this year. However, it seems like Allsop and Clark have started the season in the same form they were in last season. And Finn Hudson-Prentice is sadly looking no more threatening with the ball. Given that these, plus the similarly unthreatening Danny Lamb, look like being mainstays in the side, do we really have enough for a promotion challenge? Or I'm just overreacting to 3 tricky days? In comes Rob Keogh. I'll answer that in a moment. Keogh in the bowls. And Hudson-Prentice, is he trapped in front? No, he's not. Keogh thought he'd got his man. He's given not out. Yeah, I think to be honest, it's very difficult to tell after 3 days. I think Liam was alluding there. Would Sussex have been better with the left arm option? I mean, the attack did look a little samey outside of Robinson and Seals. I think that's a fair comment. In comes Keogh. Bowls pulled away by Hudson. He's put down. It would have been a great catch actually by Ben Sanderson, but the fact he got a fingertip to it, it does go down as a chance. It was pulled away by Danny Lamb, and Sanderson at mid-wicket got a hand to it but couldn't hang on. And Lamb gets a life on 24 with the score on 308 for 6.
So he's into bowl here over the wicket, and it's flicked out nicely to square leg for a single.
Lamb to 25, 310 for 6, as Liam says. And I think Tom Allsop is has showed the last couple of seasons he's very capable of making runs. In comes Keogh, played onto the onside by Hudson-Prentice. They scoot through for a quick single. He goes to 32. So yeah, I think let's give it 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 games. I think, Ben. I think it's going to be very tight in this division. We was talking yesterday on air and saying that every side you can make a case up for getting promoted. Keogh in, bowls, pulled away by Hudson-Prentice. That's going to go for 4 runs, literally down below us by 6-2 fielders. Hammered away down towards wide-ish mid-on. Hudson-Prentice goes to 35, 315 for 6. 7 off this over so far.
I think what I would say is Sussex have invested a lot in having Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals as 2 strike bowlers, so they can trust themselves to go a little bit more batting heavy and maybe look to Carson and Coles for the wickets of a spin.
Keogh in bowls, and that's a beautiful shot, hammered away by Finn Hudson-Prentice over extra cover for 6. That's a super shot. He goes to 41 in just 35 balls, and Rob Keogh getting a bit of tap in that over. 26 overs, 1 maidens, 2 for 95. Sussex now 321 for 6. It's not that long ago they were trailing by 100. They're now trailing by just 50 runs, and we've got 10 overs remaining in the day. And if these two carry on like that, well, the score's maybe not far off being level at the close of play. So yeah, I think in answer to your question, Ben, and thank you for getting in touch. It's lovely to hear from you. I think another 2 or 3 games before we start to draw conclusions. But I think it's a very good point that Liam makes about Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals. It just allows Sussex a bit of flexibility in the order. And I saw Cheteshwar Pujara is here today. He's been suffering from a bad back, late back from India. But it very much looks like he's going to play at Leicester next week.
I agree. It's actually impressive seeing how stacked they are, isn't it, as a Sussex squad. If you look at how deep they're batting, they're 6 down, and Danny Lamb and Hudson-Prentice could bat a lot higher up in the order.
Yeah, and just a final thing before I hand over to Andrew and Liam. Jamie's been in touch. He said, is Brenda there? Now, Brenda is Brenda Lower, who always looks after the balls here. I can see Brenda sitting over in the pavilion, so yes, she is.
Amazing. So, Broad into bowl here over the wicket. Lamb gives himself some room, hits it into extra cover. They try and go for the run out, but Lamb makes his ground comfortably. And we'll just have a little commentary change. So I'm just going to sit here in the background whilst they fiddle with all the wires and stuff like that. And just having a look. Crowd are gradually filtering out, but it's been an exciting finish. Where Sussex need to get given credit is they could have easily just played it safe and been a bit more comfortable settling for the draw. They've really been aggressive in this last session as Broad comes in over the wicket into Hudson-Prentice, who drives it beautifully over extra cover for 4 runs. He's looked in really, really good form here, and you can hear the applause. There's still a little bit of a crowd left here, and a lot has come out the middle of the bat, and it's 45 of only 36 balls, so very good strike rate of Hudson-Prentice and changed the momentum of the game. And just as a a neutral sitting here, I'd love if they were able to get that first day, that first session in, so and get them extra overs, because it would have really ramped up for a good day for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been good stuff from these two, hasn't it?
So Broad into bowl, and that's hit through mid-on, and Proctor just loops round, and it's going to be a single.
We were just discussing next door. I popped next door to our colleagues in the press box and just discussing what might be in the minds. But if we were thinking about 300 and pull out, well, that isn't the case, and presumably Sussex are thinking, well, with the depth of batting we've got and with these two going so well, they could certainly get one, possibly even two more batting points.
So Broad continuing over the wicket, and it's bowled wide of off stump, and Lamb gave himself some room, so it's just going to be a dot ball through to the keeper.
We're talking earlier about the weather. I just had a quick look at the weather app. The most reliable one that I think tends to be accurate more often than the others, which is not probably saying a huge amount, but it looks as though we may not get a full day tomorrow. It's not going to be a washout by any stretch of the imagination. It's certainly all right in the morning, I think, but they're saying in the afternoon, possibly some showers around, so we may not get a full day.
Broad continues into bowl, slower ball, looks like an off cutter, and it's hit through point for a single. Just to give you guys an idea on the field, Northants currently have a deep third man, deep point, and a deep cover, and then they have extra cover and mid-off in, so there's a big gap over in the extra cover region. Mid-on is in, along with mid-wicket, and then a deep square and a deep fine leg. So where they're trying to get the Sussex batters to hit is straight, or over mid-wicket and mid-off up the hill, with a lot of protection down the hill towards the sea end. So Broad continues, pitched up delivery, and that's hit an unbelievably well-timed shot from Finn Hudson Prentice. And that's going to be a very, very well-deserved 50 off only 38 balls. And you can hear the applause here. The Sussex balcony are all clapping. And yeah, he's been a very, very, very well-played innings.
It is, how well they've played. And it's interesting because, you know, it's the sort of innings that, I don't know, Northamptonshire supporters will think of sort of someone like Adam Rossington, who, when he was playing batting in the middle order, sort of number 6 thereabouts, could absolutely wrest the initiative. Josh Cobb did a few times as well. Yeah. And it really does help to have a player, preferably two players, in that lower middle order who can wrest the initiative, who can counter-attack. It makes a big, big difference. And as you say, it can completely change the complexion of a match in an hour. Well, it looks as though, I think, the new ball is, 1 over away. So
and there's Brenda standing over there, the famous
Brenda's
Brenda.
Ready. Yes,
she's
Brenda's
ready with the new ball.
Brenda's poised. But it's going to be Chris Tremaine coming into the attack, so presumably just have a little loosen up before the new ball is due. Justin Broad, 2 overs for 20. He looks sort of fairly mild-mannered, medium pacer. His first championship wicket last year was Jamie Rue, which wasn't a bad first one to get, considering what a great season Jamie Rue had for Somerset. But he nipped him out, caught behind at Northampton. And needless to say, and Adrian will sympathise with this, it was just after I'd said I'm not really sure that this is a particularly good idea, putting Broad on, shouldn't other bowlers would be on ahead of him, and of course then he goes and nips out Jamie Rue, which just yet again goes to show what we know about anything. But right, Chris Tremaine from the sea end, shadows very long now, runs in and bowls to Danny Lamb, who's gone for the little scoop. It's gone straight over the wicketkeeper's head for 4. Well, we're seeing it's like a sort of, this is the batting equivalent of one of those snooker exhibitions, when they play all the little trick shots and demonstrate them all. But this is quality stuff from these two. Lamb goes to 32 off 39, and Sussex up to 336 for 6. So,
this is one of those sad ones. I've been there as a bowler where the ball's completely dead, and the batters are seeing it well, and you just feel like when you're running up, you're just waiting to see where they want to choose to hit it.
Here's Tremaine in again, bowls short, pulled away by Lamb, but he's only going to get a single as it goes out to deep square. So one more to Danny Lamb. He goes to 33, and Sussex to 337 for 6. So maximum batting points at, where are we now? 250, 300, 350, 400, 450. 450 might be pushing it a bit, but they can certainly get 4. Certainly get to 400 inside the 110 quite comfortably if they carry on at this rate. Here's Tremaine running in away from us. Bowls. Danny Lamb takes a step down the pitch and swats it.
Hudson Prentice, I think.
Hudson Prentice, beg your pardon. Swats it away for 4. The sort of shot that Justin Broad's dad, Neil Broad, the tennis player, would have, little sort of forehand smash.
That was a Peterson-esque. Do you remember when Peterson used to do that?
Yes.
Flat
Good
bat
shout.
it.
Yeah, good shout. Well, it races away for 4. Hudson Prentice to 54. 341 for 6. And Chris Tremaine, who we said bowled with excellent control earlier on, has gone now for 9 in 3 balls. And it rather tends to suggest that this ball, in its last over, Northamptonshire would dearly love to consign it to the bag of balls for catching practice, I think, before the start of day's play. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who cracks that one away through mid-wicket. He's only going to get a single. It's gone out to Michael Finan, who's one of 4 men on the boundary on the leg side now. They've got a long leg on the boundary, a deep backward square on the boundary, a mid-wicket on the boundary, and long on Karen Nair on the boundary immediately down in front of our commentary position. Then they've got long off on the boundary, deep cover on the boundary, and now third man is going on the boundary. So we have an awful lot of, as the late great John Arlott used to call them, missionaries sent into distant fields.
Well, it's a short straight boundary, so don't be surprised if Lamb gives himself some room and tries to send it over the bowler's head here.
Here's Tremaine in, bowls to Danny Lamb, short, and again he swats it away out through mid-wicket, just a single out to Finan. Light is now starting to just go a little bit, but batters don't seem to be too bothered about it. They might have to come off because the fielders are in danger.
I don't know if they'll be allowed to use the new ball, is my only thing.
No, that's a fair point. 343 for 6 now. So 7 more runs for Sussex to secure a 3rd batting point.
And is there a limit in the overs, or is it purely just
110?
Okay.
So they've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Here's Tremaine in again, bowls, and again it's carted away through mid-wicket. This is going to be 4. I think it's a long chase for Finan, but he can't cut it off. And it's 4 more to Finn Hudson Prentice, who goes to 59. 347 for 6. And
that's
that
a really
was
good bit of timing.
Well, it was a super bit of timing, and it was another costly over from Chris Tremaine. But the light has suddenly, in the last 5 minutes or so, started to close in a little bit. As I say, I don't think Hudson Prentice and Lamb will be too worried about it.
And Brenda's stood there by the gate.
Brenda's poised for action, but I'm not entirely sure she's going to have to part with her valuable cargo just yet.
Sanderson.
It is Ben Sanderson who's going to bowl. Whether with the now Paul Baldwin is trotting with purpose in the general direction of Brenda, and they're going to meet somewhere about 10 yards inside. And yes, there we go. The exchange has taken place. The transaction is taking place at the moment. Brenda has taken the old ball and is carting it back to the pavilion. And Paul Baldwin now has the new ball whenever Northamptonshire choose to take it. He's just having a word with Luke Proctor.
It's always funny. You always have these club heroes.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Brenda,
absolutely.
you got Sam at the front. Who's I think when I first came for my first Sussex trial, he was at the gate, let me in. So,
like Wendell as well at Northampton. Northampton's #1 supporter on his bike, which he leaves in the club office. It's wonderful. His flag actually he has to leave in the office because it's too big to take home on his bike. But he's a great supporter. So Sanderson with the new ball, which has been taken, we can confirm. And I wonder if Northamptonshire have made all sorts of suggestions about what they should do with the old one.
well,
I don't know how many of them got dogs at home, but they might just fancy taking it home to.
No, as a cricketer, I definitely reckon they'll be using that in the sidearm. Do you know when they do throwdowns?
That's
They're
right.
like, you use this one and hit it as hard as you can.
Yeah. I'll take it up to Bradlaugh Fields and throw it for the dog. Anyway, new ball. Ben Sanderson down the hill from the Cromwell end.
That's going to be short and pulled away unbelievably well from Danny Lamb. I don't know how he managed to get out there. It was a short and wide ball outside the off stump, and he's managed to hoik it with his bottom hand behind square leg for 4 runs. And it's really dark, so it's actually quite hard to pick up where the ball went there. But I was just thinking when Adrian was talking about the new ball and whether Sussex would take on the new ball, but as a batter, it's actually the easiest time to bat if you're trying to be aggressive, because it comes off the bat so hard that it could actually be easier for Hudson Prentice and Danny Lamb to send it over the ropes.
You know what's going to happen here, don't you? That they're going to bring them off for the light because it's getting very murky, and there aren't that many spectators, I have to say, still in the ground, but they're going to be very unhappy because they're going to say, well, what's wrong with it? The batters are smashing it to all parts of the field and you're coming off for light. But
it's one of those as a captain, as the opposition, when you're the bowling team and he suddenly starts getting hit and you go, oh, wow, it's a bit dark. I didn't see that one. So Sunderland into bowl. Danny Lamb tracks it. Comes down the track. That was me using a little bit of slang there.
And they're going to have a word. Here we go.
And I don't think the square leg umpire saw a thing of that, so they might be a little bit worried about light. But Danny Lamb came down the pitch, went to pull it, and it went through to the keeper for a dot ball.
Well, I've learnt in the last 3 days that as Adrian was saying about the lights on at the far end of the ground in the groundsman's area, and also the lights on in the pavilion, and you know to look, and if you see those, then you know that you're going to be in trouble in terms of coming off. Now, I don't think the batters want to come off, but they've got the light meter on the stumps now.
It's always funny watching the Northants players are trying to walk off and the batsmen are trying to get ready.
Far too dark, says Luke Proctor, who'll have to say I thought did quite a good job on the first day in terms of coming off the field, and they're off.
Yeah, it got too dark. I couldn't actually see the ball for them 2 balls.
No, I mean, so that last 5 minutes, it really has closed in. It's exactly, Liam, as you said, and as I bow to your and Adrian's local knowledge on this, he said once it comes in very quickly here, and it really has got very dark very quickly. It was 10-15 minutes ago the sun was out, but it's now, it is seriously gloomy.
It's just this stand is in the wrong direction. The sun sets to our west and they have the big stand on the west side of the ground. If it was on the east side, you'd have a lot more light. But
well, I have to say I would be very, very, I would imagine that's it, but we'll have to wait confirmation of that, but I would be surprised if we got back on. 3:51 for 6 anyway. Well played, those two. Finn Hudson-Prentice 59 not out off 41 balls with a 6 and 11 fours. Danny Lamb 38 not out off 43 balls with a 6 and 3 fours. The partnership worth 93 for the 7th wicket, and Sussex then with 3 batting bonus points in the bag, and the umps are still out there just having a chat with the groundsman Ben Gibson and 2 of his helpers. I'll quickly run down what's happening.
Very briefly, Sussex since tea have scored 175 in 31 overs.
175, and so they'll be going at 6 and over since tea. Thanks for that, Adrian. So yeah, it really has been a terrific session for Sussex, good for the spectators as well. As far as what's happening elsewhere is concerned, at Canterbury, Somerset 350 for 6 against Kent, so 66 runs ahead. Jamie Rue, who we were talking about a moment ago, 57 not out off 56 balls with a 6 and 8 fours. And Casey Aldridge, 37 not out, giving Somerset a handy lead there. Lancashire Surrey, obviously they only bowled 21 balls, and so they called that off some time ago. Close of play at Trent Bridge. We thought they might struggle to get back on after coming off the light. 329 for 8 Essex at the close. So Essex got a lead of 289 with...
Very dark, so I'm just having a look at the camera from the pavilion end.
It is gloomy, isn't it? 289 ahead with 2 wickets remaining. All of tomorrow, if they've got a full day in at Trent Bridge, it could be a very interesting day, but that's a fairly big if. Also close of play at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire 237 for 2 against Warwickshire 264 ahead. And if you just tuning in and catching up, Kashi Valley, who made 100 in the first innings, which he reached with a 6, made 100 in the second innings, which he reached with a 6, made 133. So 200s in the match for the former Bedfordshire player. At Lords, Middlesex 460 for 5 against Glamorgan, replying to their 620 for 3 declared. Ryan Higgins is 127 not out, so having made the move from Gloucestershire. And Yorkshire, Leicestershire also, they haven't managed to get on today. So again, we've been very fortunate in terms of the amount of cricket we've had today, and it's been good stuff to watch from both sides. Enterprising cricket and good batting. but I strongly suspect we will see no more. The umps are still out there. They haven't adjourned back to the dressing room. The other good bit of news, which I'm not sure if we mentioned earlier on, was that George Bartlett, who we mentioned going off the field after getting seriously clattered on the head in there at forward short leg, was back on the field for that last little session of play. So he obviously is none the worse for wear, which is very good news indeed. Adrian's back with me.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, entertaining cricket, wasn't it? I mean, Sussex really rattling on at 6 and over since tea. We suspected, didn't we, that they were really looking to get a bit of a move on, and I think that's good. I think if Sussex are going to play adventurous cricket, and they're trying to give themselves every chance in the match. We've lost nearly a day, but it was certainly entertaining stuff. But at least it means there's a bit of an edge to the day tomorrow. We'll see how that
I
pans
just
out.
hope we get we get enough cricket. Really, that's the main thing. It would be disappointing if, especially for those that are planning to come tomorrow. I don't think, from judging the forecast I've seen, it's going to be a washout. As I say, I think there's a possibility of a bit of something around in the middle of the day if the forecast is right. But that's at the forecast. They haven't had a great couple of days as far as the weather down here is concerned. But the umpires are staying out there.
Yeah, I would be really surprised if we get any more play, and the press boys have clearly decided they think it's. So I think what should we do? I think what we'll do, we'll leave the effects might bubbling away, but my strong suspicion here is that we're not going to get any more cricket. You can see the lights clearly in the pavilion. I don't know how long the umpires will give it. I don't think too much longer.
No.
But it's been a good day. I'd just like to say to Liam, thank you very much, Liam. It's been great to see you over the last couple of days. Good luck with the season. I know you're back here for a game in June, but I hope everything goes well. And thank you for your insights over the last couple of days. Thank you as always to Andrew. Always great company here at Hove, and we've had an enjoyable 3 days. So I think we'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away. Thank you also to you, the listeners, because we've had lots of interaction during the game, lots of tweets, lots of emails, and it makes it all the more interesting, hopefully, for everybody. But as I say, I think the chance of any play are probably fairly remote, with that the light sort of seems to improve slightly. But we'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away, and if we do get any more play, of course, we'll bring it to you here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Northampton. And if there is no